An open clearing sat at the foot of Spirit Springs Mountain. This was where the Berkeley Humanities tour bus and the other student cars were parked. Now, the first two groups of children from the Hope School who had made it down the mountain were huddled on the bus, seeking shelter from the rain and the cold. The villagers were with them, comforting the frightened kids. But none of the Berkeley students had any intention of getting on the bus. Wrapped in raincoats and holding umbrellas, they stood in the clearing, braving the downpour, their necks craned anxiously as they stared up the mountain. Claire Sterling stood at the very front of the crowd. She didn't even bother with an umbrella, letting the torrential rain lash her face and soak her clothes. She forced her eyes wide, staring intently at the point where the pitch-black mountain road disappeared into the darkness. Lily Lou fought through the wind and rain to her side, draping a spare raincoat over Claire's shoulders and whispering, "It's going to be okay. The villagers went up to get them a while ago. Leo and the others will be down any second." Claire seemed not to hear her. Her gaze remained locked on the end of the mountain path. Just then, the faint, familiar roar of a diesel engine echoed from around a bend up the mountain. A beam of light cut through the darkness. In an instant, it ignited the hope of everyone present. When two diesel utility carts, their beds packed with people, came barreling down the mountain, the sight sent a wave of ecstatic cheers and screams through the waiting crowd. "They're down!" From their dorm, room 205, Molly Tang, Quinn Liu, and Jay Jiang saw Marco Shaw and Leon in the first cart and practically jumped for joy. "I see them. It's Marco, and Leon and Dylan. Oh my God, honey." Molly's eyes instantly reddened, and with a sob in her voice, she threw herself at Leon. The other students spotted Alex in the second cart and let out another cheer. "Alex!" As his fellow advisor, Ms. Sullivan rushed forward and, taking an unprepared Alex completely by surprise, wrapped him in a tight hug. She gritted her teeth and spoke into his ear. "Next time you shove me onto a bus without my permission, I will end you." Before Alex could stammer out an apology, Ms. Sullivan leaned in again. She pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. When she pulled back, she looked at her dumbstruck colleague, her eyes a little red, and smiled. "Welcome back." Both carts were down. As everyone hugged and celebrated, Claire's eyes scanned the arrivals, and her pupils suddenly constricted. "Where's Leo?" Marco, who had just taken a sip of hot water, quickly spoke up. "Bertha, don't worry. Leo and that teacher, Sun E, are right behind us. They're in the third cart. They'll be here any second." Just then, a boy stumbled down from the bus, crying out, "Where's my brother? I can't find my little brother. He's not down yet." The villagers recognized him, their faces paling. "Isn't that little Six's brother? Was your brother at the school, too?" Marco froze. Their two carts had left first. He had no idea what happened after. "Who? Little Six? I don't know. The only ones left up there were Leo and Sun." Before he could finish, the roar of another diesel engine echoed from the mountain road. Everyone whipped their heads around. The third utility cart's headlights cut through the rain as it sped down the mountain, two figures visible in the back. The crying boy's eyes went wide. One second he was sobbing, the next his face was alight with joy. "My brother. That's my brother." Everyone else stared, and as they looked closer, they saw Sun E holding little Six tightly in his arms. It really is Sun E and little Six. Marco, Leon, and the others suddenly realized what that meant, and their faces turned ashen. "Wait a minute. That's not right. Where's Leo?" Claire ran forward, stumbling as she reached the cart. Her fingers, gripping the railing, turned white from the force of her grip. She scanned the cargo bed, finding no third person. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she almost collapsed. She bit her lip, forced her head up, and looked at Sun E, trying to keep her voice from trembling. "Where is Leo?" Sun E's face was deathly pale. His lips trembled, and the moment he opened his mouth, his eyes reddened. "Leo. He went back to school to save little Six. When he was coming back, the flash flood hit. He threw little Six to me from a distance. He didn't have time to make it himself." Hearing those last words, Claire's mind went blank. She watched Sun Yi's mouth open and close, his eyes red, still saying something, but she couldn't hear a thing. It was as if a blunt object had been driven into her heart. It seized. Then, slowly it began to ache. The pain spread through her 1,000 tiny needles, making her whole body tremble. No, this feeling. It was like a huge piece of her heart had been ripped out again. It was a void so vast she couldn't even feel pain anymore, just a hollow, chilling numbness that froze her to the bone. The crowd was stunned into silence. A moment later, the shock wore off, and a wave of horror rippled through them. The girls covered their mouths, their eyes turning red. "Leo, how could this happen?" The guys from room 520, Marco, Leon, and Dylan, were in a daze, their minds buzzing, scalps tingling as if they were about to explode. Leo, he didn't make it down? Shit, that's impossible. Marco slammed his towel on the ground and spun toward the villagers, roaring, "Give me a cart. I'll drive. I'm going up to get my brother." The old village chief's face was grim. He spat, "Damn it all. Everyone stay back. I'll get the boy myself." He started toward one of the carts. But at that exact moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the mountaintop. They all looked up to see a massive wall of water, mud, and debris thundering down the mountain. It consumed the entire road in an instant, crashing down and exploding at the base in a torrent of mud and spray that shot higher than man's head. The flash flood was ferocious, its power terrifying. Everyone's face drained of color once more. Several villagers tackled the chief, holding him back, pleading desperately. "Chief, you can't go up there. Look at that flood. The cart doesn't have the power to get through that, even if the boy is... In this situation, he's probably..." He couldn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Marco and the others slumped to the ground, defeated. Leo, son E, consumed by guilt, slammed his fists against his own legs. "It's my fault. It should have been me. I should have been the one to go back for him." Just then, a car horn blared. Everyone instinctively turned toward the sound and saw the headlights of the black Maybach, parked next to the bus, switch on. When they looked back, they saw the slender figure of a girl walking toward it. Quinn, Jade, and Molly rushed to her side. "Claire, what are you doing?" Despite the pain from her still healing ankle, Claire's steps were labored but steady. Her voice was unervingly calm. "Going up." 2 words. They stunned everyone into silence. The villagers, snapping out of their shock, erupted in disbelief. "That pretty little thing. She's gonna drive up the mountain herself? That's suicide." The advisors, Alex and Ms. Sullivan, were among the first to rush over and block her path. "Claire, don't do this. It's too dangerous to go up there now. You need to calm down." Claire lifted her head. Her beautiful face was devoid of any expression. Her eyes swept over them. "My man is up there. How do you expect me to be calm?" The next second, her voice rose sharp and clear. "Get out of my way." The icy authority in her tone was like the edge of a blade. It froze everyone in place. Only Lily Lou, gritting her teeth, stepped forward and grabbed Claire's wrist, pleading one last time. "Claire, I know you want to save Leo, but I'm begging you. Look at the situation. Going up there now is just throwing your life away." Claire turned to look at Lily, and a small, sad smile touched her lips. "I told you before, this life, it's all his." Lily froze, her grip slowly loosening. Claire continued toward the Maybach. The old village chief's expression shifted, and he suddenly called out to her. "A Maybach has some power. Maybe you can make it. Girl, how about I go with you?" Claire had reached the car door. She glanced back at him. "No need. One life is enough." She opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. Just as she was about to close it, there was a frantic flapping of wings, and a chubby parrot dove headfirst into the car. It dug its talons into the steering wheel, looked up at its owner, and let out a series of determined squawks. "Count me in. Count me in." Claire paused for a moment. Then she smiled. "Okay, let's go save your emperor." The next moment, the engine ignited. In the torrential downpour, the Maybach's internal combustion engine began to roar, a deep, resonant growl that vibrated in everyone's ears and hearts. Gripping the steering wheel, Claire took a deep breath. She looked up, her gaze fixed on the inky black mountain road and the raging flash flood that poured down it. She whispered, "Wait for me," and she stomped on the gas. The engine screamed in fury. The black Maybach shot forward like an arrow, hurtling toward the mountain road. The wind howled. The rain fell like a wrathful god. Through the ink-black night and the curtain of rain, 2 powerful beams of light tore through the resistance, illuminating the path ahead. On the winding mountain road, the flood surged, a torrent of destruction flowing down. But a black shadow, like a bolt of lightning, let out an even more deafening roar as it charged against the current. The Maybach tore through the flooded road. The wheels spun furiously, crushing loose rocks and mud, throwing up waves of spray higher than a man's head. It was cleaving the waves. It was a fearless, headlong charge into the jaws of death. Inside, Claire gripped the steering wheel, her face calm and composed, but her eyes burned with 2 blazing fires. The pedal was pressed to the floor. Racing the flood? No. She was going to snatch him back from the heavens themselves. At the top of the mountain, amidst the torrential rain, another figure was also racing. The wheels of a bicycle spun at a frantic pace. Leo, covered in mud and grime, had a bloody gash on his face from flying debris, but it didn't stop him from pumping the pedals with all his might, carving out a path to survival through the raging flood. 10 minutes ago, he had cheated death. A last-second retreat had saved him from a mudslide. The real miracle was a bicycle, probably washed down from the school, that had floated right to him. It was his only tool, his only hope in this desperate situation. The main path was impossible. He made a split-second decision. He veered onto a side trail, crashing through countless branches and bushes. He didn't know this path, had no idea if it even led down a mountain. But he didn't have time to hesitate, because even if there was only a 1% chance of survival, he would give 100% effort to seize it, because he had made a promise. Through 1,000 trials and tribulations, he would cut through every obstacle. He had to get back to her side. The flood raged. The path was treacherous and steep. The wheels suddenly slipped, and he lost control, the bike and rider tumbling off the path, crashing hard onto the rocks 2 meters below. Crack! The impact forced a grunt from Leo's lips. His back felt like it had split open. But without a moment's hesitation, he righted the bike, leaped back on, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His smile was savage. Good. 2 more meters down. I'm going down this mountain to see my woman today. Not even God himself can stop me. He slammed his foot down on the pedal, and the bicycle shot forward like lightning once more. A bolt of lightning descended from the mountaintop. A black shadow charged upstream against the flood. The storm raged, thunder cracking through the clouds. The flood was a torrent, but it felt like a grand, fateful reunion. A landslide of rocks tumbled down the road ahead, pelting the Maybach's windshield. Claire jerked the wheel to the side, narrowly avoiding several large boulders. But at nearly 100 miles an hour, even small fragments of rock could shatter the glass. A sharp piece of stone shot through the window with terrifying force and embedded itself in her left shoulder. She let out a muffled grunt. A patch of crimson slowly began to spread, but she kept her grip on the wheel, enduring the throbbing pain in her right ankle, and gritted her teeth, keeping the pedal floored as the Maybach roared onward. On the forest trail, falling trees and sharp branches tore at Leo's clothes, cutting his face and arms. The path was a slick mess of mud. The wheels lost traction again. He crashed again, and he got back up again. He didn't care about the pain or the filth. All that mattered was hurtling through the forest on that bike. Pain, wetness, and cold were sapping the strength from both of them. But if their bodies reached their limits, then their will would carry them through. At that moment, the bicycle broke through the tree line, flying out into the open air. The passenger window of the upstream Maybach rolled down, and Claire screamed, "Reasonable!" The chubby parrot shot out of the window like an arrow from a bow. It spread its wings, flying high into the storm. It scanned the horizon desperately. Then it let out a piercing shriek that echoed through the night. That way! That way! The Maybach fishtailed around a corner, following the parrot's direction, and crashed through the tree line. The bicycle landed hard. Leo looked up and saw the impossible, familiar figure of a parrot flying toward him through the night sky. Emperor! 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 Leo froze. Reasonable. The next second, the roar of an engine echoed from the woods nearby. The battered, scarred black Maybach burst through the trees, leaping into the open and charging right at him. He saw the figure of the girl in the driver's seat. For a moment, Leo was too stunned to process it. Then, shock turned to horrified rage, and he screamed, "Claire Sterling, are you out of your goddamn mind?" The Maybach roared to a stop beside him. Through the passenger window, he saw her. Her long hair was a mess. She was a wreck, but the moment she saw him, her eyes reddened, tears welling up. She bit her lip and yelled back defiantly, "I don't want my life. I want you. Move over. I'm driving. This is insane. I'll let you come up here." "I did. I told you if you didn't come down, I'd come find you." "That's insane. I already had a way down." "Liar. A bicycle can't survive this flood. If I hadn't come up to save you, you'd be dead. You coming up here puts you in danger too. Don't you know you could have died? Then we died together." "Insane." The words flew back and forth in a fraction of a second. As they argued, Leo yanked open the driver's door, and Claire scrambled into the passenger seat. Their movements were seamless, without a moment's hesitation, but their argument only grew more heated. After Leo's final, exasperated shout, Claire lunged forward and slammed her lips against his. Outside, the rain poured down, and the floodwaters crashed against the car. But inside, time seemed to freeze. Disaster raged around them. The wind howled, and lightning split the sky. But in the car, the boy and girl's fierce kiss seemed to forget everything else, casting aside all thought of life and death. It was an act of defiance, a silent mockery of the storm's impotent fury. The kiss lasted only a moment. The next second, They broke apart. Leo's eyes fell on Claire's disheveled hair and the crimson stain spreading across her shoulder. A sharp pain stabbed at his heart. He gritted his teeth. Who was it that told me if they were ever in danger, I shouldn't try to save them? Claire's face was pale from blood loss, but she lifted her chin defiantly. That was the third condition you owed me. Now you owe me 300. Leo took a deep breath. Fine. 300 conditions. We got a lifetime. I'll pay you back slowly. As he spoke, he gripped the steering wheel and stomped on the gas, roaring, "Reasonable! Lead the way." The parrot, which had been circling above the Maybach, beat its wings and shot up into the night sky, fighting through the torrential rain. It scanned its surroundings, then darted in a specific direction. This way, this way. The Maybach's engine roared to life. The wheels spun. The next second, it shot forward like an arrow, following Reasonable's lead, and plunged back in the forest. The flood raged. The rain danced wildly in the wind and lightning. The night was dark and oppressive, the trees swaying like demons. Yet, through it all, the violent roar of an engine echoed, and the black Maybach, a phantom of lightning, tore through the forest. Its powerful white headlights shattered the curtain of rain, illuminating the path ahead. A parrot flew above, screaming itself hoarse. "This way. Go this way. Follow me. Follow me." In the driver's seat, Leo's hands were clamped on the wheel, his eyes fixed on the path, his foot never leaving the gas. He expertly weaved between massive tree trunks and dodged the debris and branches that flew at them from all sides. In the passenger seat, Claire's face was ashen. The wound in her shoulder throbbed, and a cold chill spread through her with the blood loss. But she seemed oblivious to her own injuries. She tilted her head slightly, watching the focused, determined face of the boy in the driver's seat. A small smile played on her lips. Even if the world was ending, even if a flood was trying to swallow them whole, just being by his side brought a strange sense of peace, a comforting warmth. Her eyelids grew heavy, starting to flutter. Her head began to nod. Leo caught it out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils contracted. "Don't sleep. Stay with me." A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she mumbled, "Not sleeping, just closing my eyes for a second." Leo gritted his teeth, wrestling the Maybach through the treacherous terrain while his mind raced. "Let's talk. I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was this unlucky idiot named Leo Hammer. In high school, he was a total simp. The drowsiness grew heavier. Claire's head lolled to the side, resting against the window, her consciousness fading. Leo sped up his story. Then one day, he met this girl, half asleep. A faint smile touched her lips. I know. He met CL. He cut her off instantly. He met Sarah Lynn. Claire's eyes snapped open. The drowsiness vanished, replaced by a murderous glare. What's Sarah Lynn? To hell with Sarah Lynn. The floodwaters were rising. Leo was doing everything he could to steer the Maybach through the shallower parts, but the engine warning light on the dashboard was already flashing an ominous red. The once pristine car was now covered in scratches and dents. And of course, their luck got worse. Just as they found another trail that looked like it would lead them down the mountain, a deafening crash echoed from ahead. Another section of the path had collapsed. A torrent of mud and rocks slid down the mountainside, piling up into a 2-meter-high barrier of boulders and broken trees. The path was completely blocked. Hope seemed to vanish. The obstacle was too high for the Maybach to cross. In the air, Reasonable flapped his wings in a panicked frenzy. In the car, Leo's pupils shrank. He glanced at Claire. She was already drifting off again, her beautiful face as pale as paper. Gritting his teeth, Leo wrenched the steering wheel. "Reasonable. Turn around." The next second, the engine roared again. The Maybach executed a dangerous, screeching U-turn on the narrow path. The car was now facing back up the mountain. Feeling the lurch of the car, Claire forced her eyes open. "Leo," he took a deep breath. "Just hang on. Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, a look of grim determination flashed in his eyes. If they couldn't go down this way, they'd find another way. First, they'd go up. He stomped on the gas again. This time, the Maybach charged back up the mountain, straight into the flood. The car shook violently. The force of the water felt like it would crush them. In the passenger seat, half conscious, Claire mumbled, "Leo, I think I pissed off those spirits in the sanctuary. They really hold a grudge. This is serious payback." Leo gritted his teeth. To hell with their spirits. Anyone associated with that place. They're not invited to the wedding. Hold on. His foot slammed the pedal to the floor. The Maybach roared, accelerating into a black blur, charging straight for the summit. The sound of the engine nearly drowned out the roar of the flood. It was a battle against the heavens. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a war between kings was being waged on the winding mountain road. The rain fell like a wrathful god. On the mountainside, inside the Sanctuary of Awakening, the room was a wreck. A flash of lightning illuminated the statues of the Taoist deities. Their expressions were cold and indifferent, majestic and severe. On the road, inside the Maybach, Leo's face was set with savage determination, his eyes burning with two raging fires. Who gives a damn about your spirits? My woman is right here next to me. Today, even if all the gods of heaven and earth try to stop me, I'm getting us down this mountain. The Maybach tore through the flood, racing toward the summit. At a familiar fork in the road, it drifted into a sharp turn, then pointed back downhill. Ahead was the main path the utility carts had used earlier. It was still blocked by a pile of rocks, but after several waves of mud and debris had washed over it, a small, sloping ramp had formed. A glint appeared in Leo's eyes. He took a deep breath, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. He spoke softly, as much to the car as to himself. This one is on us. The car's frame seemed to vibrate in response. The next second, Leo's gaze turned sharp as a razor. He stomped the accelerator to the floor. The engine howled. In that instant, tens of thousands of parts roared in unison. The black Maybach became a bolt of lightning, screaming as it charged the stone ramp. Reasonable swooped down from the sky and landed triumphantly on the hood ornament, spreading his wings and letting out a piercing cry. Giddy up! The parrot's shriek, mixed with the engine's furious roar, propelled the Maybach up the ramp. For a single, breathtaking moment, its two powerful headlights broke through the rain and darkness, pointing straight at the heavens. It was a declaration of war. The night was a heavy shroud. The colossal form of Spirit Springs Mountain seemed to vanish into the wind and rain, an immense, silent, and solemn presence. One could only see a wall of blackness, occasionally illuminated for a fleeting second by a flash of lightning, revealing the raging floodwaters pouring down the winding road. The sound was growing more terrifying, tightening the knot of dread in everyone's stomach, because there was still no sign of the boy and girl coming down the mountain. At the base, in the clearing, more people were gathering. Students who had been staying in Spirit Springs Town had heard the news, and dozens of town residents had rushed over to help. Urgine Qian held a phone to his ear, shouting over the storm. "Hello, Uncle Nine Gold. It's me, Urgine. Is your helicopter still around Berkeley? I need to borrow it. The damn sky's having a meltdown. It's causing a flash flood. Me and Mr. Qian just met these two kids who are trapped on the mountain. I gotta go get him. Hello. Hello. What is this crappy signal?" He wasn't the only one trying to find a solution. The town's fire department and rescue team had arrived, but one look at the severe weather and the force of the flood, and their faces grew grim. They shook their heads. 20 minutes, half an hour ago, maybe there was a chance. But now, going up the mountain was just a needless sacrifice. The fire chief, in full uniform, hurried over, his voice urgent and serious. "You can't stay here at the base, either. The next wave of the flood will be even stronger. It's not safe here. Pack up. You need to evacuate with us." At his words, a group of Berkeley students led by Marco Shaw and Quinn Liu grew frantic. "We're not leaving. Sir, please, just let us wait a little longer. Our friends are still up there. We know they're about to come down." The advisors, Ms. Sullivan and Alex, stepped forward and spoke quietly with the chief. "How about this? You and your team evacuate the villagers and the other students first. We have our own car. We'll just wait. Just 5 more minutes." The fire chief's brow furrowed as he shook his head forcefully. "No, the next wave could come at any time. I'm responsible for every single one of you." The old village chief slammed a hand on his thigh. "Damn it all, you all go. I'm going up one more time. I can't let those 2 kids die on our mountain." Just then, at the front of the crowd, Lily Liu let out a gasp of utter disbelief and joy. "Look, everybody look, up on the mountain. There's a light." Everyone in the clearing instinctively looked up, and then they saw something so stunning it would be seared into their memories for the rest of their lives. In the gloomy darkness, a light suddenly appeared on the once pitch-black mountain. It tore through the rain and the night, speeding down toward them. A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the road. There, on the treacherous, winding path, with the floodwaters raging behind it, a battered Maybach was flying down the mountain like a black thunderbolt, cleaving the waves, charging fearlessly forward. No one could believe their eyes. But the next moment, the crowd snapped out of their shock and erupted into a deafening roar. Marco, Leon, and Dylan were ecstatic, almost losing their minds. "There are 2 people in the car. It's Leo. Leo and Bertha are back." The Berkeley students were overcome with joy. Holy shit, Leo, you legend. Everyone was screaming, cheering, their eyes glued to the black Maybach as it raced the flood, yelling encouragement at the top of their lungs. Come on, faster, go, go, go. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the black Maybach, its engine roaring, reached the base of the mountain and screeched to a halt in a sharp, sideways drift. The crowd's cheering fell silent for a moment. Only the Maybach's engine continued to rumble, a low growl like the exhausted panting of a warrior after a great battle. In the silence, they saw the driver's side door open. Leo stepped out, carrying Claire in his arms. Both were covered in cuts and bruises, utterly battered. But Leo's eyes were still sharp and bright. Only when he looked down at the girl in his arms did his expression soften into warmth. We're here. The girl leaned against his chest, her face pale and weak, but as she looked up at him, a smile touched her lips. She reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Leo leaned down and kissed her, as if they would never let go. The next second, the crowd erupted in cheers and screams once more. That night, all the adults and children from Pending Village and the Hope School were safely evacuated and settled in Spirit Springs town. The injured were sent to the hospital. That, of course, included Leo and Claire. Fortunately, neither was seriously hurt. Leo looked like a wreck, but his injuries were all superficial. The worst was a gash on his arm that required 6 stitches. The rest just needed to be cleaned and disinfected. Claire's most serious wound was from the piece of rock that had shattered the windshield and lodged in her shoulder. She had lost a lot of blood, which looked terrifying, but after the wound was cleaned, stitched, and she was put on a 4-drip, she fell into a deep sleep. According to the doctor, the young lady has a guardian angel. If that piece of rock had been an inch higher, lower, or to the left, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Leo, sitting by her bedside, heard the doctor's words. He gently took his girlfriend's hand, looked at the matching red wishing bracelets on their wrists, and smiled. Yeah, the saints were watching over us. The next day, she woke up in her hospital bed. While eating an apple her boyfriend had peeled for her, she listened as he recounted the doctor's assessment. She lifted her wrist to look at the red cord and nodded in agreement. The saints are good. We'll go back to the chapel on Serenity Peak next month and light some more candles. And while we're there, find out if the saints can beat up the spirits from that old sanctuary. If not, we'll send Mr. Joan to help. After a night of sleep and in 4-drip, Claire's energy was clearly returning. Leo relaxed seeing her improve and was able to fill her in on the situation. As expected, Pending Village and the Hope School on Spirit Springs Mountain had been completely buried by the mudslides. But in a stroke of incredible luck, every single villager and child had escaped unharmed. In fact, the only ones seriously injured in the entire ordeal were the power couple currently occupying the hospital room. Claire frowned, looking at her boyfriend. Leo, I think we might be cursed. How does trouble follow us everywhere we go? Leo laughed, remembering the thought that had flashed through his mind during the most terrifying moments of the previous night, and he told her about it. The girl pouted. No novel would be that ridiculous and cliché. Then she saw the stitches on his arm, and her brow furrowed with concern. Does it hurt? Stop peeling fruit for me. You need to rest, too. If there really is such a terrible author, Mr. Joe will have to deal with them. Even if there was some fantastical world of novels, the hardworking, kind, and brilliant author who could write such a wonderful story was not the primary target for elimination right now. The immediate concern was the Sterling family's Maybach. During last night's terrifying storm, the little Maybach had been the greatest hero. While saving the young couple, it had paid a heavy price. The windshield was shattered, the body was covered in scars, and the chassis was severely damaged and waterlogged. It was hard for anyone to imagine how a car in that condition could have held on long enough to get them safely down the mountain before finally dying. One could only say that last night, the Maybach had tapped into the ultimate romance of the internal combustion engine and performed an epic miracle. The Maybach will be our wedding car, Claire declared without a second thought, her heart aching for the vehicle. She nearly assigned her father, Charles Sterling, the task of carrying it down the aisle. The other hero of the night, of course, was the great and chubby parrot, Reasonable. It was equally unimaginable how a monk parakeet could have flown so bravely in such a storm, becoming a crucial navigator for its owners. But after his heroic effort, Reasonable was also completely drained. He spent the night lying listlessly on the hospital bed. Looking at him, Leo made a decisive declaration. When we get home, he gets to watch Animal Planet 24/7. Claire, looking at her sleeping parrot, was also filled with love and pity. She gently stroked his round head. And I'll make him a nice meal. The next second, The parrot shot up like he'd been electrocuted, flapping his wings in terror. No need. No need. The movies are fine. The movies are fine. They had been admitted to the hospital late on March 28th. Leo was mostly recovered by the next day, but he stayed with Claire for 2 more days. During that time, a steady stream of visitors came to the room. Their friends from Berkeley, the gang from room 520 and 205, the 2 advisors, and Lily Lou. Lily brought hot soup from a restaurant in town. Placing on the nightstand, the humanities girl looked at the couple and sighed. Now I really believe it. You too. Not even God himself could tear you apart. The children from the Hope School, son E, and the village chief also came by with snacks, fruit, and flowers, nearly filling the entire room. The village chief thumped his chest proudly. When a village is rebuilt, you have to come back. We'll welcome you with drums and gongs. Oh, and that hot spring. We'll reserve it just for you two. It's potent stuff. The missus and I went 7 rounds in their back in our day. He was unceremoniously dragged away by several other villagers before he could finish. Son, he stayed behind. The teacher from the Hope School gave Leo and Claire a deep bow. Thank you. When he looked up, his eyes were red. It's all my fault. I almost got you both. Leo and Claire just smiled and waved it off, telling him not to worry about it. Their eyes met for a moment, though neither knew what the other was thinking, as they looked at the man who, in their past life, had become a celebrated hero. A shared thought arose. In this life, he might never be chosen as one of the state's most inspirational figures. But compared to that honor, living a safe and peaceful life was a much better ending. To be reborn, and to have a hand in changing someone else's fate in the midst of such a crisis. That was its own kind of merit. However, as that thought crossed their minds, both Leo and Claire froze slightly. It was as if something had been touched deep in their hearts. On March 29th, the Berkeley students, led by their advisors, left Spirit Springs town and returned to the city. On March 30th, their friend from room 205 and 520 stayed 1 more day before also saying their goodbyes. On March 31st, after 3 days in the hospital, Claire, having recovered most of her strength, was discharged with Leo by her side. The Maybach had already been shipped back to the city for repairs. Eugene had arranged for a luxury car to take the couple home. At 7:30 p.m., they arrived back at the LNS house. The home was as warm and welcoming as when they had left, but returning after just a few days felt like coming back from another lifetime. Claire remembered something and turned to Leo. It's almost April. Yes, March had finally ended with a heart-stopping finale. A new month was about to begin, and the first day of April was Leo's birthday. On the first morning of April 2008, the sun shone brightly. Waking up on the soft, comfortable friendship bed, Leo stretched and sat up. He glanced to his side and saw that the spot where a certain young lady should have been was empty. It seemed Ms. Bertha Sue had woken up early. Leo went in the bathroom, washed up, and headed downstairs. As he descended, an enticing aroma drifted from the kitchen, making him pause. He followed the scent and found the girl, already up and dressed in casual loungewear, an apron tied around her waist, flipping a fried egg at the stove. Just as he walked in, she slid a perfectly cooked egg onto a plate. She turned to him and smiled. You're up? Here, try this. I made it myself. As she spoke, she casually brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. In that moment, she exuded the mature charm of a young housewife. So thoughtful, it was almost moving. Leo didn't dare move a muscle. The moment he heard the last 4 words, he froze in sheer terror. Who could understand this feeling? Waking up in the morning only to be faced with a life-or-death situation. He nervously eyed the fried egg she was holding out to him. It looked normal. It smelled delicious. If the first 2 categories of sight and smell were fine, that meant the taste was going to be an absolute catastrophe. Unable to resist the expectant look in his girlfriend's eyes, Leo steeled himself and took the plate. With the grim determination of a man facing his execution, he picked up the chopsticks, lifted the egg with a trembling hand, and took a tiny bite. As the tender egg white and runny yolk filled his mouth, Leo's eyes shot open. He looked at Claire in utter disbelief. You made this? Claire nodded happily. I did. How is it? Leo savored the bite, chewed and swallowed. Then he took another bite and gave her an emphatic thumbs up. Incredible. Although it was still the work of an amateur, the egg was at least a solid 6. 5 out of 10. Compared to Ms. Bertha Sue's usual score of -6. 5, this was a monumental leap forward. Leo was both surprised and delighted, but mostly confused. How did your cooking skills improve so much all of a sudden? Claire raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're saying I was bad before? Realization dawned on him, and he quickly backtracked. Oh no, what I meant was, it was great before, but now it's even better. This is so good. The Queen of England herself isn't worthy of eating it. That part was true. If this was her normal cooking level, he'd eat whatever she made. The Queen could have the colorful, chaotic messes. Claire couldn't help but laugh at his flattery, finally revealing the secret. That's the ninth egg. Mr. Chen ate the first 8. He was my taste tester and gave me some pointers. Leo stared. Mr. Chen. He instinctively turned his head and saw a familiar figure sitting on the living room couch. Mr. Chen stood up, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and walked over, greeting Leo casually. Hey, morning. He followed it with a hearty burp. Claire's eggs are all pretty good. The first few were just a little multicolored. I thought they were fine, but not everyone can appreciate that kind of art, so I had her try again. The mystery was solved. Leo looked at Mr. Chen with overwhelming gratitude. What legend. It had been days since he'd seen him, and the first thing he does is save his life. Eating 8 of Claire's culinary experiments in one sitting. Was this a feat any normal human could accomplish? Son, he didn't deserve that hero award. It should go to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen had stopped by this morning after hearing about the incident on Spirit Springs Mountain from his relative, Urgine. He wanted to check on them. Seeing his favorite power couple safe and sound, he was relieved. When he heard that his little parrot buddy had also played a key role in the ordeal, Mr. Chen turned to Reasonable and waved a hand magnanimously. Let's go. To the video store. Big Brother's buying you some DVDs. And censored, high-def female parrots. The chubby parrot quivered with excitement and shot into the air, flapping wildly around the living room. Female parrots. Female parrots. Buy DVDs. Buy DVDs. The next second, he landed on Mr. Chen's shoulder, full of vigor. Let's go, Big Brother. Let's go. He seemed even more energetic now than he had on that stormy night. Mr. Chen waved goodbye to Leo and Claire and sauntered out with Reasonable. The couple watched him go with a smile. Claire linked her arm through Leo's and looked up at him with a grin. April 1st. Happy birthday. She stood on her toes and gave him a quick kiss. It dawned on Leo. He laughed. So that's why you got up so early to make an egg? Claire nodded. You have to eat an egg on your birthday. Then she added, and longevity noodles. The feeling of being moved that was welling up in Leo instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of dread. Longevity noodles? You made those too. She gave him a playful glare. Who else? They're already done. I just covered them with a plate. Wait here, I'll bring them out. As he watched her cheerfully walk into the kitchen, Leo swallowed hard and called out nervously, the longevity noodles. Did you have Mr. Chen taste test them? Her voice came from the kitchen. Of course not. He's not the birthday boy. These are just for you. Her perfectly reasonable words were followed by the sound of a plate being lifted. Then, a strange, unidentifiable odor began to waft out of the kitchen. Leo's face paled, and he started to back away. You know what? I suddenly feel a little unwell. I think Kevin's mom is having another baby. Ultimately, he couldn't escape his fate. But when he took a bite of the noodles, he was shocked to find they weren't bad either. They just smelled a little off. Claire finally explained. I called Mrs. Phone and had her walk me through it. She paused, a little embarrassed. It was hard just doing it over the phone. I had to throw out the first 4 or 5 attempts. This is the 6th bowl. Leo understood. He looked at her, his heart swelling with a different kind of warmth, and took her hand. Thank you for going through all that trouble. Claire squeezed his hand back, smiling. It was no trouble. It's your birthday. The birthday boy gets whatever he wants. A thought occurred to her, and she raised an eyebrow. Any wishes or anything you want to do today, just say the word. I'll cooperate. Leo chuckled. What could I possibly want to do? He continued without missing a beat. But since you're offering, I heard we have a vibrating friendship bed in our room. Claire's expression went blank. I also heard there are several bowls of failed noodles in the kitchen trash that haven't been thrown out yet. Care for taste? The threat landed perfectly. All thoughts of friendship beds vanished, and Leo obediently went back to eating his noodles. Watching him, Claire couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and affection. She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, What's the rush? Some things. Have to wait for tonight. Leo's chopsticks froze midair. He slowly looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. The girl's cheeks were faintly pink. She shot him a playful, scolding glance. What are you looking at? Eat your noodles. But that single, coquettish glance was enough to leave him completely mesmerized. Today was Tuesday, a school day. But since Leo and Claire were just back from the hospital, they still needed to rest. Their advisors had already called in their absences. This meant the young couple had the entire day to themselves. After breakfast, they decided to walk to a nearby supermarket. For Leo's birthday, They had agreed with their friends from both dorms to keep it simple. Just a lively get-together at the LNS house with good food and drinks. The fridge was empty, so they needed to stock up. They stepped out the front door into the bright morning sun. A light mist still clung to the tree-lined streets of the neighborhood, and the faint scent of flowers drifted from the lawns. It was intoxicating. The couple walked hand in hand, savoring a peace that felt long overdue, as if the terrifying storm from a few days ago had happened in another lifetime. Inside the supermarket, they pushed a cart through the aisles. Claire was in high spirits, walking ahead with her hands behind her back, her steps light. Every so often, she'd grab a bag of chips from a shelf or some lamb slices from the freezer and toss them into the cart. Spotting something up ahead, her eyes lit up. "Oh, they have ribs. Let's get some." She hurried forward excitedly. Leo followed with the cart, calling out, "We still have ribs at home. Don't buy too many." The girl ahead didn't turn around, just waved a hand dismissively. I know, but these look really good." Watching her weave through the aisles, her head bent in concentration as she selected ingredients, Leo couldn't help but smile. A warmth spread through his chest. After coming so close to death just days before, these quiet, peaceful moments felt all the more precious. Compared to the dramatic, novel-like twists and turns they had endured, this, strolling through the neighborhood on a sunny spring morning, browsing a supermarket with his girlfriend, arguing over how many pounds of ribs to buy, seemed mundane. But it was a mundane existence filled with a warmth that was priceless. If he could, he would trade all the thrilling adventures for this. A quiet, warm life like this. He could happily live it for an eternity. After returning home with their groceries, it was just past 10 in the morning. Their friends wouldn't be over until late afternoon. The couple didn't cling to each other. Instead, Claire took out her books and sat at the dining table to catch up on homework, while Leo went into the study to deal with the work projects he'd neglected. He'd already received a string of good news from David Chung at Happy Nest. The website's registered user count had soared past 8 million and was on track to break 10 million within the week. Leo gave him a call. On the other end, David's voice was buzzing with excitement. "Done with your little vacation with the girlfriend? Get to the office in the next couple of days. We need to finalize the next phase of our plan. The future is bright, but there are more battles ahead." Then there was the battle through the Heavens browser game project, which also needed his attention. The web novel was approaching a major climax in its serialization. On Scrollverse, its stats were exploding, and it was showing signs of hitting the top of the charts. He chatted online with the author, Potato. It turned out the guy was on a creative roll, churning out over 10,000 words a day. The protagonist was on a hot streak, and the big showdown was getting closer. Leo was surprised. "You're updating that fast lately?" This wasn't the lazy author he remembered for his past life. Potato's reply was cheerful. "I'm just on fire right now. Mostly because that outline we talked about completely unblocked my thinking for the next arc. The words are just flowing, huh?" Leo considered this. Writing too fast wasn't necessarily a good thing. His game development wasn't moving at the same pace. The best strategy was to launch the game right as the novel hit its peak, maximizing the promotional effect. He typed back to Potato. "It's fine if you slowed down a bit. Build up a backlog of chapters. Then, when our game comes out, you could do a massive release." Potato thought about it and agreed it made sense, deciding to dial back his daily word count. Leo, satisfied with his work, closed the chat window. Novel readers are a forgiving bunch. Whether you give them 10,000 words or 2,000, they'll read it. They're kind, benevolent creatures. Besides coordinating with the author, Leo also had to check on the progress of the game's art team. After 4 days on the spring trip and 3 days in the hospital, he hadn't checked in for a week. He opened the AIM chat window for the #1 employee of Mako Entertainment, Ms. Isabella Zhao. Leo typed, "How's it going? Slacking off?" A reply came back from her phone almost instantly. "Isabella, only pigs slack off. I'm working my butt off every day. I don't want to be the team lead anymore. The pressure is killing me." Her words were practically dripping with aggrieved indignation. He could picture it. Knowing her sense of responsibility, being team lead meant she wasn't lording her power over anyone. She was just taking on more work. Now she had to worry about her own art and supervise the quality of everyone else's. Leo felt a pang of sympathy. "You want me to find someone else to be the lead? I can give the bonus to them." The reply was instantaneous. "Isabella, no, I was just kidding. I love being the team lead. I thrive under this kind of pressure." Leo couldn't help but laugh. As he was about to type a reply, another message came through. "Isabella, is it your birthday today?" Leo paused, surprised. "How did you know?" A smug emoji appeared in the chat window. "Isabella, I'm your friend on Happy Nest. I got a notification. Happy birthday." She sent a few cake emojis. Leo felt a genuine sense of warmth and appreciation. He typed back, "Thanks. In that case, you could just consider this month's salary my birthday gift from you." Isabella was stunned into silence. After a long pause, a string of ellipses appeared, her despair palpable even through the screen. Isabella. Isabella. Boss, I don't want to wish you a happy birthday anymore. Can I take it back? As noon approached, Leo finished his work and came out of the study. At the dining table, Claire was just putting away her textbooks and homework, rising to her feet for a long stretch. In that moment, her graceful, slender figure was displayed in its full glory, a perfect silhouette that made Leo momentarily lose his train of thought. Claire turned and saw him standing at the study door, staring. She couldn't help but smile. "What are you looking at so intently?" "You," Leo replied, his tone matter of fact. The girl looked pleased, raising an eyebrow. "Do you like what you see?" Leo nodded emphatically without hesitation. "You do." He looked her up and down again. "But you seem a little thinner." At the mention of this, Claire's eyes lit up. "I'm going to weigh myself." She padded over to the scale in the living room, slipped off her slippers, set her phone aside, and carefully stepped on. Her face broke into a joyous grin. "I really did lose weight." Leo came over and glanced at the number. 48. 7 kilograms. For Claire's height, that was significantly underweight. It was partly due to her recent workout routine, but mostly because of her injury and hospital stay. While Claire was happy with the change, Leo frowned. "Being too thin isn't good for you. Your health is more important. You just recovered from your injury. You need to eat well for a while." Claire glanced over at him. "You like them bigger?" He waved a hand, his expression righteous. "As long as it's you, I like you at any weight. But your health is what matters most, though a little more wouldn't hurt. A little more to hold on to." Of course, Leo, now a self-proclaimed high-EQ boyfriend, didn't say that last part out loud. He maintained the facade of a concerned partner. Claire's eyes curved into crescent moons. Someone's getting sweeter with his words lately. She stepped closer and gave him a rewarding kiss on the lips. Then she pulled back, a mischievous glint in her eye. "But being sweet is good. Eating sweet things can make you gain weight, too." Leo smacked his lips, nodding seriously. "Perfectly reasonable. First, kissing was for weight loss. Now it's for weight gain." The principles of dieting, it seemed, were flexible, with all interpretations subject to the sole discretion of the power couple. At noon, Leo went into the kitchen to cook. Having achieved great success with her fried egg and longevity noodles that morning, Chef Sue was eager to join him and try her hand at a few more dishes. Her offer was swiftly vetoed. After all, he wanted to live to see his next birthday. Cooking was off the table for Ms. Bertha Sue unless Mr. Chien or Mrs. Phone was present to run interference. Of course, what he said was, "You worked so hard this morning. I'll handle lunch. If you want to cook later, you can make something for reasonable when he gets back." Claire thought about it and nodded. "Okay." Just then, the parrot in question returned home, brandishing the special edition DVD Mr. Chien had bought him. As he flew in the door, he overheard their conversation. His face fell in horror, and he immediately spun around and flew back out after Mr. Chien, squawking, "Big brother, wait. Don't go. I'll come to your place. I'll come to your place." In the end, Leo cooked a few simple dishes. The couple sat at the dining table and had a peaceful lunch together. Afterward, they cleaned up in the kitchen together. So many of life's daily chores, even the boring ones, became fulfilling and happy when done as a couple. They had a system at the sink. Leo washed the bulk of the dishes, so Claire finished her task first. She turned and watched him, his head bowed in concentration as he scrubbed. She couldn't help but remember the stormy night just a few days ago, seeing that same figure gripping the steering wheel of the Maybach, leading them out of danger. Without thinking, Claire stepped closer and wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, pressing her body against his. "Leo, I'll never stop you from being a hero." In the small kitchen, her voice was soft but firm. "But next time, if you have to take a risk, don't you dare leave me behind." Leo's hands paused in the soapy water. A gentle look came into his eyes. He nodded. "Okay." Satisfied, Claire pressed her cheek against his back and hugged him tighter. "And one more thing." "Yeah, what is it?" "If you ever mention Sarah Lynn again while I'm asleep to wake me up, you're dead." Oh, right. It won't happen again, I promise." How should one spend a birthday? For Leo, it wasn't about extravagant demands. Just being with the person he loved was more than enough. In the afternoon, they settled onto the living room couch and put on a romantic movie. The April sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The couple snuggled together, natural and close. Whenever the movie showed the main characters in an intimate moment, She would look up at him and lean in for a kiss. Leo would kiss her back, again and again. The kisses were gentle and tender, slow and lingering. It was hard to tell who was giving whom the public display of affection, the characters on the screen or the couple on a couch. Mr. Chien, who had been about to drop reasonable off, peeked through the slightly ajar door, saw the scene, and sighed with admiration. A perfect match. He turned and walked away, shaking his head with a smile, taking the parrot with him. It wouldn't do to interrupt such a private moment. After the movie, it was just past 3. They were both lazily draped over the couch, not wanting to move. Leo pulled out his phone and opened Garden Grab to check on the game's latest updates and harvest his crops. Claire, at the other end of the couch, picked up a novel and began to read. They were each doing their own thing, not bothering the other, yet both were basking in the quiet intimacy of being together. The afternoon atmosphere in the LNS house was serene. When Leo put his phone down, he turned and realized his girlfriend had fallen asleep, the book resting on her chest. She was leaning against the armrest, one hand propping up her cheek. Her eyes were closed, her long lashes fluttering with each even breath. Her long, slender legs, clad in black over-the-knee socks, were crossed casually, propped up in his lap. Leo looked down. He sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa, jailbait. The afternoon sun was gentle, the breeze warm. On the living room couch, the dozing girl's eyelids were heavy, her waterfall of black hair spilling softly over her shoulders. The sunlight traced a golden edge along her exquisite face. She was as beautiful as a painting. Her long legs rested naturally, intimately, across his lap. Black over-the-knee socks hugged her feet and calves, outlining their perfect, rounded curves. Leo swallowed hard. The little angel of reason on his shoulder solemnly warned him, "Leo, you are a gentleman. You cannot take advantage of this situation." But the little devil on his other shoulder was already jumping up and down, brandishing a tiny pitchfork. "Gentleman, my ass. Dude, it's your birthday. If you let this opportunity pass, what kind of man are you?" Leo decided the little devil had a point. The birthday boy gets a pass. Forget Bertha Sue, even the web novel censors would have to bow, hand him a gift, and quietly get lost today. His mind made up, Leo looked at the slender legs resting on his knees and reached out his hand of sin. He gently wrapped his fingers around her sock-clad foot. The sensation was soft. He was instantly addicted. He gave another squeeze. He was contemplating whether he should take the sock off, but then thought that leaving it on was also quite nice. Just then, a helpful, well-intentioned voice drifted over from the side. "Why not take one off and leave one on?" Leo's eyes widened in realization, and he smacked his forehead. "Hey, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable." But a second later, he snapped back to reality. His hand froze. He slowly lifted his head and followed the sound of the voice. He was met by Claire's teasing, smiling eyes. She had been awake the whole time. Someone's hands are getting a little naughty. Caught red-handed. As a seasoned offender, Leo remained perfectly calm. "You're awake? I was just worried your ankle sprain hadn't healed yet. I was helping you massage it." Claire glanced down at her left foot, currently cradled in his hands. "Is that so? But I sprained my right foot. When your girlfriend is too smart, little tricks don't work." Sensing danger, Leo quickly tried to make his escape. "Reasonable isn't back yet. I should go look for him at Mr. Chien's place." Before he could get up, a cool female voice stopped him. Not so fast. A long, slender leg shot out and pressed him back down onto the couch. Her delicate foot, wrapped in a black over-the-knee sock, rested firmly on his chest. Claire, still lounging against the armrest with her cheek in her hand, smiled at him. "No need to rush. First, tell me honestly, what were you just trying to do? Confess, and you'll be treated with leniency. Resist, and you'll face the consequences." As she spoke, her foot began to trace light patterns on his chest, the tip of her toe playfully moving up and down. Leo was completely bewildered by this turn of events. He stared at her foot for a long moment before asking, "What does leniency entail?" Claire raised an eyebrow. "I'll let you go." Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Then I choose the consequences." He puffed out his chest with the defiant air of a martyr. "Bring it on. Man, if this was what they did during ancient interrogations, I'd sign up to be a criminal." Claire saw right through him, a mix of exasperation and amusement on her face. But she didn't call him out. She played along, the curve of her lips becoming more seductive. "My, you got some spirit, hero, and I just love taming spirited men." The provocative words were something her cold, aloof self from her past life could never have imagined saying. Paired with her current suggestive posture, it was enough to make anyone blush. But the girl suppressed her shyness, her leg bravely tracing a path up his chest. The tip of her foot grazed his stomach, his chest, his neck, until it gently tilted his chin up. The seductive allure of that moment was breathtaking. Even Leo was stunned into a daze. Following the line of her foot, he looked up at her and saw her gently biting her lower lip, a crimson blush spreading across her cheeks. The atmosphere grew thick with a dizzying, intimate tension. Both of their hearts began to pound. Just then, the sound of their friends' voices echoed from the front yard. "We're here." "Oh, the door's open." "Leo." "Bertha." "We're here." The sound of footsteps grew closer. On the couch, Leo and Claire's expressions changed instantly. Claire frantically pulled her leg back and tried to sit up, but in her haste, she lost her balance and nearly fell off the sofa. Leo reacted instantly, reaching out to catch her. Careful, but her momentum pulled him off balance as well, and he tumbled forward, landing directly on top of her. At that exact moment, the gang from room 205 and 520 pushed open the door, full of excitement. "Claire!" "Leo!" The next second, they saw the couple on the floor in front of the couch, tangled in a very intimate, suggestive position. Everyone froze. Then, in unison, they sucked in a sharp breath. "You know what? Why don't you two finish up? We'll come back later." With the arrival of their friends, the single slaughterhouse was instantly filled with life. Everyone greeted the couple warmly, wishing Leo a happy birthday. They had all brought bags of groceries, drinks, and beer. It was around 3:30 p.m., the perfect time to start prepping for dinner. The girls from room 205 rolled up their sleeves, eager to help. "It's Leo's birthday today. You two just relax. We'll show off our skills." The guys from room 520 immediately intervened in a panic. "Ladies, please, no. You rest, just relax. Let the men handle the cooking." With that, Marco, Leon, and Dylan herded Leo into the kitchen. They might not be chefs, but they could at least help with washing vegetables and chopping meat. Anything was better than letting the ladies of 205 blow up the kitchen. It wasn't just their dorm mates who came to celebrate. Around 4 p.m., Lily Lou arrived, having been invited by Leo and Claire. Her arrival was met with enthusiastic welcomes. After the terrifying night on Spirit Springs Mountain, they all shared the bond of having faced death together, which had brought them closer. Lily quickly fell into easy conversation with the girls from 205, the atmosphere warm and friendly. Not long after, Mr. Chien returned with reasonable. He had only meant to drop the parrot off, but he was immediately invited to stay for the party. He was happy to oblige. "All right, I'll just pop next door and grab some red wine." He left as quickly as he came. Lily watched him go, a curious expression on her face. "That Mr. Chien, he looks kind of familiar." It seemed she had seen him at the barber shop, the diner, the motel, and the flower shop near campus. The girls from room 205 suppressed their smiles and explained, "You probably don't know about the Gilded Phoenix group." At 5:30 p.m., as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the delicious aroma of cooking filled the LNS house. One by one, steaming dishes were brought to the dining table. Everyone took their seats and opened the red wine. Before eating, they all raised their glasses to Leo and said in unison, "Happy birthday." Leo smiled and clinked his glass against theirs, saving the last for Claire. Claire held up her glass, looked at him, and smiled softly. "This one is to new life." Cheers and applause erupted. Most of them thought she was referring to their narrow escape from Spirit Springs Mountain. Only Claire knew the truth. This toast was because this life was finally different from the last. 16 years from now, in her past life, on this very day, the warm, handsome man before her had lost his life for her in a stormy night. 16 years ago in this life, she was finally able to be by his side. Leo, too, felt a flicker of recognition at her words. He felt as if she had unknowingly touched upon a sentiment only he could understand. The memory of that rainy night from his past life seemed infinitely distant now, almost faded. In what felt like a blink of an eye, a new birthday had arrived in this new life. He was surrounded by friends and family. Happiness enveloped him. His love was by his side. A genuine smile spread across his face. He looked at Claire and raised his glass to hers again. "Yeah, to new life." After the toast, everyone dug in, eating with gusto. After a few bites to line their stomachs, they started challenging each other to drinks, and the atmosphere grew even more lively. Throughout the evening, Leo's phone buzzed with calls and texts from friends and family wishing him well. Anna's school had scheduled an off-campus internship, so she couldn't make it, much to her dismay. Over the phone, Annie Cakes railed against her school before giving her brother and sister-in-law strict instructions. "Remember to save me a piece of cake. I'll come get it next week." Leo rolled his eyes. It'll be moldy by then. Claire was more generous. Don't worry, when Annie Cakes comes, I'll bake her a fresh one. This sent her into a panic. Oh, the signal's bad, I have to go. Happy birthday, bro. Bye, sis. Lily Lou, confused, whispered to Quinn and Molly. Is Claire a bad baker or something? Jade silently handed her one of Chef Sue's handmade cookies. Try this, and you'll understand. After one small bite, Lily's expression changed dramatically. Her eyes widened in quiet horror as she discreetly spat the cookie into a napkin. She made a mental note to never, ever let the bride-to-be cook for her. Next, Kevin and Tessa called. The couple in Portland seemed to be out to dinner themselves. Kevin's voice boomed through the phone. Happy birthday, Leo. Your brother can't be there, but I'll down one for you from here. Honey, bring me the beer. They heard the sound of furious chugging, followed by a loud thud as a head hit a table. Finally, Tessa took the phone, her voice calm and collected. Your brother is a little dead. It's fine. Happy birthday, Leo. Have fun. The last call was from his parents in Northwood. Everyone at the table leaned in to say hello, surprising and delighting his parents on the other end. Our little Leo has so many friends celebrating with him. His mother's birthday wish was simple and heartfelt. Your father and I don't need you to be rich or famous, son. We just want you to be happy and safe every day. She quickly added, and give us some grandchildren soon. A granddaughter would be fine too. How about twins? His father chimed in seriously. Your mother is right. The table erupted in teasing cheers. Leo's face turned bright red. He glanced at Claire, who was pretending to look away, but the blush creeping up her neck and ears gave her away. Finally, it was time for cake and presents. The cake was from the Gilded Phoenix Bakery, which Mr. Chien had conveniently picked up when he went to get the wine. They put a birthday hat on Leo, lit the candles, sang, and urged him to make a wish. Leo closed his eyes with a smile. 1,000 thoughts seemed to pass through his mind. Finally, he made his wish silently. When he opened his eyes, everyone was curious. What did you wish for? Leo just shook his head with a grin and joked, it's not for kids. Somehow, everyone seemed to understand immediately, their mischievous gazes shifting to Claire. She couldn't help but laugh. Why are you all looking at me? What's going on in those dirty minds of yours? The guys from room 520 had pooled their money for a new keyboard and mouse set, plus a giant gift basket of date cakes from Leon. The girls from 205 gave them a pair of matching hats and a custom puzzle featuring a photo of them kissing on the beach. Lily Lou gave him a pair of running shoes. Mr. Chien's gift was simpler, a membership card. He proudly declared that the card granted him VIP status at all his Gilded Phoenix establishments, complete with exclusive couples packages. The final gift was from Claire. When Mr. Chien helped haul a box as tall as a person into the living room, everyone was stunned. Whoa, what is that? Bertha, did you get him a fridge? Leo was also baffled. He had no idea when she had managed to hide such a huge box in the house. When he opened it, he was stunned again. Inside were more than a dozen smaller gift boxes. Marco's sharp eyes counted them quickly. 18. Everyone else caught on. 18 presents? Claire looked at Leo, a gentle smile on her face. For all the birthdays I missed, I'm making them up. To 1-year-old little Leo, who came into this world deserving 1,000 warm hugs. Inside was a soft hand-knitted scarf. To 5-year-old little Leo, who was always active and envious of other kids' toy cars. No need to be envious anymore. Someone will get them all for you. Inside was a complete set of 16 pristine model cars. To 10-year-old little Leo, who loved music in 4th grade. From now on, you'll have someone to listen with you. Inside was a collector's edition, signed debut album from Jay Cho. Leo read each card and opened each gift. 12 years old. 13. 14. The wishes on the cards were tender and sincere. Each gift was thoughtful and perfect, things he had once longed for but never received. To 15-year-old you, who liked to write in a diary when you were sad. From now on, we'll write in one together, a memory for the two of us to cherish even when we're 100. Inside was a scrapbook, already filled with photos of them from the past year, with notes in her neat, beautiful handwriting. 16, 17, until finally 18. He opened the small, exquisite box. Inside lay a pair of couple's rings. To 18-year-old you, who will hold the hand of a beautiful desk mate. For the rest of your life, everything convenient will be perfectly reasonable. Leo looked up at Claire. She was smiling radiantly. Happy birthday. He smiled back. Yeah, happy birthday. He leaned in and kissed her soft lips. The room erupted in cheers. Oh, Marco raised his glass with a flourish. Come on, a toast to the happy couple. That night, The lights in the L&S house burned bright. The guests were merry and full of wine. Late into the night, they tactfully took their leave. Leo and Claire walked them out to the front yard. Standing at the gate, they watched their friends' figures disappear into the distance. Slightly drunk, Leo turned to his girlfriend and joked, "By the way, after this birthday, I'm 19. You're one gift short." Claire raised an eyebrow. "Who said I was short? I prepared 19 gifts." Leo paused, surprised. "What's the last one?" The girl moved closer, standing on her toes to whisper in his ear, her voice an intimate caress. "Me?" The next second, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulled him down, and kissed him with sudden, fierce passion. They stumbled through the front door, still locked in a fiery embrace. Leo's hands were wrapped around her slender waist. Claire's arms were tight around his neck, her soft, fragrant body pressed so close it felt like she was trying to merge with him. From the entryway to the couch, and then to the stairs, he swept her up into his arms. She let out a small gasp before surrendering once more to the passionate haze. They ascended the stairs, step by step. When they reached the master bedroom, Claire seemed to remember something and gently pushed him away. You wait a second." First with a playful scolding, then with a soft plea, she finally convinced him to let her go. She hurried into the adjoining dressing room. Leo sat on the edge of the bed, feeling antsy, about to get up, when he heard the elegant click of high heels. Claire emerged from the dressing room, wearing a long, silk robe. She stood before him and gave a small, proud nod. As the robe fell away, revealing the breathtaking vision beneath, Leo's mind went completely blank. The early spring night was cool, but inside the bedroom of the L&S house, the temperature was suddenly, searingly hot. That night, the moonlight was soft, the evening breeze restless. The shadows of the trees danced, and a hidden fragrance filled the air. Downstairs in the living room, faint sounds could be heard from the floor above, enough to make one's heart race. A chubby parrot stared in bewilderment as the DVD of female parrots he had just acquired was somehow replaced with a lecture on Shakespearean sonnets. "So are you to my thoughts as food to life? Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" That night, in the master bedroom upstairs, the girl's eyes were hazy, like water. She bit her lower lip until her slender waist arched like a bowstring. Like a drowning person breaking the surface for air, she gasped for breath, her arms locked tightly around Leo's neck. She fought to control her trembling voice, but her words were full of contentment and certainty. "Leo, now, you have all of me. A night of dragons and fish dancing." As the morning sun once again streamed into the L&S house, Leo sat up in bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He glanced beside him at his girlfriend, who was still sound asleep, clutching the covers. The memory of last night's wild passion made him feel a little dazed, as if it had all been a dream. But looking at the girl beside him, a smile crept onto his face. It wasn't a dream. It was all real. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. As he pulled away, he realized she had opened her eyes and was watching him. Leo paused, then smiled back. "You're awake?" Claire mumbled and pulling the covers up higher until only the top half of her face was showing. She looked at Leo, then, out of nowhere, asked, "Who are you? Why are you in my bed?" Leo. He was so completely blindsided that he nearly recoiled off the bed. Holy shit, what is happening? Seeing her boyfriend nearly tumble to the floor in shock, Claire couldn't hold back a mischievous grin. "Idiot. I'm just kidding." He let out a sigh of relief, wiping imaginary sweat from his brow. "Thank God. Don't joke like that. Your boyfriend's heart isn't what it used to be." Claire reached out a slender, pale arm and hooked it around his neck, pulling him down towards her. A seductive curve played on her lips. "Not what it used to be. You seem to have plenty of energy last night." Caught off guard, Leo found himself half-sprawled on top of her. He could feel the soft, supple curves of her body beneath him and felt his mouth go dry. "It's not just last night. I'm feeling pretty energetic right now, too." Claire paused. A second later, she seemed to notice something, and a blush crept up her cheeks. "You pervert. It's first thing in the morning." Leo feigned innocence. "Hey, you started it. Last night, you were the one who..." Before he could finish, she scrambled to cover his mouth with her hand. "What about me? Don't talk nonsense." She tried to act casual, her voice a little strained. "I just saw it was your birthday, so I gave you a present." Is it so unreasonable for a girlfriend to give her boyfriend a birthday present? Leo nodded with righteous conviction. Perfectly reasonable. He paused, then gave her a wicked grin. But it could be even more reasonable. With that, he pulled the covers over both of them. Amid Claire's surprised yelp, the two of them tumbled together under the sheets. In the bright morning sunlight, The white comforter became a rolling wave. Another gasp came from beneath it. Ouch! Followed by a frantic voice. What? What's wrong? I haven't even started yet. Then, the girl's voice, a mix of exasperation and amusement. Idiot, you're pulling my hair. It was Wednesday, and they both had morning classes. But due to certain unavoidable circumstances, they were both 20 minutes late. When questioned by her concerned roommates from 2 under 5, Claire gave a calm and composed explanation. I overslept. The single sentence left Molly, Jade, and Quinn completely baffled. Overslept? That was something that had never happened to their resident campus queen before. They eyed her suspiciously. Claire, however, was the picture of composure. I'm thirsty. I'm going to the campus store. She turned and strolled away, leaving her 3 friends to exchange confused glances. As they watched her leave, Molly suddenly tilted her head. Is it just me, or is Claire walking a little weird? Leo's explanation to his roommates was far more reasonable. We were just debriefing last night's birthday party. We lost track of time. This was an explanation Marco, Leon, and Dylan could easily accept. But a moment later, they looked at him quizzically. Debriefing is fine, but Leo, why is your nose bleeding again? Forcing the steamy images from that morning out of his mind, Leo wiped his nose, his voice nonchalant. It's nothing. Spring is here. I'm just running a little hot. After the last class of the day, the couple met at the dining hall. As they sat at a corner table, Leo would take a bite of his noodles, then sneak a glance at Claire. Another bite, another glance. It got to the point where Claire couldn't take it anymore and lightly smacked the back of his hand. Just eat your food. Why do you keep staring at me? Am I that appetizing? But once her hand was out, she couldn't get it back. As a matter of fact, you are, Leo said, completely serious, as he turned his hand over and captured hers. Holding hands was nothing new for them, but after the events of the past day, the simple touch made a shiver run through Claire. Leo felt her reaction and was as delighted as an explorer discovering a new continent. He got an idea. He began to gently trace patterns on her palm with his finger. Claire's body tensed again, her cheeks flushing. She quickly clamped down on his fingers to stop him, shooting him a glare and hissing, "Stop fooling around. Eat your food." Leo looked at his trapped fingers. "I can't really eat if you don't let go." Claire gritted her teeth. "This is your fault for fidgeting." Leo paused, then looked at her. "This conversation we're having, does it feel a little like we're going for a drive?" Claire blinked. She looked down at her hand, gripping his fingers, then thought about what they had just said. Realization dawned, and she quickly let go, mortified. "Who's going for a drive? You little pervert, you're impossible." Seeing her flustered, blushing face, Leo found her even more adorable. Seizing the rare opportunity to have the upper hand, he pressed his advantage. He reached out, gently tilting her chin up, his tone playful. "Hey, gorgeous. Call me husband, and let's hear how it sounds." Claire stared at him for a second, watching his triumphant expression, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. "Husband, is it?" He was still grinning. "Yeah, just say it once and I'll eat my food." Before he could finish, without any obvious movement, Claire shifted her leg under the table, placing it in a rather strategic location. Leo's face changed instantly. He stared at her wide-eyed. Claire's expression was the picture of innocence. "Are you going to eat your food nicely?" Leo nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. And do you still want me to call you husband?" "No, no. Call me whatever you want. Then you call me wife." "Huh." Under the table, her foot shifted with a hint of menace. "Are you going to or not?" Leo sucked in a sharp breath. "Yes, yes, yes. Wife, wife, wife." A few moments later, peace was restored. Leo was diligently focused on his noodles. Claire looked at her little boyfriend, a corner of her mouth twitching, then breaking into a smile. "You idiot. You love to play, but you're so bad at it." Leo's teeth itched. "Just you wait, Bertha Sue. Tonight, I will make you call me husband willingly." In the end, the revenge plan never came to fruition. It was only Wednesday. Leo and Claire had agreed long ago that they would only go back to the LNS house on weekends. During the week, they would stay in their respective dorms to be closer to classes and to spend time with their roommates. This arrangement had been fine before, but after last night, things had changed. At the slightest lapse in concentration, their minds would drift back to the master bedroom of the LNS house. One of them would blush furiously, the other would feel a telltale warmth in his nose. Their roommates were baffled. "Claire, are you okay? Your face has been red all day." Claire pressed a cold, damp towel to her cheeks. "Try to calm down." "I'm fine. It's just a little hot in here." Meanwhile, in room 520, concern was growing. "Leo, this isn't normal. Is that internal injury from your training really that bad? Your nose is bleeding again." Leo, with two wads of tissue sticking out of his nostrils, spoke in a muffled voice. It's fine. This is what happens when you reach the advanced stages of the technique. That evening, the couple went for a walk around campus. As the time came to part ways, Leo walked Claire to the entrance of her dorm. They looked at each other. Well, I'm heading in, she said. Yeah, you should. Staying in the dorm is good, too. We can't just go back to the LNS house every day. Reasonable. Everything in moderation. We're not animals, after all. Of course not. Okay, I'm really going now. Bye. On the surface, they were both trying to act nonchalant. Their parting kiss was perfectly normal. It was only after they turned away that Leo licked his lips, feeling a familiar dryness in his throat, a wildfire starting in his chest. He gave himself a light slap on the cheek. Get a grip. A real man doesn't spend all day thinking about that. Leo, you need to focus. Your destiny is among the stars. Claire, too, felt a weakness in her knees. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself, scolding her own reflection. Claire Sterling, get it together. A girl shouldn't be so shameless. Last night was. Okay, it was a few times, but a former cold-hearted CEO can't be ruled by these ridiculous desires. The result was that back in their respective beds that night, with the lights out, both of them stared at the ceiling, wide awake. Deep breath after deep breath. One chanted, "My mind is like ice. The heavens can fall, and I will not be moved." The other thought, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." It didn't work. They couldn't sleep. They pulled out their phones and looked at the calendar. When is it Friday? Why are there still 2 more days until Friday? 2 days is 48 hours, 2,880 minutes. And every second felt like a year. In the darkness, the young couple gritted their teeth. Who invented time? To hell with time. Where's Mr. Joe? Get Mr. Joe to deal with it. The next day, Thursday, at lunch, the 2 dorms gathered in the dining hall. The couple, however, had returned to a state of breezy nonchalance. They politely served each other food. Try this. Oh, you should try this too. Thank you. You're welcome. They were the very picture of courteous respect. Their friends, however, were more confused than ever. What's going on with you two? Leo and Claire looked up, their expressions perfectly innocent. Nothing's wrong. Their friends were skeptical. Nothing? Then why do you both have such dark circles under your eyes? You look like you didn't sleep at all. The couple simultaneously reached up to touch the heavy bags under their eyes, paused, then spoke in unison. Oh, the dorm bed was too hard. I couldn't get comfortable. What a coincidence. Me too. After lunch, they parted ways with their bewildered roommates. Leo and Claire strolled through campus side by side. As if a thought had just occurred to him, Leo mentioned casually, "By the way, I don't have any classes this afternoon." Claire paused, then replied, just as casually, "What a coincidence. Neither do I." Leo adopted a thoughtful expression. "If neither of us has class, then it seems a waste to just do nothing all afternoon." Claire nodded in agreement. True, it would be a shame to waste the time. They both fell silent, stealing a glance at each other before quickly looking away. Leo cleared his throat, trying to sound righteous. "I'm not suggesting anything. We agreed to go back to the LNS house on the weekend, so we'll go back on the weekend." Claire nodded, forcing a calm expression. "Of course. It's only 1 more day, anyway. I'm not in any rush to go back today." The conversation stalled. Both were pretending not to care, but neither was willing to let it go. Leo licked his dry lips. But on the other hand, Claire's head snapped toward him, a flicker of hope in her eyes. His mind raced, and a brilliant idea struck him. Right. Reasonable is home all by himself today. I bet Mr. Chien hasn't fed him yet. Claire's eyes lit up. That won't do. He'll be starving. Leo's spirits soared. Then we have to go back and feed him. It's not that we want to go back. It's for reasonable. Claire nodded emphatically without a second thought. Exactly. Reasonable. The next second, their eyes met again. With perfect, unspoken understanding, they linked hands and broke into a sprint toward the campus gate. They hailed a cab and sped back to the LNS house. The couple burst through the front gate, fumbled with the key, and unlocked the door. The moment the lock clicked, they were already stumbling inside, locked in a passionate kiss. In the living room, the chubby parrot, who had been starving all day, saw his owners and flew towards them in delight. Emperor, Empress, Emperor, Empress, hungry, hungry. Before he could finish, the girl swatted him out the front door with a casual backhand. The boy kicked the door shut with his heel. They continued their ascent upstairs, still kissing, leaving a certain chubby parrot to tumble dizzily onto the front lawn, utterly bewildered. The couple practically tumbled up the stairs and into the bedroom, still locked in a fierce kiss. Along the way, shoes, socks, and jackets were discarded, littering the floor. As they entered the room, Leo had a brief moment of clarity. Did something just fly past us when we came in? The next second, Claire stood on her toes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and sealed his lips with hers. Not important. Why are you thinking about other things right now? He nodded, his thoughts hazy. Reasonable. Then, without a second thought for the actual reasonable's fate, he dove back into the passionate embrace. They fell onto the large bed together. Their faces were inches apart. They looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Well, look at that. We somehow ended up back here. Yeah, what a coincidence. Since we're here, we shouldn't waste it. Wasting time is bad. We have to cherish every second. The next moment, he put his words into action, leaning down to capture her lips once more. At the same time, his right hand deftly explored its way behind her back. Click. It was the sound of something coming unclasped. It was followed by the girl's surprised gasp. Leo, how are you so good at that? Followed by Leo's nonchalant reply. It's nothing. I practiced on your other clothes. Couldn't know whether to laugh or be angry. You little pervert. MMPH. MMPH. Her lips were sealed by his once again, and she lost all ability to speak, surrendering to the moment. The bedroom door was half closed. The muffled thud of the vibrating friendship bed could be heard, along with the boy's heavy breathing and the girl's slightly hoarse voice. Leo. This isn't good. We need to have some self-control. Okay, starting tomorrow. 30 minutes later, the girl's breathing was ragged. Phew, you little pervert, I'm serious. We can't be this indulgent just because we're young. From now on, we can't be thinking about coming home every day. I know. Today was just a coincidence, an accident. Right. Why did we come back today anyway? Huh, I forgot. Not important. You wait. Wait a second. A startled cry from the girl quickly melted into a low, passionate moan. Finally, when they were both spent, they lay sprawled on the bed, soaked in sweat. Claire's body felt weak and limp. She managed to lift a hand to brush a damp strand of hair behind her ear, her breathing still a little ragged. Leo, no more fooling around. Can we just rest now? Leo turned to look at her, seeing her flushed face, beaded with sweat, her chest still rising and falling rapidly, and hearing her rare plea for mercy, his sense of masculine pride soared. He leaned over, gently tipping her chin up with his finger, a playful smirk on his face. Given up? Call me husband, and I'll let you go. Claire blinked. Given up? How to ignite the competitive spirit of a cold, domineering female CEO in one easy step. The girl's eyes narrowed. Then she flipped over and sat up, looking down at him from above. A dangerous glint, like a flickering flame, appeared in her eyes. Who's given up? Let's go again. Meeting her gaze, Leo felt a sudden jolt. He had a very bad feeling, as if he had just awakened a dangerous, sleeping lioness. You know what? He tried to change the subject, his expression calm. Let's not. I think it's important for young people to practice moderation. The next second, moderation? With a cold laugh, Claire leaned forward, pinning his hands to the bed on either side of his head. Her face was inches from his, a dangerous, seductive smile on her lips. Little boy, it's a bit late to be talking about moderation now. As it turns out, there's no such thing as overplowed land, only an exhausted ox. As the sun set and the evening sky filled with color, Claire rose from the bed in the master bedroom, looking refreshed and invigorated. She glanced back at the bed. A corner of her mouth lifted. She tossed out a casual, dismissive comment. Is that all you've got? With that, she picked up a robe from the floor, draped it over her shoulders, and with her long, pale legs bare, padded cheerfully toward the bathroom. On the bed, Leo, completely drained of energy, was filled with indignant rage. Bertha Sue, don't you leave. Get back here, and we'll go another round. Claire stopped. She turned her head. Leo's pupils quaked. He swallowed hard, trying to remain calm. In nothing. I was just saying, farewell, my lady. This humble servant will not see you out. Claire snorted, wrinkled her nose at her defeated opponent, and then, humming a cheerful little tune, continued to the bathroom, leaving Leo on the bed, gritting his teeth in frustration, making a solemn vow. That's it. I'm starting a workout routine with Leon tomorrow. Having made his decision, he flopped back onto the bed in a starfish position, feeling completely empty, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Life. Suddenly it feels so meaningless. But Claire's footsteps stopped at the bathroom door. She seemed to remember something. She turned back and called out casually to her boyfriend on the bed. I'm going to take a shower. Want to join? The single sentence made him freeze. A second later, he shot up from the bed, full of life. Yes, yes, yes. We can save on the water bill. Perfectly reasonable. What meaningless? Life was full of meaning. A short while later, the sound of running water filled the bathroom, soon joined by other, more blush-inducing noises. Fortunately, the door was tightly closed, concealing the steamy scene within and keeping any dangerous sensors at bay. A shower for one person takes 10 minutes. A shower for two took over half an hour. Finally satisfied, the couple emerged from the bathroom. The sky outside had already darkened. It was dinner time. Leo looked at Claire and smiled. You must be hungry. I'll go cook. Claire nodded happily. Okay. They went downstairs together. Leo went to the kitchen to get started, while Claire gathered 2 bags of trash from the living room to take out. She had just opened the front door when she saw a chubby parrot lying on the ground in the front yard, looking half dead. Claire was surprised. Reasonable? What are you doing out here? Reasonable. For some reason, he suddenly felt the urge to use some very bad words. Good fortune puts a spring in your step. After spending Thursday night at the LNS house, Leo felt positively cheerful walking into his Friday morning class. He was humming some nameless tune as he made his way to the back of the room, and he'd even stopped to grab breakfast for his roommates. Marco, Leon, and Dylan were still half asleep, yawning as they shuffled into class. When Leo handed them the breakfast bags, their eyes went wide with a mixture of gratitude and shock. Holy shit, Leo, you actually went to the dining hall? Is the dining hall on a Friday morning even survivable for a mere mortal? The lines must have been insane. Leo just waved it off with a grin. It was nothing. I got there right when they opened, so there was barely a line. The main reason, of course, was that he was in a fantastic mood. When you're that happy and satisfied, you feel compelled to spread the joy and do a good deed for society. His roommates were even more stunned. You went right when they opened? Damn, what time was that? Are you trying to kill yourself getting up that early? Leo's smile never faded. It's fine. I just had some business to take care of this morning, so I got up a little earlier than usual. The 3 other members of room 520 glanced at each other, question marks practically floating over their heads. Early in the morning. What kind of business could he possibly have? The same question marks were appearing over the heads of the girls in room 205. Sitting in their business class, nibbling on the breakfast Claire had brought them from the dining hall, Quinn, Molly, and Jade were equally baffled. What could possibly be more important than sleeping in? It makes no sense. Claire's expression was serene. Some things are. The early bird gets the worm, she said. Morning exercise is good for your physical and mental health. As she said the words, morning exercise, however, she paused for a fraction of a second. An image from the bedroom at the LNS house flashed through her mind. A smile involuntarily touched her lips, turning impossibly sweet. The 3 girls from room 205 stared at her, dumbfounded. These past couple of days, why did Claire seem to be blooming? The advertising track had a design class at the new campus in the afternoon. Since they had to catch the shuttle bus, the young couple couldn't have lunch together. However, having just tasted the intimacy of being lovers, their bond had grown even tighter. They want to be stuck together every second of every minute. So, after her morning classes, Claire came straight over to see Leo off. She walked him to the campus parking lot where the shuttle was waiting. Right before he boarded, she held his hand, unwilling to let go. She didn't say anything, just gazed at him with unblinking eyes, gently biting her lower lip. The hint of seductive charm was enough to make Leo's throat go dry. He nearly blurted out, maybe I should just skip class this afternoon. But his better, more academic nature narrowly won out. He forced himself to say, I'll get back as soon as class is over. You head to the LNS house when you're done, and I'll be home before 6, I promise. The truth was, he had to check on the progress of the browser games art team, and David Chung from Happy Nest was also getting antsy. He needed to swing by the office for a quick chat. Claire nodded obediently. Okay, she said, her eyes still fluttering innocently as she looked at him. Leo's heart nearly skipped a beat. He immediately revised his offer. 5:30. I'll tell the driver to step on it. Claire nodded again, looking just as sweet, but her eyes kept talking to him, pleading. As if by accident, the tip of her tongue darted out and she licked her lower lip, her face a mask of pure innocence. The tiny cartoon version of Leo in his head was practically boiling over with excitement. It slapped its real-world counterpart on the forehead. 5:30. What kind of monster makes a girlfriend like that wait until 5:30? If you can't handle being in charge, let me take over. The next second, Leo's voice was firm and decisive. 5 o'clock. If the driver's too slow, I'll carry the car and run back myself. That finally made her break. A giggle escaped her lips. Smiling, She stood on her toes and gave him a quick kiss. Don't rush. Safety first. I'll be waiting for you at home. I'll be waiting for you at home. Single guys could never understand the sheer power of those 6 words. For Leo, even as he sat through his afternoon classes on the new campus, his mind had already flown back to the LNS house. The moment class was dismissed, he fired off a message to his #1 employee and then stormed the art classroom, where he found Isabella Zhao and the 4 new hires from Mako Entertainment. As the boss, he listened to Isabella's diligent introductions, nodding along. When she was finished, he waved his hand grandly. All right, welcome to the team, everyone. From now on, your work will be fully managed by Team Leader Zhao. I have complete faith in her professional skills and sense of responsibility. You'll follow her lead on all project matters. Any questions, ask her. If you all work hard, the pay and bonuses will be great. That's all from me. Get back to it. I'm out of here, but he bolted before anyone could react. Isabella, who had been basking in the praise, was left with a dopey, delighted smile on her face. She tried to look composed, waving a hand dismissively. Even if you praise me like that, it's not like it makes me happy or anything. The 4 new employees watched their boss vanish, still slightly stunned. After a moment, one of them finally processed what had just happened and said hesitantly, Does our boss's speech basically mean he's dumping all the work on you, team leader? Isabella froze. The realization hit her. She shot out the door after him. Wait a minute. Boss! Arg! Kevin Zhao, you bastard! Having swiftly dealt with the art team's arrangements for the browser game, Leo rushed to the campus gate, hailed a cab, and sped off toward his next destination, Happy Nest headquarters. When he arrived at the office, the employees' faces lit up. Mr. Wallace is here. David Chung heard the commotion and came out of his office, his face beaming. You rascal. So you do remember to come back here. Leo, in no mood for pleasantries, held up a hand to cut him off. Let's get to business. Get the issues organized. We'll run through them quickly. He pulled David, along with Owen Wu, Penny Fong, and a few other executives, into the conference room. In just 40 minutes, they tore through all of Happiness's recent performance data and outstanding problems. With his mind fixated on getting home, Leo displayed astonishing efficiency. He delivered a torrent of information to David and the other executives, rapidly devising solutions for every challenge. He then solidified Happiness's future operational direction and strategic blueprint. After downing 3 large glasses of water, his throat a little hoarse, Leo wiped his mouth and made his final declaration. All right, that's my plan for now. You all can discuss it further. If there's nothing else, I'm taking off. The next second, he was gone. David and the others were still reeling from the sheer volume of information. Just as they were about to marvel at their chief strategy officer's incredible business acumen and vision, they realized he had already vanished. Owen Wu was bewildered. What's Mr. Wallace's hurry? Is it that urgent? David couldn't help but laugh. Who knows? He was acting like the world was on fire. You'd think he had a goddess waiting for him at home. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Leo was finally in a car heading home. Outside the window, the evening clouds were beginning to glow, painting the sky in brilliant colors. Inside, sitting in the back seat, Leo was energized. The weight of work was lifted, and the thought of the upcoming weekend, 2 whole days of just the 2 of them, made him want to hum a happy tune. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up. The caller ID read, Big brother, no money for smokes. Leo answered. On the other end, a middle-aged man's hearty laughter boomed. Little brother, what have you been up to? There was no special reason for the call. The chairman of Sterling Holdings had simply gotten off work early, was in a good mood, and decided to call his little buddy for a chat. Leo cheerfully chatted back. Soon, the chairman on the other end picked up on the joy in his voice and asked curiously, You sound happy today, little brother. Something had happened. Leo was a little surprised by his friend's perceptiveness. This wasn't something he could just casually announce. So he answered vaguely, Yeah, you could say that. But as he spoke, he couldn't stop the smile from spreading across his face. The chairman heard it and instantly guessed the truth. You little rascal. That vague answer. Something's definitely up. Then he suddenly lowered his voice, conspiratorially. Spill it. Did you seal the deal? Leo was flustered, but since the man had already guessed, there was no point in hiding it. He answered, a little embarrassed, Yeah. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then, the chairman of Sterling Holdings slapped his thigh and burst into laughter, overjoyed. Attaboy. I knew you had it in you, kid. Well done. The chairman of Sterling Holdings was genuinely happy for his little brother. Though they'd only met a few times, he truly admired the young man who had once bought him a pack of cigarettes. He wasn't just charismatic and upstanding. He had a rare kindness and a perspective that was far beyond his years. He could even hold a real conversation with him. A young man like that, who also seemed deeply in love with his girlfriend. Of course, as the big brother, he sincerely hoped the couple would find their happily ever after. And now they had. They'd locked it down, which meant their relationship had surely taken a huge step forward. In his great mood, the chairman started trying to pry for more juicy details, which made Leo on the other end of the line want to laugh and cry at the same time. This big brother of his was a bit of a shameless old gossip. The chairman, however, was perfectly self-righteous. What's wrong with a big brother caring about his little brother's love life? It's perfectly reasonable. Besides, you're telling me, not your girlfriend's dad. After a few more jokes, he didn't push any further. But the chairman's interest was piqued, and he grew curious about his little brother's girlfriend. I didn't get to meet her at the cafe last time. We'll have to find a time soon. My treat. You bring your girl along so your big brother can finally meet her. Leo smiled and readily agreed. Sure, when we get a chance. After hanging up, Leo sat in the back of the taxi, shaking his head with a smile as he replayed the conversation. His big brother was certainly a character. It wouldn't be a bad idea to bring Claire to meet him sometime. Just the thought of it was amusing. He'd let his big brother see for himself what a true, world-class beauty looked like. At that exact moment, in the chairman's office on the 37th floor of the Sterling Holdings building, Charles Sterling was putting down his phone. The conversation with his little brother had left him in high spirits. He tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating a good place to treat the young couple, humming a little tune. Just then, the former Special Forces operative pushed the door open and walked in, reporting respectfully, "Mr. Sterling, the car is ready." Charles stood up, pleased. "Good, let's go." His steps were light. As he reached the door, he was in such a good mood that he casually asked his trusted confidant for advice. "Joe, what do you think is a good place to take a young couple out to eat?" "Mr." Joe paused. "A young couple, sir?" Charles nodded cheerfully. "Yes, that little brother I'm always telling you about, the one we ran into at the cafe. Him and his girlfriend." "Mr." Joe's pupils contracted violently. He took a deep breath, trying his best to keep his voice steady and prevent it from trembling. "Sir, why the sudden desire to treat them to a meal?" Charles laughed heartily. "Why else? My little brother just sealed the deal with his girlfriend. We have to celebrate, don't we?" "Sealed the deal." The former Special Forces operative felt the world go dark. The sky was falling. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the taxi arrived right on time. Leo paid the fare, got out, and practically sprinted into the LNS house. He crossed the front yard and was just about to pull out his keys when Claire heard him and opened the door. Seeing his girlfriend, Leo's face was triumphant. 5 o'clock. Home, right on schedule. Claire, seeing her boyfriend, froze for a second. She was about to say something, but before she could, Leo had scooped her up into his arms and was storming into the house. "No time for chit-chat. We have business to attend to." Claire, swept off her feet, was flustered and embarrassed. Wait a minute. But Leo wasn't listening. He charged ahead, girlfriend in arms. Wait for what? Time is of the essence. The next second, he was inside. He looked up and saw Marco, Quinn, Dylan, Leon, Molly, and Jade all sitting on the living room couch. With the exception of Lily Lou, who had gone home for the weekend, it seemed both dorms had once again assembled at the LNS house. They all turned their heads at the sound of the commotion and saw Leo bursting in while carrying Claire. The two groups stared at each other. The air froze. The awkwardness was palpable. Marco cleared his throat and waved. "Hey, Leo." Molly's eyes were wide as she munched on the date cakes Dylan had brought. She looked like she was watching the best reality show of her life. "Wow, are you two always this sweet?" Leo was utterly baffled. "What are you guys doing here?" Claire, still being held princess style, suppressed a laugh and whispered to her boyfriend, "Annie Cakes is here. She was dying to see everyone, so I invited them all over." A giant question mark appeared over Leo's head. Annie Cakes. He instinctively looked back toward the living room. And there, sitting among their friends, munching on potato chips, was his sister. She turned her head and waved at him enthusiastically. "It's me. Surprise. Now, why do sisters even exist? She needs to get married off as soon as possible." Anna had been away on a school-mandated internship a few days ago, so she'd missed Leo's actual birthday. She had insisted on coming over this weekend to make up for it. She had even brought a cake from the city and a birthday present. Leo took it and unwrapped it. It was a suit, a designer brand at that. The other girls recognized the label and gasped. "Wow, that brand is so expensive. A men's suit from them has to be at least a few thousand, right?" The guys from room 520 looked at Anna with awe. Annie, you're loaded. Leo, you really hit the jackpot with a sister like this. Anna waved her hand magnanimously. It's nothing. I had to buy something extra to get the purse I wanted, so I just grabbed something for Leo the pig. That evening, everyone gathered for hot pot. They cut up the birthday cake and shared it. It was while they were eating that Anna first heard about what had happened on their spring outing. She was so shocked her face went pale. She immediately turned to Claire, her voice filled with concern. Claire, are you okay? After Claire smiled and assured her she was fine, Anna let out a small sigh of relief. But she was still worried. What about Reasonable? Is Reasonable okay? Confirmed Reasonable was fine. Still not satisfied. And the Maybach? Is the Maybach okay? Confirmed the Maybach was also fine. Anna finally relaxed completely, her appetite returning as she dove back into her food. Leo, sitting beside her, raised his hand. Hello. What about me? Annie Cakes glanced at him sideways and huffed. You? As long as you're breathing, it's fine. He's a Wallace, after all. They're all cut from the same cloth. Everyone had a great time eating hot pot. They didn't drink much, but spirits were high. Anna clapped her hands excitedly. There are so many of us. Let's play a game. Marco was the first to jump up. Anything but hide and seek. The memory of their last game. Opening that closet door and getting hit point blank with a public display of affection from the power couple. The trauma was still fresh. Anna gave him a puzzled look, then grinned and waved her hands. Not hide and seek. It's a new game. It's been getting pretty popular at East Bay Financial. Have you guys ever heard of Werewolf? The group looked at her blankly. Werewolf? What's that? I've only heard of Killer. Leo raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise on his face. Werewolf. In this timeline, in 2008, it was still a relatively new concept. In his previous life, this was around the time Killer was getting popular in the country, while Werewolf, which had long been popular in the West, wouldn't truly catch on for a few more years. He was surprised that Anna's school was so ahead of the curve, but he had to admit, it was a great game for a group of friends to play together. Everyone had moved from the dining room to the living room couches. Anna was bubbling with enthusiasm. Okay, let me explain the rules. It's really easy. It's a variation of a game Killer. There are werewolves, villagers, a witch, a seer, a hunter, even an idiot. The rules weren't too complicated. After Anna's quick explanation, everyone had a general idea, but they'd still need to play a round or two to really get it. They wrote the roles on slips of paper. Excluding the moderator, there were 8 cards. 2 werewolves, 2 villagers, 1 witch, 1 seer, 1 hunter, and 1 idiot. For the first round, Quinn volunteered to be the moderator. As the other 8 drew their cards and checked their roles, a flicker of excited glee crossed Anna's face. Just as she was trying to hide her expression, Molly gasped, "Wow, I'm a werewolf." The other newcomers were equally amazed, congratulating her. "Awesome. Molly, you're so lucky." Anna stared at them, dumbfounded. When she finally recovered, she was heartbroken. "That's not how you play. You have to keep your identity a secret." She dejectedly threw her own werewolf card onto the table. "Let's start over." Round 2. They drew new cards. This time, everyone had learned their lesson. They all carefully peeked at their roll cards, making sure no one else could see. Anna looked at her card, and, once again, a hint of a smile touched her lips. Quinn, as the moderator, announced with theatrical gravity, "Night falls. Everyone, close your eyes." Everyone obediently shut their eyes, with some occasional heckling. Everyone closed them. No peeking. Whoever peeks has to take a shot. "Hey, I'm thirsty. Can I go get a drink first?" It was chaos. Quinn slammed her hand on the table. "Quiet. No talking. Leon, stop eating the date cakes. We have to take this seriously. Marco, put the drink down. And you too, the power couple. No holding hands and making moves in the dark." Leo, eyes still closed, calmly let go of Claire's hand. "Sorry, my hand slipped." Claire, also with her eyes closed, sounded cool and detached. "Moderator, Leo was holding my hand. If it happens again, I suggest we kick him out of the game." Quinn nodded, satisfied. Claire's attitude is excellent, worthy of praise. "Okay, what's the next step? Hold on, let me check." While the great moderator Quinn was busy reviewing the rules, Leo's mischievous hand crept back toward his girlfriend. The girl, eyes closed, sensed her boyfriend's subtle movements. A playful smirk formed on her lips. She moved her leg, deliberately stretching her foot out. Leo's hand instinctively grabbed, only to find itself clutching a delicate, white-socked foot. For a moment, he was confused. The texture felt off. Then it dawned on him. Oh, this was even better. He immediately began to knead and massage it enthusiastically. Claire had only meant to play a little prank on her boyfriend. She had underestimated the lecherous heart of Leo, Hammer, Wallace, the warden. The sheep had walked right into the tiger's den. A tingling, ticklish sensation shot up from her foot. She almost cried out, and in her embarrassment, she quickly yanked her leg back. The sudden movement nearly pulled Leo off balance. As he leaned back to steady himself, he bumped into Marco. The rest of the group, with their eyes closed, had no idea what was happening, and chaos erupted. What's going on? Who got killed? There's a lot of commotion next to me. Is there a wolf next to me? Amid the pandemonium, Anna was on the verge of tears. This is not how you play this game. Finally, Quinn, having reread the rules, slammed the table to get everyone's attention. Let's continue. Night falls, close your eyes. Werewolves, open your eyes. Werewolves, please choose a victim. Come to a consensus. Werewolves, close your eyes. Seer, open your eyes. Please choose someone to check. Seer, close your eyes. Witch, open your eyes. This person died tonight. You have 1 potion and 1 poison. Will you use either? After laboriously going through the entire night phase, Moderator Quinn cleared her throat and announced, "The sun is up. Everyone open your eyes." It was a peaceful night. No one died. A murmur went through the group. How come no one died? Can the werewolves choose not to kill anyone? Oh, right. The witch can use the potion to save someone. Hearing the discussion, Anna secretly wore a smug, triumphant expression. In this round, she was one of the werewolves. She had executed a high-level maneuver, choosing to kill herself on the first night to successfully bait out the witch's potion. Now, the stage was set for her to shine. Quinn's gaze swept across the group. Next, we'll start with number 1. Oh, that's Leo. Leo, you go first. Leo graciously accepted. Thank you, moderator. I'm new to this, so I'm not really sure how to play. Sitting diagonally across from him, Anna's mouth stretched into a wide grin. She couldn't help but interject smugly. It's okay if you guys don't know how. I do. From now on, Leo the pig, you all just listen to me. This expert will lead you to victory. Leo nodded with a sincere look on his face. Since Annie Cakes is an expert, she'd be really dangerous if she were a werewolf. Why don't we just vote out the best player first? Then it'll be a fair match among us novices. The others heard this and started murmuring. That makes sense. I'll vote for Annie then. Me too, me too. Anna, who a second ago was rubbing her hands together in anticipation, froze solid. A moment later, reality sank in, and the little bun face looked like she was about to cry. Wait, that's not how you're supposed to play this game. When a max-level expert descends upon the beginner's village. That was Leo, playing werewolf with his friends. Anna had only been playing with her classmates for a few days, and she was already strutting around like a self-proclaimed master. The real master, however, had spent years in his past life honing his logic and acting skills through werewolf in college and after work. He'd even casually entered a regional tournament once and made it all the way to the finals. Of course, it was just a trivial little hobby. While Annie Cakes was on the verge of tears, accusing everyone of breaking the rules and ganging up on an expert, she was oblivious to the fact that the tiny flicker of glee on her face when she drew her card had been noticed by one person. With the first werewolf easily eliminated, the second was a foregone conclusion. In the next round of discussion, Leo continued to offer his sincere and simple advice to the group. Like a puppeteer, he guided his marionettes, effortlessly exposing the second werewolf, Marco. The game was over in 2 quick rounds. Leo, Hammer, Wallace, the villager, led the good guys to an easy victory. The group of friends was a little dazed, completely bewildered. Is this game always this short? It feels pretty simple. Anna was grinding her teeth in frustration. Impossible. You guys just got lucky. If you hadn't randomly voted me out, we werewolves definitely would have won. The others had a moment of realization, then looked at Anna and started whispering amongst themselves. If Annie's that good, we should probably vote her out first next round, too. Annie Cakes froze. Hey. Then, horrified, she pleaded, no. Please just let me play one proper round. I'm begging you, Sob. The room was filled with boisterous chaos. Amid the noise, Claire turned to her boyfriend, leaned in close, and whispered in his ear, "Are you playing dumb?" The warm breath on his ear made him tingle. A smile played on his lips. What do you think? Claire's eyes narrowed into a seductive squint. You guess if I can guess. The next second, she opened her mouth and gently enclosed his earlobe, her teeth pressing down lightly in a silent threat. Leo instinctively sucked in a sharp breath and surrendered immediately, lowering his voice to confess, Yes, I already know how to play. Don't tell anyone. It's more fun to secretly mess with Annie Cakes this way. Claire didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She released him and whispered reprovingly, "Is that any way for a big brother to act?" Her sense of duty as a sister-in-law was kicking in. Leo's eyes sparkled. "I can teach you. We can mess with her together." Claire didn't hesitate. "Okay, so much for sisterly duty. What could be more fun than teaming up on your little sister-in-law?" Leo seized the opportunity to negotiate. "Is there a tuition fee for these lessons?" Claire rolled her eyes at him, then subtly moved her leg, sliding her white-socked foot over to him. The warden's eyes lit up. "The boss is generous." He discreetly moved her foot behind him where no one could see and began to thoroughly enjoy his reward. The young couple's coordination was becoming flawless. The next few rounds continued with random rolls. The group slowly started to get the hang of it, their excitement growing. Claire, though new to the game, was naturally sharp. With Leo's guidance, she quickly became adept. In one particular game, they both drew werewolf cards. The two wolves worked in perfect harmony, a deadly husband and wife team. On the first night, they immediately eliminated Anna. Then, after being identified by the seer, Leo boldly claimed to be the seer himself. After getting 2 more people voted out, he was cornered. In a final move, he had Claire betray him, sacrificing himself to win her the absolute trust of the good guys. In the final round, with only 3 people left, Quinn and Marco, both villagers, were arguing heatedly, each convinced the other was the last werewolf. Quinn was voted out. Jade, the moderator, announced the game was over. The werewolves had won. Marco was completely lost. He looked at himself, then at Claire, and began to question his own reality. "It's just me and Bertha. Does that mean I'm the wolf?" When the truth was finally revealed, both dorms looked at the power couple with a mixture of awe and terror. "Wow, you two are ruthless. So this is the power of the killer couple." Terrifying, but after the shock wore off, they were eager for more. "This game is so much fun. We should play this more often." Only Annie Cakes, whose average survival time for the evening was less than 2 rounds, had a completely shattered gaming experience. She was now sprawled on the couch like a deflated balloon, a salted fish who had lost all its dreams. "I'm never playing werewolf again. This game is not fun at all, Sob." Late that night, the friends from both dorms left, thoroughly satisfied. The moment they were gone, Anna, who had been lying limply on the couch, sprang back to life. "Leo the pig, I'm sleeping with my sister-in-law tonight." Leo, who was clearing the cups and plates from the table, rolled his eyes. "In your dreams, single people sleep downstairs." Anna turned to Claire to complain. "Claire, your boyfriend is being mean to me." Claire just smiled as she listened to the siblings bicker. Wisely choosing not to get involved, she simply said, "I'm going to take a shower, you two talk," and headed upstairs. Leo took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. Anna got off the couch and followed him in her slippers, her long legs carrying her to the dining table, where she sat and watched his back as he worked. "Leo the pig, I get cold when I sleep. I need 2 blankets." Leo, still washing dishes, replied without turning, "They're in the closet. Get them yourself." "Anna, I'm hungry again. I want a midnight snack." Leo, without looking back, "There are some of your sister-in-law's homemade cookies left." Anna flinched and said meekly, "Okay, I don't think I'm hungry anymore." She finally quieted down, sitting at the table and staring at Leo's back. After a while, she spoke again. "Leo the pig." Leo was exasperated. "Now what?" Anna's voice suddenly became quieter. "That day, during the flood, when you were driving to Maybach to escape with Claire, did you—" Hearing this, Leo's hands paused in the sink. His heart softened with warmth, and his tone grew gentle. "Don't worry, I'm fine." The next second, Annie Cakes continued on her own. "I mean, did you damage the Maybach? How much is that going to cost to fix? I can find you a guy who buys kidneys if you need the cash." "Leo." He turned around, a rolling pin in hand, his face dark with murderous intent. "You're asking for it, aren't you?" Anna immediately fled, laughing as she ran. Geez, a pig really is a pig. Can't even take a joke. But when she reached the door of the guest room, she stopped. She turned back to look at Leo and called out, "Brother." Leo raised the rolling pin menacingly. "Keep talking, and not even calling me Dad will save you." But in the next moment, the girl standing in the doorway said softly, "Don't be so reckless next time. I get worried too." Leo froze. Then he smiled and nodded. "Okay." After washing the dishes and getting Anna settled in the downstairs guest room, Leo went up to the master bedroom. The sound of the shower was a gentle patter from the bathroom. Claire was still washing up. Leo sat on the bed with his laptop, opening it to get a little more work done. He'd been in such a rush to get home today. It would be best to organize his strategic plans for the battle through the Heavens browser game and Happy Nest into proper documents, so both teams could execute them with more precision. Once he entered work mode, he was completely absorbed. Time slipped away without him noticing. Finally, the water in the bathroom stopped. The door opened. Claire, wearing a thin nightgown, emerged, toweling her hair dry. Leo heard her footsteps and glanced up casually. The sight of his girlfriend in that flimsy nightgown made his eyes light up. Claire saw him on the bed with his laptop and raised an eyebrow. Working. Leo snapped the laptop shut and tossed it aside. Work's over. Let's do something more meaningful. He reached out, grabbed her arm, and with a gentle tug, pulled her onto the bed. Claire let out a small yelp and playfully slapped him. Stop it. Annie Cakes is downstairs. But Leo was already burying his face in the crook of her delicate neck, inhaling the faint, clean scent of her skin. His voice came out muffled. It's fine. She falls asleep the second her head hits the pillow. Besides, the soundproofing is pretty good. We'll just be quiet. The vibrations from his words against her chest made Claire tingle, and her body felt weak. You, stop it. Leo was now kissing her slender neck, whispering a suggestion. Hey, where's the remote for the friendship bed? Maybe we could try it tonight. Her eyes were growing hazy, but she bit her lip, trying to hold on to her principles. Don't even think about it. The remote. I hid it where you'll never find it. Just then, the friendship bed beneath them suddenly began to vibrate with a low hum. Leo and Claire, ? At the same moment, downstairs in the guest room. For once, Anna wasn't sleepy. She decided to watch some TV. Rummaging through the nightstand drawer, she was surprised to find 2 remote controls. Curious, Annie Cakes picked them up to compare. A small piece of tape on one of them caught her eye. Friendship remote. Anna was confused. What's this? She tried pressing the power button, but the TV screen didn't turn on. The only other buttons were the numbers 1 through 7. She pressed 1. Nothing. She pressed 2. Still nothing. Refusing to be defeated, Annie Cakes began mashing all 7 number buttons in succession. The next moment, her door was thrown open. Claire, her hair slightly disheveled and wearing only her nightgown, rushed in without even bothering with slippers. A blush she couldn't hide colored her cheeks as she snatched the remote from her sister-in-law's hand. She tried to sound stern as she lectured her. Kids shouldn't play with random remotes. Then, clutching the remote, she fled the room as if escaping a fire. Anna was left standing there, stunned. I just wanted to watch TV. Claire. She watched her sister-in-law's retreating back as she hurried upstairs. Puzzled, she followed her out of the room. As she reached the living room, she heard a low, rhythmic vibration coming from the master bedroom upstairs. Anna froze. Then, realization dawned. Anna. She turned stiffly to go back to her room, nearly bumping into the coat rack and the birdcage hanging on it. The chubby parrot inside, who had been sleeping soundly, woke up with a start. Squawk. It saw Annie Cakes, whose pupils were trembling violently. Reasonable. My ears have gone blind. The parrot was still groggy and confused. Before it could react, Anna had scooped up the entire birdcage and was rushing back into the guest room. Come on, back to the room. Those are not sounds for little kids to hear. The next morning, Saturday, the 3 of them, brother, sister-in-law, and little sister, sat at the dining table for breakfast. The atmosphere was quiet and strange. Claire kept her head down as she ate, her hair falling to conceal most of her face, but it couldn't hide the embarrassed flush of her cheeks. Anna was also focused intently on her food, not daring to lift her head for fear of stumbling into another awkward topic. Leo looked from his girlfriend to his sister. He cleared his throat, trying to sound calm and composed. So, last night was an accident, a coincidence. Anna's mouth twitched. She looked up and forced a laugh. An accident, a total accident. I was just trying to watch TV. That friendship remote thing, I had no idea what it was for. I didn't hear anything at all. She had accidentally let it slip. Claire nearly choked on her food. Annie Cakes' face fell. She quickly shut her mouth and went back to shoveling food into it. The awkwardness returned. Fortunately, Reasonable couldn't stand the weird vibe any longer. It hopped over and pecked the power button on the TV remote. The screen lit up, displaying the news. Anna instinctively turned to look and let out a small cry of surprise. Hey, it's the news about the flood from that day. Her words finally drew Leo and Claire's attention. Sure enough, the news report was about the flash flood on Spirit Springs Mountain from a week ago. After a week of intense search and rescue operations, the officials had compiled the final statistics. A single storm had triggered a flood that affected 6 or 7 villages in the mountainous region, resulting in over 40 casualties. But miraculously, Pending Village and the Hope School which should have been the hardest-hit areas, were reported to be completely unharmed. The old village chief, Zhao Jiafeng, and the schoolteacher, Sun Yi, had both received official commendations. That was so close. Anna looked horrified. It's a good thing you guys evacuated in time. According to the experts on the news, Pinding Village and the Hope School were supposed to be right in the path of the worst of the flood. Then she grumbled on her brother and sister-in-law's behalf. You two were heroes, too. The government should have given you an award. Leo just shook his head with a bitter smile. Other villages still suffered. What we did was too small to be called a contribution. Anna disagreed. But at least you helped evacuate Pinding Village and the kids of the Hope School. You two aren't gods. You can't be everywhere at once. It's amazing you did that much. Her simple, matter-of-fact statement made Leo open his mouth, but for a moment, no words came out. Beside him, Claire also seemed lost in thought, but she quickly recovered and forced a smile. Yeah, Annie Cakes is right. We aren't gods. We can't take care of everything. But as she said it, her voice carried a complex weight, and it didn't notice the change in their moods. Turning back to the TV, she sighed. What is with 2008? First, the big winter storm in the south. Now this flood, with so many people gone. This is supposed to be the year of the Olympics. I just hope the country can have some peace and quiet from here on out. It was just an offhand comment. But without meaning to, her words struck Leo and Claire like a clap of thunder. The shock made them both momentarily daze out. It wasn't until Anna called their names several times, "Hey, what's wrong with you two? Why did you suddenly space out?" that they snapped back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing. Yeah, nothing." On the surface, they tried to act casual. But as they lowered their heads, their hearts felt as if they were being crushed by a giant stone. Because they both knew, following the timeline, the rest of 2008 would be anything but smooth. Anna stayed at the LNS house for the rest of the morning. Leo and Claire kept her company, playing cards, watching TV, and chatting casually. Everything seemed perfectly normal, with no hint of anything amiss. After lunch, Anna had to leave. As a junior nearing finals, she had a lot to take care of at school. Before she left, she held Claire's hand, reluctant to go. "Claire, if I have time next week, I'll come visit again." Claire nodded happily. "Of course. We'll play werewolf again." The single sentence made Annie Cakes snatch her hand back, as if she'd been electrocuted. "You know what? I just remembered I might be busy next week, so I probably can't make it. Gotta go, bye." She turned and fled. Claire and Leo exchanged a look, a silent, knowing smile passing between them. Leo glanced at the door, then turned back to his girlfriend. "I'll walk her to the street to get a cab. Be right back." Claire nodded. "Okay, be safe." After seeing Anna off in a taxi, Leo quickly returned to the LNS house. When he walked in, he saw Claire sitting on the living room couch, watching the TV. Another news channel was on, still reporting on the aftermath of the Spirit Springs mountain flood. The screen showed the devastated villages, a landscape of rubble and ruin. Firefighters were clearing the debris, while villagers who had lost their families sat on the ground, their cries heart-wrenching. The sound was deeply unsettling. Claire stared at the screen, lost in a daze. Leo walked over and sat down beside her, gently taking her hand. "Don't think too much about it," he said softly. "We already did a great job." Claire nodded weakly, forcing a smile. "Yeah, we did." They both tried to be strong for each other, offering words of comfort and encouragement, not wanting the other to feel the heavy weight on their own heart. But even as they spoke the same reassuring words, they both knew the truth. We could have done better. Spirit Springs Mountain, the stormy night, the flash flood. As people who had been reborn, they had both heard about this disaster in the news from their past lives. But so much time had passed that the specific details of the location and date had faded from their memories. That night, in a moment of crisis, they had remembered. Against the clock, they had managed to evacuate the villagers and children from Pinding Village and the Hope School. It was a monumental act of kindness. But now, watching the news footage of the casualties in the other villages, their hearts were still heavy. In their past lives, this had all just been a story on the news, an article in a newspaper. When the cries are distant, it's hard to truly empathize. But this time, they had been there. They had experienced it firsthand. They understood the terrifying power of nature, the helplessness and despair it brought. And this was just a small-scale flood in one mountainous region. The casualties were only in the dozens. It was Anna's innocent remark that morning that had truly struck their hearts, making them seize with a sudden, sharp tremor. It was now April of 2008. The flood on Spirit Springs Mountain had only made ripples within the province. But soon in May, there would be a national tragedy. That night, in a master bedroom of the LNS house, There was no romance or intimacy. The young couple on the bed simply held each other quietly, but from angles where the other couldn't see, they both lay with their eyes open, unable to sleep. They shared the same heavy secret. Even knowing it was impossible, they couldn't stop the thought from forming. If that world-shaking disaster is truly coming, is there anything I can do? The next day, Sunday, when they woke up, both Leo and Claire had the weary look of a sleepless night. But when their eyes met, they forced themselves to look cheerful, not wanting the other to worry. The weight on their hearts, however, had not lifted. Even after a night of contemplation, they had no answers. In the face of such a colossal natural disaster, what could one person possibly do? An individual's power was infinitesimal. How could a mortal body stand against the might of nature? It was beyond tilting at windmills. It was beyond overestimating one's abilities. Even if someone wanted to do something, could they really achieve anything? How would they do it? How could they make people believe them? A rash, reckless act would not only be useless, but could also cause even greater panic. Not to mention, if they actually did something before it had any real effect, how much suspicion and controversy would it attract? How would they explain themselves? The thousands of complicated thoughts tangled into a hopeless knot. Just trying to think about it was enough to make one feel a crushing sense of powerlessness. But the memory of the flood they had personally witnessed and the heartbreaking images on the news sparked a sense of defiance in both of them. And because of that defiance, they refused to give up so easily. That evening, Leo and Claire went to the beach to clear their minds. They took off their shoes and socks and walked barefoot on the sand. When they grew tired, they sat down side by side, watching the distant ocean, their minds empty. The sea breeze blew, bringing a gentle coolness and the rhythmic sound of the waves, gradually calming their spirits. They sat like that for a long time, watching the ocean without a word. After what felt like an eternity, Leo, Claire, they both started to speak at the same time, then stopped and looked at each other. Leo smiled. "You first." Claire nodded. She turned back to the ocean and said softly, "There's something I don't know if I should do." Leo was taken aback. "What kind of thing?" Claire thought for a moment. "Something very difficult. So difficult that I don't know if I could do it right, or even how to do it at all." Leo asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Claire took a deep breath and shook her head. "No, this is something I have to do myself." Leo paused, then looked at her. "What happens if you don't do it?" This time, it was Claire's turn to pause. After another moment of thought, she pointed to her chest. "If I don't do it, my conscience couldn't live with it." In that instant, something stirred in Leo's heart. When he looked at his girlfriend again, a gentle smile had appeared on his face. "Then do it," he said. "No matter what, as long as you can live with your choice, that's all that matters." As he spoke, he gently took her hand. "Regardless of success or failure, no matter the outcome, I'll be with you." Feeling the warmth of his hand, meeting his gentle gaze, Claire felt a sense of peace settle over her. She nodded. "Okay." Then remembering, she looked back at him. "What about you? What were you going to say?" Leo smiled again. "Nothing. The question I was going to ask. I already have my answer." Claire nodded once more, not pressing him. The young couple sat side by side, holding hands, feeling the warmth from each other's palms. They didn't speak anymore, but it was as if their inner turmoil and hesitation had, in that moment, quietly been resolved. A decision had been made. The moonlight fell like water, casting the shadows of the boy and girl onto the sand, intertwined. The sea breeze carried the last few words of their conversation. "Leo, I'm probably going to be pretty busy for a while." "Yeah, me too." "Well then, let's do our best." That night, on the beach, the boy and girl had no idea how that conversation had solidified their shared purpose. Even though they still didn't know the truth about each other's origins, and even though what they were about to attempt was an act of audacious defiance, when two people who had been reborn made the same decision, perhaps they really did have a chance to create a few small miracles. Monday afternoon, at Berkeley's new campus, Leo walked briskly into the art studio after his advertising class. Isabella Zhao, now the head of Mako Entertainment's art team, rushed over with a stack of sketches. "Hey, what's the rush today? We haven't even finished last week's assignment." Isabella habitually grumbled, but her hands were steady as she handed the sketches to her boss for review. "Here, these are the new ones. I've checked the others' work too. The quality should be fine. I even helped adjust some of the ones that weren't up to par." As she spoke, the former campus it girl proudly puffed out her chest, looking for praise. But what she got was not her boss's usual grand promises and compliments. Leo took the sketches, gave them a cursory glance, and set them aside. His next words left Isabella stunned. "Put the battle through the heavens project on hold for now. I have a new assignment for you. Isabella was baffled. Oh, a new assignment? Before she could finish, Leo slid a printed task list in front of her. She took it automatically as his calm, steady voice continued. According to this list, I need you and your team to produce a large number of Q-style characters and illustrations. You'll be in charge of standardizing the art style. It's not difficult, but the quantity is large. What's listed here is just a small part. I'll send you the rest online later. The deadline is tight. I need the first draft of the initial batch by tomorrow morning. I want the final versions of this entire first batch in 3 days. The rapid-fire instructions left Isabella's head spinning. She looked down at the new task list. The sheer volume of work made the hairs on her arms stand up. As an increasingly experienced artist, she could estimate the immense effort required with just a glance. It was nearly impossible to complete within the time frame he had given. However, just as she looked up to protest, Leo's gaze met hers. Can you do it? His tone was still calm, but his expression was one of sharp authority she had never seen before. It sent a jolt through her. For some reason, the words of protest died in her throat. She clenched her jaw and nodded fiercely. Yes, but I don't have enough people. I need more staff. Leo didn't even think about it. Then hire more. You're the team leader. You're in charge. I only care about progress and results. Isabella clenched her fists. This is a heavy workload. Everyone will have to work overtime. They'll need overtime pay. Again, without hesitation, overtime will be paid separately. Double. Isabella took a deep breath. And me. But before she could finish, he had already turned to leave. As he walked out the door, he left one final sentence hanging in the air. You get 5 times. The tone was flat, but the words landed like thunder. Isabella's eyes widened, her beautiful face a mask of disbelief. When she came to her senses, she took a sharp breath. I'm all in. Out of the school gates. Hailed a cab, sped toward the next destination. The villa on Wooding Road. Happy Nest headquarters. Over the weekend, Happy Nest had just expanded, renting out all 3 floors of the building. They had also hired a large number of new employees, tapping into the networks of David Chung, Penny Fong, and Owen Wu to recruit top talent from the industry. The first-floor lobby was filled with new hires, their spirits high, eagerly awaiting a speech from their big boss. Leo pushed the door open and walked in. All eyes turned to him. The veteran employees, who had been lounging in their chairs and boasting to the newcomers, shot to their feet with excited grins. Mr. Wallace! Mr. Wallace! The new recruits, elites from top tech companies and prestigious universities, saw the handsome young man enter and witnessed the veteran employee's respectful attitude. Realization dawned, and they were stunned. Mr. Wallace. This was him, the other legendary pillar of Happy Nest, the chief strategy officer who was practically on par with Mr. Chung. A wave of murmurs rippled through the room. Leo gave a slight nod, but his pace didn't slow. He walked through the crowd that parted for him automatically. He saw David Chung coming down the stairs, who looked equally surprised and delighted to see him. You're here early today. Leo grunted in acknowledgement and quickly met him on the stairs. Come upstairs with me. Get Penny, Owen, and the other department heads. We're having a meeting. David froze, his expression turning serious. This was the first time he had ever seen Leo like this. He didn't hesitate. All department heads, upstairs for a meeting. The order sent a shockwave through the company. As the managers and directors hurried upstairs, the new hires were dumbfounded. The veteran employees, however, had shed their lazy demeanor, their backs straightening like spears. They could feel it. This time, Mr. Wallace was leading the company into a new, tough battle. Same day, same moment, downtown, in the Central Business District, the Sterling Holdings headquarters. A figure in a black trench coat stepped out of a taxi and walked directly into the lobby. The beautiful receptionist at the front desk was stunned by the girl's appearance, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Composing herself, she smiled and asked, "Hello, miss. How can I help you?" The girl's voice was calm and detached. "I'm here to see Charles Sterling." The receptionist froze, then regained her composure and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but our chairman doesn't see guests without an appointment." But the girl was already walking toward the elevators. "Don't worry, he'll see me." The receptionist hurried to intercept her. "Miss, you need a special access card for the 37th floor. Other than the chairman and a few vice presidents, no one is allowed up there." Before she could finish, the girl had already stepped into an open elevator. She pulled out a black and gold access card and swiped it over the sensor. As the receptionist watched in disbelief, the button for the 37th floor lit up. Inside the elevator, the girl finally looked back at the receptionist, her gaze calm and appraising. She gave a slight nod. Diligent. Good attitude. Send your resume to HR. From now on, you work for me. The elevator doors slid shut. The glass elevator began its ascent. The beautiful receptionist was left standing in front of the closed doors, completely thunderstruck. A moment later, she realized who the girl must be. She sucked in a sharp breath, a chill running down her spine. Was that the legendary one? The glass elevator rose, heading straight for the 37th floor of Sterling Holdings. Inside, the girl stood with a calm and composed expression. She was unconcerned that her arrival, and the use of that special access card, was already sending shockwaves through the entire building. On every floor, in every office, a tide of commotion was rising among the Sterling employees. They couldn't help but turn and stare at the ascending elevator, all of them stunned by the cool, breathtaking beauty of the girl inside, and captivated by her innate, elegant grace. Whispers of the young boss and the Sterling air spread through the crowd. The elevator opened on the 37th floor. Claire stepped out and walked directly toward the chairman's office. The former Special Forces operative rushed to meet her, feeling as if the sky was about to fall. He thought she was here for another heart-stopping confession and was about to plead with her. Miss, please calm down. But Claire cut him off. Mr. Joe, step aside. I have business to attend to. Mr. Joe froze. In that instant, he felt his young Mrs. long absent, ice-cold, and formidable aura. The former soldier immediately stood at attention. Yes, ma'am. He turned and followed respectfully behind her. They walked to the end of the hallway. Without knocking, Claire pushed the door open. She met the startled gaze of Charles Sterling, who was rising from his desk. Without any preamble, the girl's voice was calm and direct. I need to use some of Sterling's resources. Charles was stunned, then nodded without a moment's hesitation. You ask. I'll approve. The sun set. The city entered the night. Quietly, the wind began to rise. A storm was coming. In the face of a colossal natural disaster, what can one person's meager power truly accomplish? No one knew the answer. Not Leo, and not Claire. They were simply doing everything they could, making every effort and attempt within their reach. That Monday night, a new interactive quiz game called Brainiac Blitz was proposed and approved at a Happy Nest headquarters meeting. It was immediately fast-tracked to the top of the project schedule. Someone at the meeting questioned Leo about it. Their chief strategy officer had already personally laid out the next few games for the company, such as Parking Wars and Friend Trader, which were universally agreed upon to be able to sustain the momentum of Garden Grab. Why suddenly insert this quiz game, disrupting the original strategic plan? Leo calmly explained. Parking Wars and Friend Trader are the same type of game as Garden Grab. They can only maintain the loyalty of our existing user base. Brainiac Blitz is different. Like the name compatibility test, it's designed to attract new user demographics. The former is a shield for defense. The latter is a sword for conquest. This company is a startup. We don't need watchdogs guarding the house. Every single one of you needs to be a wolf. As he finished, every department head sat up straighter. David Chung, the CEO, slammed his fist on the table, personally approving the plan. In the heated discussion that followed, everyone brainstormed ideas for the quiz game's question banks. Someone suggested different difficulty levels and specialized topics. Users in the Midwest could have a civil service exam topic. They could also collaborate with official organizations to spread public service knowledge. A fire safety topic, a first aid topic. The East Coast could have a hurricane knowledge topic, and the Southwest region could have. The discussion hit a snag. The room fell into a thoughtful silence. A voice cut through from the side. You could do a geological disaster prevention topic. It was Leo, his expression composed, as if he had just thought of it on the spot. For that one sentence, he had spent the entire evening laying the groundwork. That same night, in a small, high-level meeting at Sterling Holdings, oversight of the group's Southwest regional projects was quietly transferred into the hands of a certain young woman. In the 37th floor chairman's office, Claire slapped a thick stack of account books onto the coffee table. The several Sterling executives in attendance broke out in a cold sweat, silent as cicadas in winter. The books had been cooked. On the surface, everything looked rosy, but it was just a shell game, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Charles Sterling cleared his throat and asked his daughter how she planned to handle it. Claire's cool. Calm voice echoed in the office. It's simple. You all have too many connections, too many personal ties. Your hands have gone soft. You can't wield the knife anymore. So I'll do it. The casual words carried a chilling, murderous intent that made the powerful men in the room tremble. But Charles's eyes flashed with gratification and admiration. Where will you make the first cut? Claire's expression remained unchanged, as if she had been preparing for this her whole life. The Southwest is Sterling's most important division. Step 1. Audit the Southwest. All projects from the last 3 years will be re-evaluated and reapproved. The pride in Charles's eyes deepened. There are a lot of projects in the Southwest. Where will you start? Claire answered, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Real estate is the most important sector in the Southwest Division. We start by auditing the real estate. For that one sentence, the girl had to use all her strength to make it sound so casual, so effortless. The 2 meetings dragged on late into the night. When the young couple, exhausted, finally returned to the L&S house, their eyes met in the living room. The boy just smiled. Hungry? I'll make you a late-night snack. The girl smiled back. Okay, I'll keep you company. In the kitchen, Leo worked skillfully at the stove. As always, Claire stood behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her body against his. No more words were exchanged. They could feel each other's fatigue, but didn't point it out, understanding the other's desire not to cause worry. In moments like these, talk was unnecessary. Simply being together was the best medicine. The following week, they only became busier. As the creator of a new project, Leo had to coordinate with every department at Happy Nest, managing progress and direction. He was constantly rushing between the company and school, from one meeting to the next. He also had to provide continuous feedback to Isabella Zhao's team at Mako Entertainment. His workload was at its absolute maximum. At the same time, Claire had to make frequent trips to Sterling Holdings. In the new office her father had cleared for her on the 37th floor, a steady stream of audit reports from the Southwest region flowed in. She led a team of Sterling executives and key managers, meticulously reviewing each project line by line. Any problems were sent straight back to the Southwest. Any real estate projects of questionable quality, factories, buildings, school dorms, were all subjected to internal quality inspections. No excuses, no mercy. But people are not made of iron. Under the crushing weight of an immense workload and high-pressure stress, they grew tired. Every day, they worked late into the night, racing against time, not daring to slack off for even a moment. Sometimes, Claire would return to the L&S house late at night, exhausted. She would tiptoe in, try not to wake her boyfriend, only to see the light in the study still on. When she walked in, she would find him at his computer, also working late, having finally succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep at his desk. She would gently approach, her heart aching, wanting to drape a jacket over his shoulders to keep him warm. But he would stir, looking up to meet her gaze with a warm smile. You're back? I left some porridge warming in the kitchen for you. I'll go get it. Other times, Leo would be in meetings at Happy Nest until the early hours of the morning. He would return home under the stars, covered in the morning dew, only to find the girl asleep on the couch, clutching a stack of documents, her long legs curled up, looking small and fragile. Leo would walk over, gently take the files from her arms, and set them aside. Then he would carefully lift her, preparing to carry her upstairs. But she would wake in his arms, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. Leo would chide her softly. Why didn't you go to bed? Claire would bury her head in his chest, slowly closing her eyes again, her voice a sleepy mumble. I wanted to wait for you. Together. They never once asked what the other was so busy with. The things they were fighting for already consumed all their energy, and they couldn't explain it to the other anyway. And no matter how tired they were, when they came home, they still tried to act cheerful in front of each other, to give the other peace and warmth. The night was dark. In the bedroom, the boy and girl, weary to their bones, slept in each other's arms, keeping each other company, neither of them knowing that they were fighting side by side on the same battlefield, quietly weathering the storm together. Time flowed on, but for Leo and Claire, the pressure only grew heavier with each passing day. At Happy Nest, Leo slammed his hand on the table in several meetings, a rare sight. He sent the work of several departments who had missed their deadlines back to be redone. The employees, unaccustomed to seeing their usually easygoing boss so angry, were both chastened and defiant. They gritted their teeth and swore they wouldn't disappoint their 2 bosses again. During a call with his Mako Entertainment art team, the quality of the sketches had dropped due to the rush. Leo spoke harshly to Isabella for the first time. On the other end of the line, the campus girl's eyes welled up, but she didn't make any excuses. She clenched her jaw and said, I'll get the team to fix it. It won't happen again. At Sterling Holdings, the problems were just as difficult. Claire's aggressive audits were turning the Southwest Division's past several years of operations inside out. She showed no mercy, leaving no room for negotiation. This sent waves of panic through the company's other divisions and upper management. Some protested, complaining to the higher-ups that such a strict review was doing more harm than good, that the young boss was too young and too radical, and that they should proceed more slowly. The feedback reached the 37th floor. Even Charles Sterling had a private conversation with his daughter, his brow furrowed with worry and concern. Aren't you pushing too hard? The pressure you're putting on yourself is immense. But Claire simply picked up a thick stack of files and turned to leave for her next meeting. She left her father, the chairman of Sterling Holdings, with a single, calm sentence. I can handle it. Their efforts paid off. In mid-April, Happiness's new game, Brainiac Blitz, was launched after the entire company worked around the clock. The educational quiz-style player-versus-player game allowed friends to challenge each other in various categories. Within 24 hours of its launch, it had once again taken the entire domestic internet by storm. Happiness registered user count soared past the 20 million mark. At the same time, the internal audit of Sterling's Southwest division successfully rooted out a large number of corrupt managers. Under the young woman's decisive leadership, the atmosphere in the division was completely transformed. More importantly, the Real Estate Safety Inspection Initiative she spearheaded won praise from government officials, who then contacted them to propose a new round of joint reviews for all projects deemed questionable. But this meant that Leo and Claire's work was about to become even more demanding. In late April, Happiness received an invitation from government offices and major universities in the Southwest region to promote a new Brainiac Blitz quiz topic focused on public service knowledge. As CEO, David Chung needed to stay and manage the headquarters. The company needed a high-level executive to represent them. Leo, the chief strategy officer, didn't hesitate. He would go himself. Simultaneously, the cleanup at Sterling's Southwest division had implicated a number of mid to high-level personnel with deep-rooted connections. Progress was inevitably met with resistance. From her office on the 37th floor of the Sterling Holdings headquarters, Claire made her decision. If no one else dares to make a move, I'll do it myself. On Friday evening, Leo and Claire spoke on the phone. They were both about to leave their respective headquarters and head to the airport, but they both hid the truth from each other, their voices casual and light. About something this weekend. I'll probably be busy for a couple of days. Okay, take care of yourself. Wait for me to come home. After hanging up, they arrived at the airport one after the other. Their flights, scheduled just moments apart, took off into the night sky, heading for the same destination. In the Southwest, they spent 2 frantic days, barely having time to talk on the phone. Finally, exhausted and travel-worn, they arrived at the Southwest airport for their return flights. Standing on the tarmac, the girl walked up the jet bridge as the wind howled around her. She called her boyfriend. I'll be home tonight. Just a few hundred feet away, in front of the Southwest airport terminal, Leo, holding his phone and suitcase, was getting out of a taxi. Yeah, me too. On the jet bridge, the fierce wind whipped the girl's long hair into the air. Claire looked up at the night sky, filled with stars. I'm probably very far away from you. If you look up, can you see the stars? In front of the terminal, the night wind whipped the boy's trench coat around him. He held his phone and tilted his head back to look at the same starry sky. Yeah, I can see them. The sky is beautiful tonight. It's like the stars we saw on Mount Jade. When we go back to Northwood for winter break, let's go again. Okay, Leo. I'm here. I miss you. Me too. The night sky was vast, the stars brilliant. The boy and girl stood in a foreign place, bathed in the same starlight. A deep, complex emotion swelled within them, so powerful it felt like tears were about to fall. If you had the chance to live your life over again, what regrets would you want to fix? Nothing else. Only that your friends and family are safe and the one you love is by your side. And that every family in the world, every couple in love, could be the same. Early May, the second Monday. The afternoon breeze was gentle, the sun warm. Claire wasn't feeling well and took the afternoon off to rest at the LNS house. Leo skipped his classes to stay home with her. They lay on the couch, the girl's slender body curled up against her boyfriend's chest. Leo gently held her hand. The air was silent. No words were spoken. They didn't know where to begin, so they tried to hide their turmoil. Claire's hand was a little cold. Leo didn't notice. Neither of them realized it because in that moment, both of their hands were cold. Time ticked by second. Until that moment. Claire whispered, Leo, I'm a little cold. Leo gently pulled her closer, holding her tight. They clung to each other, trying to offer what little warmth they could. On this day, the news, as inevitable as fate, spread across the land with heart-stopping speed. The mountains and rivers trembled. The entire nation mourned as one. At first, it was an urgent interruption on every TV and radio station. The news anchor's face was grave, his voice strained as he tried to remain steady and report the event. At first, everyone thought they had misheard, or that the normally staid national news was playing a cruel, elaborate joke. But then more and more sources confirmed it. One piece of information after another poured in from the disaster zone in the Southwest. Finally, people accepted that the news was real. Some people's eyes instantly turned red. Many more were so shocked by the cataclysmic news that their minds went blank, a roaring in their ears that nearly made them stumble. When they came back to their senses, everyone frantically grabbed their phones, turned on their computers, trying every possible way to find out more. At the LNS house, Leo and Claire's phones suddenly rang in unison. They both instinctively moved to get up and answer them separately. As Claire stood, her legs felt weak, and she nearly fell. Leo quickly caught her. "Are you okay?" Only when he spoke did Leo realize his own throat was tight and dry. Claire bit her lip hard and managed a shake of her head. "I'm fine," but her voice was faint and trembling. However, when one went into the study and the other into the guest room to answer their phones, they both took a deep breath. In that instant, both Leo and Claire forced themselves into a state of absolute calm. "Go on." It was David Chung on the phone for Leo. The CEO of Happiness voice was more solemn and heavy than he had ever heard it. They quickly exchanged information, and after confirming the news once more, David made a decision. "We're suspending Garden Grab for 7 days." Leo nodded. He tried to organize his thoughts, to remain as calm as possible as he provided his partner with more plans and instructions. Claire, on the other hand, was on the phone with Sterling Holdings. The person on the other end was in such a panic they could barely speak coherently. A sharp command from Claire snapped them back to reality. Under her calm, rapid-fire questioning, she pieced together a fragmented report, confirming the status of the Southwest Division's personnel and assets. They needed more information. Then get it. At any cost, re-establish contact with the Southwest Division as soon as possible. After hanging up, they both walked back into the living room. Their eyes met, and they struggled to speak, both starting at the same time. The Southwest, they both stopped. Claire looked at Leo, her eyes slowly turning red. Even as someone who had been reborn, even with the foreknowledge she possessed, even after spending the last month desperately trying to prepare for this day, when the earth-shattering news finally arrived, it still struck her heart with devastating force, the pain spreading through her entire being. Leo stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. They clung to each other, seeking warmth. But the moment of comfort was brief. A few seconds later, Claire resolutely pulled away from his embrace, looked at him, and said with quiet determination, "I have to go out." Leo took a deep breath and nodded. "I'll take you." In the face of a colossal disaster, as the earth cracked and mountains crumbled, while people were still reeling in shock and grief, the machine of the nation had already roared to life. Within an hour of the disaster, a Level 1 emergency response was activated. Countless rescue teams, experts, doctors, soldiers, mobilized from all corners of the country and advanced toward the disaster zone. Then, the entire nation awoke from its grief. A countrywide mobilization began. Rescue supplies were transported to the affected areas with a speed that would shock the world. People began to spontaneously line up at blood donation centers, waiting in the wind and rain. On the highways leading to the Southwest, countless vehicles carrying personnel and supplies pressed forward. On every media platform on the internet, a flood of support and encouragement poured in, eventually coalescing into two powerful words that shook the soul. Southwest, stay strong. This night, no one in the country slept. The lights of the Sterling Holdings headquarters in the downtown CBD burned brightly. On the 36th floor, the main conference room was packed. The air was thick with voices. When it was confirmed that the personnel of the company's Southwest Division were largely safe, a wave of relief washed over the room. Then, all eyes turned to the young woman seated at the head of the long conference table, their gazes filled with awe and respect. Claire's expression was as cool and calm as ever. Her words were rapid fire, issuing one command after another. The company's personnel in the Southwest were mostly unharmed, but the situation was still dire. They were to mobilize all available manpower and resources. After ensuring their own safety, they were to provide full support to the relief efforts. This night, at the Happiness headquarters, people rushed back and forth through the lobby. The sounds of ringing phones, clattering keyboards, urgent conversations, and heated debates from the conference room all blended together. The entire staff, fighting through their shock and grief, gritted their teeth, and battled on at their posts, doing everything they could to contribute their own small part to the relief effort. Finally, the door to the CEO's office opened. The department heads emerged, flanking two figures. The eyes of every employee fell upon the two core leaders of the company, their faces filled with reverence and eager anticipation. David Chung and Leo exchanged a look. Leo gave a slight nod. David turned to face the entire staff in the lobby and announced in a deep voice, "Mr. Wallace and I have just finalized a new plan. Everyone, take this down." The lobby fell silent for a second, then erupted in a unified roar of acknowledgement. This night, the nation rose from its grief, gritting its teeth to face the catastrophe head-on. Rescue teams from all directions surged forward, fearless in the face of the storm, searching through every dangerous ruin, refusing to give up on a single life. Donations and supplies were collected from all over the country. People spontaneously gathered in schools, parks, and public squares, lighting candles and praying for the disaster zone. Online, Happiness homepage had been changed to black and white. A banner, personally written by the company's chief strategy officer, stretched across the top with 6 words, "Tonight, we are all together." This night, the flames of prayerful candles flickered across the entire nation. They wavered in the wind and rain, but they burned with a stubborn, unyielding light, never to be extinguished. The next day, the search and rescue operations continued. The teams that had reached the southwest worked tirelessly, digging through rubble and debris, searching for survivors. A steady stream of supplies and donations continued to pour into the disaster zone from all corners of the country. But as time passed, the chances of finding anyone alive beneath the ruins dwindled. The number of confirmed casualties, however, continued to climb at a heart-stopping pace. Countless people found their eyes turning red just looking at the staggering numbers on their screens. A reporter, interviewing a father who had lost his daughter, broke down and wept, unable to control his emotions. A government official, disheveled but trying to remain calm while giving a briefing, suddenly began to sob uncontrollably in front of the cameras. The anchorwoman on the national evening news began to read the latest casualty figures, but her voice slowly started to tremble and crack with unshed tears, sending a shudder through the hearts of viewers across the nation. The torrential rains in the southwest cast a heavy, dark cloud over the entire country. But it is disaster that tests the true character of a nation. The people of this land had endured countless hardships throughout their history, but their spirit had never been broken. The weather was brutal, apocalyptic. The odds of finding more survivors grew slimmer by the hour. Yet, no one chose to give up. The rescue continued. The supplies kept coming. One search and rescue team after another gritted their teeth, braving the rain and danger on the front lines. When they had no tools, they used their bare hands, digging through the wreckage until their fingers were raw and bleeding, determined to carve a path of hope for their countrymen. The people in the disaster zone organized themselves. Companies and local businesses rallied their employees, joining the search efforts or setting up makeshift kitchens to cook for the elderly and the children. The head of Sterling Holdings' Southwest branch, despite his own injuries, received instructions from the young masterback at headquarters. He turned his branch's office building and other structurally sound properties into shelters, providing a shield against the wind and rain for his fellow citizens. Online, people worked to gather and verify information, compiling lists of aid channels and sharing them with anyone who could help. Under the direction of its CEO and chief strategy officer, Happiness rushed to launch a new feature. After manual verification, users could post help requests from the disaster zone. The site compiled these into lists, using its platform to help make the search and rescue efforts as efficient as possible. When one corner of the country is in trouble, help comes from all sides. When a nation awoke from its grief, when hundreds of millions of people strained every nerve for their fellow citizens, it was all for one single, unwavering belief. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will never abandon them. We will never give up. If you have warmth, share your light. Even if the disaster extinguished civilization's torch, so long as everyone stood united, every single person in this nation could become their own source of light, enough to pierce the dark clouds and illuminate the world. So what if the earth shook and the mountains crumbled? This nation, forged over centuries, had always been strengthened by adversity. The number of survivors pulled from the rubble began to rise, slowly but surely. Every time a wounded person was carried out from the ruins, a chorus of urgent questions would erupt from the crowd. How are they? Are they alive? And when the thrilling, affirmative answer came back, almost everyone would break into a jubilant cheer. They're alive. Still alive. Gradually, miracles began to happen. The story of the boy who survived for days on nothing but soda. The pig found alive after being buried for over a month. The 108 students saved by a selfless teacher who broke every rule to get them out. Every story was deeply moving. Every story brought tears to the eyes. And then, roars of celebration. The cheers seemed to travel across the country, a tidal wave of sound. It wasn't just excitement and joy. It was a proud declaration, delivered through tears. It was telling the heavens, telling the entire world, this ancient and resilient nation cannot be defeated. In the face of overwhelming disaster, the unity and strength demonstrated by the people of this land was enough to move the world, to shake the very heavens. On the 7th day after the quake, the nation mourned. Public entertainment was suspended in a solemn tribute to the victims in the Southwest. On this day, a charity gala was held in Washington, D.C., to raise funds for the disaster victims. Major corporations and organizations were invited to attend. Sterling Holdings and Happy Nest, both of which had made significant contributions, were on the list. David Chung explained the situation to Leo, intending for them to go together. Charles Sterling also spoke with Claire, hoping that his daughter, who had given the most, would represent Sterling Holdings at the event. Both of them declined. At the gala in D.C., the head of Sterling's Southwest branch donated $200 million on behalf of the company. Happiness CEO, David Chung, representing the site's 32 million users, donated $32 million. As they received a round of heartfelt applause and praise, at that very same moment, Leo and Claire were on the Berkeley campus. With their roommates and classmates, they stood by the small river on campus, lighting candles, laying flowers, and releasing biodegradable lanterns into the sky, sending prayers and wishes to the people of the Southwest. For the living, a prayer. For the dead, a memorial. As the lanterns, carrying their grief and hopes, floated up into the night, the boy and the girl held each other close. They gazed up at the pinpricks of light, dotting the dark expanse, silent. They simply felt each other's presence, each other's warmth. Thinking back on the past month, their minds swirled with emotion. And with it, a long-overdue sense of peace and relief. Reborn into this life. In the end, his own meager power wasn't enough to hold back the sky, not like the protagonists in novels. But at least, he had done what he could. He could live with his conscience. The pain of the disaster could perhaps only be healed by time. The dead were gone. But the living had to keep going, carrying the memory of their lost friends, family, and countrymen with them. It was precisely by experiencing such hardship and loss that one learned to cherish the life they had and the people beside them. May 21 SD. Quietly, it was Claire Sterling's birthday. But the girl was in no mood to celebrate. She politely declined the enthusiastic suggestions from her roommates and friends. She spent the day in a conference room at the Sterling Holdings headquarters, busy wrapping up the final details of the relief efforts for the Southwest branch. Through the conference room's glass wall, a certain chairman of the board watched, his heart aching. That girl, she's been at it for over a month. It's her birthday today. Standing beside him, the retired Special Forces soldier offered a cautious suggestion. Sir, maybe you could say something to her? Help her celebrate a little. Charles Sterling paused, then shook his head with a calm, resigned expression. Forget it. That child is stubborn. I can't force her. The truth was, he'd already tried. He had forced a smile, plastered it on his face, and approached his daughter. Before he could even get the first word out, the girl had simply looked up, her cool, indifferent gaze sweeping over him. She didn't say a word, but her eyes clearly spelled out one, scram. Then, the chairman's annoyance flared up again. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? That punk does nothing useful, and now on her birthday, he's nowhere to be found. What's the point of him? Completely unreliable. Outside, the chairman grumbled under his breath. Inside the conference room, Claire's phone rang. She answered it. A familiar, warm voice came from the other end. Are you done yet? I'm in the city. I'm coming to find you. A gentle smile finally appeared on the girl's cool, detached face. Okay, the hardest part is finally written. A long sigh of relief. After hanging up, Claire spent a few more minutes talking with the Sterling employees in the conference room. Once she confirmed that all the remaining tasks were clearly assigned, she turned and walked out. In the hallway, Charles Sterling saw his daughter emerge, and his face lit up. He hurried over to meet her. Finished with work? I told you, you can just leave the rest of this to the people under you. Don't work yourself so hard. Claire shot a cool glance at the chairman. Moo, I'm going to get dinner. Charles froze for a second, then quickly recovered. Dinner? Great. Dad hasn't eaten either. Let's go together. It's your birthday after all. What do you want to eat? I'll book a restaurant for you. Claire's expression remained flat. No need. I can't have any extraneous personnel tonight. The chairman blinked, then beat his chest emphatically. Of course not. What extraneous personnel? Dad won't bring anyone. I'll tell the grunts to stay behind. It'll just be the two of us. Claire looked him up and down. You are the extraneous personnel. Charles Sterling. The chairman was completely baffled. If he, her own father, was considered extraneous personnel, then who in the world was his daughter going to eat with? A second later, it dawned on him. The chairman's eye twitched. Don't tell me you're going with your... Claire nodded calmly. My boyfriend. Even though he'd expected it, hearing the word boyfriend still felt like a sharp jab to the chairman's heart. It felt like some punk had snuck into his house and stabbed him in the back. Charles took a deep breath and forced a smile. Oh, I see. What? Is he coming to pick you up? Since he's already here, why don't I come down with you and we can meet him? Inside the chairman's mind, a tiny, cartoon version of himself was already twisting its face into a demonic snarl, sharpening a butcher's knife. Claire looked at her old man. No need. You're busy. Charles waved his hands dismissively, his expression growing even more enthusiastic. How could I be? Dad has nothing to do today. Even if I did, if it's to meet your boyfriend, I can push it all aside. Ha ha. His laughter was hearty and magnanimous. Claire's expression remained perfectly calm. She just looked at him, not saying a word. The chairman's laughter gradually stiffened, then faded. Under his daughter's placid gaze, he began to break into a cold sweat. Charles swallowed hard, trying to stay composed. Well, but then again, Dad does have some important business to take care of today. So let's just save the meeting for next time. Ha! Amid the chairman's hollow laughter, his dear daughter walked straight past her old man and headed for the elevator. It wasn't until he watched the elevator doors close on his precious girl that Charles Sterling's expression changed dramatically, his face contorting with gritted teeth. That damn punk. He actually came to celebrate Claire's birthday. Even I, her own father, don't get to be a part of it. This is outrageous. Unforgivable. Mr. Joe, wouldn't you agree? He suddenly threw the question at the retired Special Forces soldier standing beside him. Mr. Joe was still wiping away cold sweat, relieved that the dreaded three-way meeting had been averted. Hearing his boss's question, he nodded gravely. You're right, Mr. Sterling. The more Charles thought about it, the angrier he got, his teeth grinding together. No, that punk is here. Today, I have to see for myself who this character is. Mr. Joe, let's go. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to storm the elevator. Mr. Joe, horrified, quickly stepped in to block him. Mr. Sterling, calm down. Miss Sterling just said, if you go down there rashly, she'll be upset. That one sentence stopped the chairman in his tracks. The image of his daughter's angry face flashed in his mind. Charles shivered and immediately deflated. You're right. I can't let some punk damage my relationship with my daughter. But he still wasn't willing to let it go. A light bulb went off in his head. In the next second, his eyes lit up as he looked at his trusted subordinate. Then you go. Mr. Joe was stunned. Huh. The more Charles considered it, the more he was convinced this was the solution. His face took on a determined expression. Yes, you go. This is a rare opportunity. That punk managed to hide from you, a former top recon soldier, for almost half a year without being spotted. He's finally slipped up. Aren't you curious what he looks like? Mr. Joe. Actually, sir, I'm fine. Ignoring his subordinate's complicated feelings, the chairman waved his hand and gave a decisive order. That's settled. You get downstairs right now. I want you to get a good, clear look at that punk. Even better if you can get a picture. Then, as if a thought occurred to him, Charles paused and suddenly changed his tune. No, if it's convenient. The Sterling Holdings chairman's face turned murderous. He made a throat-slitting gesture at his right-hand man. Take care of him. Mr. Joe. It was hard to judge, but father and daughter were really cut from the same cloth. Downstairs, at the entrance of Sterling Holdings, Claire stepped out of the building. She was already on the phone with her boyfriend again. I'm downstairs. Are you here yet? As she spoke, the girl looked around. Soon, she spotted Leo's figure walking toward her from down the street. He was smiling and waving at her. A smile blossomed on Claire's face. She put her phone away and walked briskly to meet him. Without a hint of hesitation, she took her boyfriend's hand in a perfectly natural gesture. Let's go. Leo, however, was caught off guard by her sudden move. He instinctively glanced back at the Sterling Holdings building and ducked his head. You don't think your dad is watching, do you? Claire's tone was casual and calm. He won't be. He's busy. Then, holding his hand, she walked with a light step toward the curb. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. At that same moment, on the 37th floor of the Sterling Holdings headquarters in the chairman's office. The chairman, who had been in the hallway moments before, had practically sprinted to the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office. With a complete disregard for his image, he pressed his face against the glass, straining to see the street below. He could just make out the figure of his precious daughter, walking toward another boy. The floor was too high, the distance too great. He couldn't see his face clearly, but he had a feeling the kid was no good. And then, they held hands. Their posture was intimate. Charles could practically hear his own teeth grinding together. In that instant, the flames of his rage toward the home-wrecking punk threatened to engulf him. Just then, a vice president from Sterling Holdings walked in with a file, ready to report to his boss. Seeing the big boss plastered against the window, staring intently at the ground, he grew a little curious. "Mr. Sterling, what are you looking at?" The VP walked over and peered down as well. His sharp eyes immediately recognized the faint figure of the girl. "Hey, isn't that Claire? Who's she holding hands with? Wow, the kids at that age now, they look like a good match. You're a lucky man, Mr. Sterling." The VP laid on the flattery thick. Then he saw his big boss turn to look at him, his face devoid of expression. "Are you very idle lately?" The next day, the vice president, for the transgression of entering the office with his left foot first, received the chairman's special attention and praise. He was rewarded with triple his usual workload. The distance was too great. He couldn't feel the murderous aura emanating from the 37th floor. By now, Leo and Claire had hailed a cab and were settled in the back seat. Leo gave the driver an address. The car started smoothly, merging into the flow of traffic. Inside, Claire glanced at her boyfriend, a little curious. "Where are we going?" The address Leo had given sounded strangely familiar. Leo smiled. "Aren't you hungry? I'm taking you to eat. It's a pretty good place." The girl frowned slightly, a little concerned. "Nothing too expensive. Something simple is fine." Leo just smiled, squeezing her hand gently. "Don't worry, it's cheap and delicious." A short while later, the taxi arrived at its destination. The couple paid and got out. When Claire saw the restaurant in front of her, she froze, a momentary look of dazed confusion on her face. It wasn't a large restaurant, just an ordinary little diner. A sign hung above the door, the Lighthouse Diner. It was an utterly common name, nothing special about it at all. But Claire turned her head and stared at her boyfriend in a trance. "You brought me here?" Leo nodded, but couldn't help scratching his head, looking slightly embarrassed. "Yeah, I've eaten here a few times when I've come into the city. The decor is a little plain, but the owner is a really nice guy, and the food is great." As he spoke, Leo's gaze drifted to the sign above the door. A wave of memories washed over him. In his past life, he had come to the Lighthouse Diner countless times. It was right downstairs from the apartment complex where he used to live. After he started working, he would come to this diner for most of his birthdays, ordering a table of small dishes and drinking alone, including that rainy night on his 34th birthday in his past life. So, this place held a special significance for him. It held the memories of a lonely, desolate time, but also a faint sense of warmth and nostalgia. When Claire had told him, seriously and solemnly, that she didn't want a lavish birthday celebration, just a simple meal, he couldn't help but think of this place. Of course, he couldn't explain any of this to the girl in front of him. Seeing Claire staring at the sign, lost in thought, Leo worried she wasn't happy with his choice. He quickly added, "If you don't like it, we could go somewhere else." It was as if Claire had just woken from a dream. She came back to her senses. Meeting Leo's gaze, a smile spread across her face. "Not at all. I think this place is perfect." They went inside. The main dining area was a bit quiet. The owner, a man barely in his 30s, came out to greet them with warm enthusiasm. He exchanged a few friendly words with Leo. They clearly already knew each other. When he saw Claire, his eyes widened in admiration. He gave Leo a thumbs up. "You're a lucky man." Leo smiled politely, then expertly ordered a tableful of food from the owner before turning to ask his girlfriend if she wanted anything else. From the moment she had stepped inside, Claire had been looking around, taking in every detail of the diner's decor and layout with a serious and careful eye. It was only when Leo spoke to her that she snapped out of it. She smiled faintly at the owner. "I'll add the fried liver and onions and the golden fried chicken wings, please." The owner was taken aback, then broke into a delighted grin, giving Claire another thumbs up. "You got a good eye, miss. You picked the best ones." Leo couldn't help but look surprised as well. "Those are the owner's specialties. You nailed them both." Claire smiled. "Really? Maybe I just have a connection with this place." As she spoke, her eyes swept over the interior again, a wave of nostalgia and reminiscence flowing through her. "Yes, She couldn't explain it to the boy beside her, but she knew this place, too. In her last life, she had also been here more than once. It was after the car crash. After she had settled Leo's parents back in their hometown, she had returned from Northwood to help them pack up his things from his home in the city. On her way out, she passed this diner across from his apartment complex. She had only intended to grab a quick bite, but the owner, then nearly 50, had spoken of him with a sad sigh, mentioning that he had been a regular before he passed away. He had spent every birthday here, but always he was alone. From that day on, she, too, became a semi-regular. Every time she returned to the city from Northwood, she would make a trip here. She would sit at the table he always sat at, order the dishes he always ordered, and even get 2 bottles of beer, trying to drink alone as he had. She just wanted to put herself in his shoes, to feel what he had felt. And in this life, perhaps by a twist of fate, she never expected that on her 19th birthday, she would be here again. But this time, things were different. Sitting down at the same round table they had both chosen in their past lives, Claire looked up at Leo, her eyes filled with warmth and a gentle smile. This life, neither he nor she were alone anymore. They were at the same table. Together, the food arrived dish by dish. None of it was fancy, and it was far from luxurious. It was just simple, home-style cooking, but it was fragrant and inviting, radiating a simple warmth. Watching his girlfriend eat with such focused enjoyment, a smile spread across Leo's face. He felt a sense of nostalgia and deep emotion. In his past life, he had sat in this very spot countless times, drinking alone. He couldn't help but indulge in the extravagant fantasy that one day, someone would be sitting here with him. A lifetime apart, his wish had finally come true. Claire looked up and saw him staring off into space with a goofy grin. She was both amused and exasperated. She picked up a golden fried chicken wing with her chopsticks and placed it in his bowl. "Idiot, what are you smiling about? It's going to get cold if you don't eat." Leo snapped back to reality and quickly smiled in agreement. He picked up his chopsticks and dug in. Watching her boyfriend eat with such gusto, Claire felt a warmth spread through her heart, a feeling of happiness and contentment. In her past life, every time she came here, sat here, she could only try to imagine it. But now, she had traveled through time and space, across mountains and seas, to find her way to this life. This life, she didn't have to imagine. The person she had been searching for was right beside her. The beer they had ordered arrived. Leo poured 2 glasses, raised his, and smiled at Claire. "Cheers." Claire smiled back, raising her glass and clinking it against his. "Cheers." They touched glasses, then both took a long drink. Setting down their glasses, the couple looked at each other and smiled in perfect understanding. Leo gently took Claire's hand. "Happy birthday." But Claire shook her head. "That's not right." She paused, and meeting her boyfriend's puzzled gaze, she smiled. "Because you're here. That's why it's a happy birthday. Don't worry. What you're waiting for is coming soon. The story of the father-in-law and son-in-law meeting is going to be explosive. Next, I'll start tying up loose ends one by one. It's going to be high energy all the way. Please send gifts." The same street, the same restaurant. At the same table, 2 figures from different timelines had once passed each other by. But tonight, finally, they overlapped. The regret of what was missed was gone. The boy and girl at the table talked and laughed, occasionally raising their glasses for a toast. It was a picture of happiness and peace. After they had eaten their fill, Leo excused himself to go to the restroom. When he returned, he produced a birthday cake from behind his back, as if by magic. Claire couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes wide with surprised delight. "You had this prepared." She glanced outside. "Is there a bakery nearby?" Leo grinned. "Yep, Gilded Phoenix Bakery." He pulled out the Gilded Phoenix membership card that Mr. Chien had given him on his own birthday and waggled it at her. "Premium VIP. 40% off." Claire couldn't help but laugh. Leo placed the cake on the table and went to have a word with the owner at the front counter. Since there were no other customers in the diner, the owner happily agreed to dim the lights for a moment. The room grew dark. The candles on the cake flickered to life. Leo hummed the birthday song as Claire, smiling, closed her eyes and made a wish with her hands clasped together. Then she opened her eyes, leaned forward, and blew out the candles in one breath. Leo applauded enthusiastically and asked casually, "What did you wish for?" Claire glanced at her boyfriend, a slight smile playing on her lips. "I'm not telling you." After the celebration, they finished the cake. It should have been time to pay and leave. But just as Claire was about to stand up, Leo stopped her. "Not yet. I want to take you somewhere." Then he took her hand and led her toward the back of the diner. Claire was caught off guard, thinking her boyfriend had had too much to drink and was causing trouble. She tried to pull him back. "Leo, even if it's my birthday, We can't just go breaking into people's houses. Leo was almost amused. He quipped, "Don't worry. The birthday girl is the boss. If the cops come, I'll take the blame." Then, right in front of the diner's owner, he continued to lead his girlfriend toward the back. Claire grew anxious, but she couldn't match her boyfriend's strength and could only follow him. A few steps further, she realized Leo was leading her up the fire escape behind the restaurant. Claire was stunned for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but feel curious. "Where are we going?" Leo just smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when we get there." They climbed the fire escape step by step. As they neared the top floor, he turned to Claire and instructed her, "Close your eyes first." Claire did as he said, suppressing her curiosity and obediently closing her eyes. She let Leo lead her by the hand, carefully continuing up the stairs. As they climbed, she murmured, "Leo, just a reminder, kidnapping beautiful young women is illegal. Oh, right, but if we sold you by the pound, you'd fetch a pretty penny." Ow! Before he could finish, he sucked in a sharp breath. Behind him, the girl, with her eyes still closed, had lifted her long leg and kicked him squarely in the shin with pinpoint accuracy. The consequences of a man running his mouth. She couldn't see a thing with her eyes closed. But because her boyfriend was holding her hand, she didn't feel scared or worried at all. Finally, Claire felt herself being led up 2 more steps onto a flat surface. Leo's smiling voice reached her ears. "You can open your eyes now." Her curiosity had reached its peak. As she opened her eyes, Claire started to ask reproachfully, "What are you up to now?" But the words died in her throat, because the sight that met her eyes was a world of baby's breath. Countless white and pale pink blossoms, clustered like stars on slender stems, were arranged in bouquet after bouquet, covering the entire rooftop patio. The flowers surrounded her, placing her at the very center. Strings of lights hung on the walls, and pillars cast a soft glow, making the sea of baby's breath look even more radiant. Claire was stunned. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, almost unable to believe her eyes. She heard footsteps beside her. Claire turned to see Leo, holding a large bouquet of baby's breath, smiling as he walked up to her. "Last time you gave them to me. This time, I'm giving them to you." At last year's freshman welcome gala, the girl had walked through the crowd, a bouquet of baby's breath in her hands, to present it to him on stage, causing a sensation in the auditorium. This year, on her birthday, their roles were reversed. The receiver of the flowers had become the giver. A single bouquet received was now returned as a galaxy of stars. Placing the flowers in Claire's arms, Leo looked at his girlfriend and smiled. "Do you like it?" Claire's eyes were slightly red. She nodded. "I love it." Then she hugged the bouquet tightly, looked up at Leo, and smiled. "Am I prettier, or are the flowers prettier?" Leo couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you think I chose baby's breath?" The girl paused. Then realization dawned on her. The meaning of baby's breath. "I brought you all the stars in the sky, and still found that they weren't as bright as you." Looking at her boyfriend, the warmth in Claire's eyes softened. "My big oaf is getting smoother, isn't he?" Leo waved his hand grandly. "That's nothing. I'm the perfect model of a high EQ boyfriend now." He wasn't just boasting, because there was another surprise. Leo walked to the edge of the rooftop and, right in front of Claire, pulled a box of fireworks out from a corner. Claire covered her mouth in surprise. "Fireworks." Then realization dawned. "Is this also?" Leo grinned and finished her sentence. "Yep, there's a Gilded Phoenix fireworks nearby." Claire didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The value of the Gilded Phoenix brand just kept rising. It was on a killing spree. One birthday, Mr. Chin hadn't even shown up, yet his presence was felt everywhere. A certain young miss of the Sterling family was already starting to reconsider her plans. Maybe she should find someone else to walk her down the aisle at her wedding. With his girlfriend's worried reminders and instructions, Leo lit the fuse of a firework. As the fuse began to sizzle, he quickly backed away to stand beside Claire. He naturally wrapped an arm around her waist. The couple stood surrounded by the sea of baby's breath, patiently waiting for the show to begin. Then, with a whoosh, the first firework shot into the sky. A moment later, it exploded into a brilliant bloom of color against the night. Then came the second and the third. With muffled booms, one firework after another blossomed in the night sky, their brilliant colors reflecting off the sea of flowers on the rooftop. The boy and girl stood amidst the dazzling fireworks and the starry flowers, holding each other close. The scene was as timeless and beautiful as a painting. Claire looked up at the brilliant display, lost in a daze, and murmured softly, "It's beautiful." Then, she felt a slight, cool sensation on her neck. She turned her head in confusion, only to see her boyfriend placing something around her neck. He smiled at her. "See, does it suit you?" Claire instinctively looked down. It was a pendant. 2 interlocking platinum rings, one larger and one smaller, both studded with diamonds. It was delicate and exquisite, yet elegant. Claire was stunned, not quite processing it. Leo looked at her as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "A gift. It's my girlfriend's birthday. A high EQ boyfriend like me couldn't possibly forget to prepare a present, could I?" Then he prompted her again, a little anxiously. "Take a good look. Does it suit you? If you don't like it, I can return it and get something else." Before he could finish, a fragrant breeze brushed his face. Claire had suddenly thrown herself at him, pressing her lips forcefully against his. "I'm not exchanging it. I love it." After the passionate kiss, they parted. The girl eagerly and carefully cupped the pendant in her hands, admiring it once more. Only then did she notice that the 2 interlocking platinum rings had engravings on the back. The smaller ring was engraved with the letters L and S, for Leo and Sterling. The larger ring had a line of English text, an unbreakable circle. She whispered the words to herself, savoring their meaning. Her eyes glistened with warmth. Beside her, Leo explained in a slightly embarrassed, quiet voice, "I saw some other really beautiful styles at the store, but the prices were just insane. Between the overtime pay for the Mako Entertainment art team and donating most of his own share of the Happiness profits to the Southwest relief effort, his funds were a little tight." He had seen more beautiful pendants at the jewelry store, but they were priced at $3,000 to $5,000, some even over $10,000. The spirit was willing, but the wallet was weak. Therefore, on his girlfriend's birthday, Leo truly felt a little guilty and ashamed. He couldn't help but continue his rambling explanation. "This one was $1,200. It's a bit cheaper, but the meaning is pretty good. And it was exactly what I had left after putting everything together. If I spent any more, I wouldn't have had enough for the flowers and fireworks, and we probably would have had to ask the diner owner if we could pay for our meal later." He mumbled on beside her. But as Claire listened, her eyes unknowingly began to well up with tears again. She gazed at her boyfriend, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Just as Leo finished his rambling, he looked up and saw Claire staring at him with red-rimmed eyes. He was instantly startled and fumbled around, looking for a tissue to help her. "Why are you crying?" "Don't cry. Just wait a little. Your boyfriend is about to strike it rich next month. I'll buy you something even better then." The next moment, the girl threw herself into his arms again, hugging him tightly. Feeling the dampness seeping into his shirt, he was so flustered he was practically sweating. "Maybe I can borrow some money from Mr. Chien." Before he could finish, he was cut off. "No need." Claire finally pulled back, her eyes still a little red, but she had already wiped away the tears. She sniffled, then looked at her boyfriend with a serious and solemn expression. "I love this one. I wouldn't trade it for anything, no matter how expensive." Leo finally felt a little relieved. "Okay, as long as you like it." Claire cut him off, correcting him. "I love it." Leo's eyes lit up. "Really? More than Blackie the Leo hammer?" The girl didn't hesitate. "What Leo hammer? Never heard of it." "Blackie the stuffed doll has been eliminated." Leo was suddenly energized and pressed on. "What about the thread of destiny bracelets?" The girl paused for a moment, but remained firm. "The pendant is better. The bodhisattvas at the chapel on Serenity Peak have been defeated." Full of enthusiasm, Leo challenged a higher difficulty. "What about my family's heirloom jade bangle?" This time, Claire hesitated for longer, but finally made her choice. The pendant. Incredible. Leo was absolutely ecstatic. It wasn't easy. The birthday present he'd picked had actually managed to beat all of those other contenders. That's my boy. All you single guys out there, take notes. This is the quality you get from a perfect score, high EQ boyfriend, and master gift picker. Buoyed by his triumphant victory, he made a grand conclusion. "So, that means from now on, my position in your heart is number 1, set in stone." The next second, the girl looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Huh, no, it's not." Meeting her boyfriend's suddenly dumbfounded gaze, Claire kindly explained, "The pendant is number 1. The bangle is 2nd, the thread of destiny is 3rd, and Blackie the stuffed doll is 4th. From now on, you're number 5. Leo, confused_handsome_man. JPG. The misunderstanding was cleared up. Ms. Bertha Sue's eyes had turned red because she was moved, and she was absolutely thrilled with her birthday present. Comrade Leo Hammer's ranking had not improved at all. He had dropped from Leo the 4th to Leo the 5th. The girl was still cradling the pendant, admiring it endlessly. The defeated handsome man was dejected. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became Leo the 6th. Seeing her boyfriend's annoyed expression, Claire couldn't help but laugh. She put down the pendant, cupped his face in her hands, and stood on her tiptoes to give him a comforting kiss. There, I love the gift. Thank you. A single kiss. It was enough to soothe his wounded soul. The easily satisfied man was immediately appeased. Then, a thought occurred to him, and he added with renewed spirit, right? I was the one who had them engrave the L and S. Claire smiled and nodded. It's very nice. She leaned in and gave him another rewarding kiss. He eagerly added, I have another idea. Since it's L plus S, why don't we call this pendant the Lethal Slaughter Soul-Reaping Golden Ring? Ow! Before he could finish, the girl bit him sharply on the lip as punishment. Soul-Reaping Golden Ring, my ass. Have you been reading too many fantasy novels? On the rooftop, the fireworks display was coming to an end. The boy and girl sat side by side, surrounded by the sea of baby's breath, quietly watching the last of the embers fade in the sky. Leo, we'll always be together. A moment of quiet warmth. Then his voice came again. By the way, there's one more gift. The girl turned her head, surprised, her eyes questioning. Leo leaned in and whispered secretively in her ear. Me? The next second, a flustered Claire bit his earlobe. You little pervert. You want to have your cake and eat it too, huh? Thanks to Senlinen, Leoda, and Yueying Ruaji for the God tier certifications. Working hard on Monday. I'll try for a triple update. A new day. Thursday morning. As the first rays of bright sunlight pierced the clouds and morning mist, they fell upon the courtyard of the LNS house. Inside, the Slaughter couple had already washed up, dressed, and were sitting at the dining table, refreshed and eating breakfast. Leo would take a bite, then chuckle to himself. Then he seemed to pull a muscle in his back. He winced, but as he rubbed his overworked lower back, a look of deep satisfaction crossed his face. The only thing missing was a sign on his forehead that read, Worth IT. The lady of the house, sitting across from him, wasn't faring much better. Her mind was clearly not on her food. Every few seconds, she would look down to fiddle with her new pendant, take a bite of oatmeal, admire cependant, then pick up her phone and snap a demure selfie with its 8-megapixel camera. The result was that she had barely eaten half her bowl of oatmeal, but she had already taken over a dozen selfies with the pendant. And even that wasn't enough. The girl kicked her boyfriend under the table with her delicate foot, then held up the pendant and raised her eyebrows at him. Well, Leo, snapping out of his daze, heard her question and replied with unwavering certainty, beautiful. Claire's eyes curved into crescent moons, a pleased smile on her face. Not forgetting to return the favor, she offered her own critique of her boyfriend. Nice back. A round of mutual flattery. The couple was extremely satisfied. Only Mr. Chen, who had just come inside to take Reasonable out for a walk, looked on in confusion. He turned to the plump parrot perched on his shoulder and gossiped. What's the situation? Reasonable shot a disdainful look at the Slaughter couple at the table. He tilted his head toward the lady of the house. Woman, easy to fool, got a gift. L'impentant, happy idiot, short and to the point. Then he glanced at the master of the house. This time, Comrade Parrot cleared his throat and rattled off a series of technical terms. Level 1, 3, 5. Level 2, 4, 6. 4, 5, 6. Level 7, 7, 7, 7. Anyone else wouldn't have understood. But Mr. Chen, the previous owner of the vibrating friendship bed, understood instantly. All his confusion vanished. Mr. Chen looked at the Slaughter couple with a gaze full of gratification, appreciation, and admiration. Putting it to good use, Reasonable. He hummed a happy little tune and took Reasonable outside for their walk. As he left, he made a mental note to stop by his Gilded Phoenix pharmacy later. Young people have stamina, but you can't overdo it. He could bring his brother Leo some supplements later. A day where a certain Sterling Holdings chairman's position at the wedding grew even more precarious. After breakfast at the LNS house, the couple happily went to class together. Sitting in their advertising lecture, Leo thought back to the previous night's events and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The other 3 members of room 520, sitting beside him, watched him with suspicion. They huddled together, whispering, "What's up with him now? He was so badly injured before. Is he possessed again? Looks like his back is messed up too. Guess that training really is risky." Leo was completely unfazed by his roommate's commentary. Let them talk. Go right ahead. He had reached a whole new level. Did they know what level 7 meant? From now on, they could skip Leo the 6th and just call him Leo level 7. Meanwhile, the girls of room 205 were experiencing a similar situation. The first thing they noticed was that their campus queen roommate seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood. They had just opened their mouths to ask, "Claire, you're looking great today," when the girl, beaming, cut them off with a question of her own. "What? How did you know Leo gave me a pendant for my birthday?" Molly, Quinn, and Jade. Wait, they hadn't asked that. At lunch, the two dorms ate together. Leo was in high spirits, lecturing the three girls from room 205 on the importance of physical fitness for young people. Molly, Quinn, and Jade listened, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, the three guys from room 520 were busy showering their sister Bertha with compliments. "That pendant is really something else. Of course, a gift from Leo would be perfect." Dylan, who couldn't speak, held up his whiteboard, on which he'd written two words, "badass." Claire listened, smiling from ear to ear, and waved her hands dismissively. Eat. What's with all the flattery?" The three underlings from room 520 finally breathed a sigh of relief and dug into their food. At the same time, they secretly wiped the sweat from their brows and grumbled to themselves. "Well, that's because you, Sister Bertha, were practically shoving that pendant in our faces." After lunch, everyone was getting ready to head back to their dorms for a nap. As Leo stood up from the table, a thought seemed to strike him. He turned to Claire. "Hey, have we fed reasonable yet?" A look of realization dawned on Claire's face. "Oh, we haven't." Leo frowned, displaying the responsibility of the master of the house. "It's not good to let him go hungry." The girl nodded in decisive agreement. "Definitely not good." Leo thought it over seriously and finally made a solemn decision. "Then we should go home. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's for reasonable." The girl readily agreed. Reasonable. And so, under the dumbfounded gazes of their roommates, the couple linked hands and hurried off toward the east gate of the campus. The members of room 205 and 520 were left standing there, stunned. They looked at each other. Are they always this concerned about reasonable? They're in such a hurry. You'd think reasonable would starve to death if they were a minute late. Molly, as if remembering something, looked puzzled. Wait a minute, doesn't Mr. Chin usually feed him? Jade, watching the couple's retreating figures, adjusted the glasses on her nose, a thoughtful expression on her face. So, maybe it's not reasonable who's hungry. It was a spring afternoon. The breeze was gentle, the sun was bright, and everything was bursting with life. Mr. Chin, having just fed the plump parrot, was taking reasonable for a stroll around the neighborhood. Suddenly, he saw a familiar couple rushing toward him. They saw Mr. Chin and called out a hurried greeting. "Mr. Chin." The parrot, seeing his master and mistress, excitedly flapped his wings to greet them. "Father, mother, father, mother." But before he could fly over, the couple rushed past Mr. Chin as if they hadn't even seen their clumsy bird, heading straight for the LNS house. The plump parrot was left in a cloud of dust, utterly bewildered. Reasonable? Question mark. Only Mr. Chin watched their energetic figures disappear into the distance, a satisfied nod on his face. He stretched comfortably in the bright afternoon sun and sighed contentedly. Isn't this great? This is how people should live. Happy. The gentle spring sun. It slowly washed away the heavy grief of the past weeks. Life had to go on. The sun would rise again tomorrow, as it always did. For Leo and Claire, the burdens they had shouldered for the past month were finally being set down. But after everything they had been through, the two reborn souls had a new perspective. Inside the LNS house, as the afternoon sun streamed through the window, falling on the soft white bed in the master bedroom, the couple lay nestled together under the warm, comfortable covers. They were tired but content, feeling the comfort of each other's presence. They lay in silence for a long time. Only tiny dust motes danced and shimmered in the sunbeams. Claire stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. "Leo, I think I'm going to start taking over things at Sterling Holdings." The sudden statement surprised Leo. He raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden rush to take over the family business? Claire thought for a moment before answering. Because if I have more power, I can do more things. I can help more people. Her words struck a chord with Leo, because what she had just said was, coincidentally, exactly what was on his own mind. A couple of reborn souls. Though they didn't know each other's secret, they still shared a common understanding. So Leo smiled. "Okay, I support you, but does this mean I'll have to start calling you Miss Sterling now?" He teased her lightly. Claire turned to him, propping herself up on one elbow and looking at him without blinking. "Leo, if I become a CEO, will you feel pressured?" Leo laughed. "What's there to feel pressured about? My girlfriend is going from campus queen to CEO. How many guys would kill for that? I could write a novel called My Aloof Campus Queen CEO Girlfriend." It might even be a hit. But as soon as he said it, he paused, thought for a moment, and corrected himself. Actually, never mind. It probably wouldn't get published. Claire was curious. Why not? Leo's expression was deadpan. Because the content would be a little steamy. The words had barely left his mouth before he acted. Before his girlfriend had a chance to react, the re-energized man yanked the covers up over their heads. With a small cry of surprise from the girl, they tumbled back into the nest of blankets. The life of a couple. So ordinary, plain, and dull. The friendship bed began to vibrate gently. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7. Some things were said in jest. But Leo genuinely respected and supported his girlfriend's decision. Because, for him, it was the same. With great power comes great responsibility. In this new life, he was already happy with how things were. He didn't really need to become fabulously wealthy. After all, how much money was enough? But now his thinking had changed. It wasn't about making money for the sake of making money. But as someone who had been given a second chance, while living his own happy life, could he also do more to help others in need? When you're struggling, you look after yourself. When you're doing well, you look after the world. A Wallace family motto. Besides Ms. Bertha Sue was already on the fast track to taking over Sterling Holdings and reclaiming her CEO title. As the boyfriend of the great CEO Sterling, Leo Hammer couldn't fall behind. Friday, after his classes at Berkeley, Leo went to the art studio. He met with the #1 employee of Mako Entertainment. Isabella Zhao looked exhausted. She hadn't been sleeping well and hadn't had time to fix her hair, which was a mess. Though it still couldn't hide her striking beauty, she looked a little pitiful. Even Leo, the heartless capitalist, felt a pang of guilt. He had hastily assigned her team to handle the art for Happiness' new project, Brainiac Blitz. It had been a rush job. The intensity was high. The standards were demanding. After a solid month, the entire Mako Entertainment art team was exhausted. Isabella, as the team lead and project manager, had borne the brunt of the pressure. Anyone else would have probably had a mental breakdown and quit. But the it girl of the humanities department had gritted her teeth and pushed through. And the work she delivered was top-notch. A born workhorse. The quality was undeniable. Feeling genuinely bad, Leo thought about giving his star employee a bonus. But just as he was about to pull out his wallet, Isabella shook her head, her tone serious. You already paid me for the overtime. The rest was just part of my job. I only take what I've earned. I don't want anything else. Leo was a little surprised, and his admiration for her grew. He nodded decisively. All right, then I won't. He smoothly put his wallet away. The motion was flawless. Isabella was dumbfounded, her mind struggling to keep up. When she came to her senses, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, why doesn't he follow the script? I was just being polite. If he had insisted a little more, I would have taken it. Hearing her mumbled words, Leo couldn't help but laugh. If I'm giving it to you, just take it. Why make things so complicated? He was just teasing her. He was still going to give her the bonus. But when she saw him reaching for his wallet again, Isabella hesitated, then shook her head with determination. It's okay. I don't want it. She looked up at him seriously. I saw the Brainiac Blitz game on Happiness. That's the project we provided the art for, right? The trivia questions in the game probably helped some people in the Southwest. So, I feel like I contributed in my own way. Isabella concluded with a serious expression. That was for charity. A good deed shouldn't have a price tag. Leo was touched. Looking at his star employee, he remembered how he had lost his temper and said some harsh things to her when the project was in a crunch. He felt even worse. He brought up the incident and offered her a sincere apology. Isabella waved her hand magnanimously. It's fine. I was the one who messed up. You can yell at me if you need to. I'm not the type to hold a grudge. Leo thought for a moment. How about I let you throw me over your shoulder one time, to let off some steam? Isabella's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Well, now that you mention it, that's not a bad idea. A few moments later, in the art studio, the two of them stood in their stances. Here I come. Bring it. The next second, there was a cry of surprise, followed by the dull thud of a butt hitting a soft mat. A mournful, aggrieved complaint echoed through the studio. You tricked me again, followed by a series of embarrassed apologies. My bad. I reacted without thinking. How about a do-over? Isabella was furious. A do-over, my ass. Never again. Please request an update and send gifts. The main plot is moving forward. Things are about to get explosive. The it girl of the humanities department was easy to appease. As her boss, Leo ultimately had no choice but to take out his wallet and pay for Isabella's medical expenses for her sore. But When the count of $10 bills reached 6, Isabella's eyes lit up, unable to contain her excitement. At that point, he promptly stopped. He held back the 7th bill he was about to count out. $60. It was enough to turn his number one employee's sorrow into joy. She quickly pocketed the money, muttering, "Next time, it won't be this cheap. You'll have to add at least another 20. No, $40. Leo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It felt like this girl's mind was completely fixated on money. If her rear end could take it, she could probably make a fortune getting thrown over his shoulder. Back to the topic at hand. The impromptu Brainiac Blitz project was mostly finished. It was time for the Mako Entertainment art team to get back on track and continue their work on the Battle Through the Heavens browser game. Isabella put aside her other thoughts and gave her boss a serious report. She briefed him on the current state of the team. The art team had now expanded to 8 people. Including her as the team lead, that made 9 in total. Everyone was skilled, and after working together on the Brainiac Blitz project, their coordination had become much smoother. Therefore, the progress on the Battle Through the Heavens game should be twice as efficient going forward. Leo was satisfied with her report. When Isabella expressed some concern about the increased personnel costs now that the team had grown, Leo just waved his hand dismissively. "You just worry about the project timeline. Money is not an issue." His words nearly made her choke. After she recovered, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Money is not an issue. Damn rich people. What's so great about being rich?" But the next second, she glanced at the wallet in his pocket and swallowed hard, her principles wavering. "Okay, being rich is pretty great. I wish I could talk to people like that." He had said it with a straight face in front of his employee. But in reality, for the current Leo, money was indeed an issue. Especially now that Mako Entertainment's team had expanded, with the art department doubling in size. The monthly salary expenses were becoming almost unsustainable. So, the most pressing task was to figure out how to make more money. After giving Isabella a brief outline of the work plan, Leo left the campus and took a cab to the office building on Wanning Road. He was heading to the Happy Nest headquarters. He needed to see if he could squeeze some cash out of his old pal David Chung. As he walked through the lobby and up the stairs, he was greeted warmly by all the employees, new and old. These were the brilliant minds of the internet industry. The way they looked at their young mister. Wallace was with the reverence one would reserve for a god or an idol. He had casually thrown together a game project, Brainiac Blitz, and it had single-handedly boosted the website's popularity and user registration numbers to a whole new level. It had even earned public praise from several official media outlets for its contribution during the Southwest disaster. As a result, Happy Nest's status and fame, both within the industry and nationwide, had skyrocketed. The employees watched with awe as their young mister. Wallace went upstairs. Then they began to whisper excitedly among themselves. Something big always happens when Mr. Wallace visits. Maybe he has another amazing idea to discuss with Mr. Chung. I can't wait. On the second floor, in the CEO's office. Nothing. David Chung slammed his hand on the desk, his voice firm. Not a single drop left. He shot a sideways glance at his chief strategy officer, who was lounging on the sofa, his face full of disdain. "You have a nerve to ask me for your salary and your cut. The income we painstakingly saved up from Garden Grab last month was basically all donated to the Southwest. Weren't you the one who said we should lead by example and convince me to donate my share along with yours?" Leo sighed. "You're right. What about this month's?" David rolled his eyes. "Gone too. Our daily user count is still exploding. We have to buy and install new servers every week. Factor in facility costs, personnel costs, marketing expenses, maintenance fees. Garden Grab's entire profit for the second half of the year is already allocated. You dare mention taking a cut? I guarantee the department heads will roll up their sleeves and come after you." Leo sighed again. The company is growing too fast. What a happy problem to have. By that calculation, there really wasn't a single cent of profit to be squeezed out of Happy Nest. Leo flopped onto the sofa without a care for his image, stared at the ceiling, and let out a dramatic sigh. "Isn't there a faster way to make money?" David scoffed. "Robbing a bank is fast. Why don't you try that?" "Oh, right. The way you sold me that domain was pretty fast, too. My old company, Nexus, is working on some new microblogging service. They went to register a domain, but it looks like someone already snatched it up. If you could somehow get your hands on that domain, you could make a fortune." "Huh," David laughed, pleased with his own humor. But on the sofa, the other man sat up as if waking from a dream. He slapped his forehead. "That's right. I forgot about that." He looked up at David. "Then help me get in touch with them. Tell them to make me an offer." David stared at him, dumbfounded. Question mark. He couldn't process it for a moment. He looked at Leo again, bewildered. Leo stood up from the sofa and clapped his old friend on the shoulder with a sincere expression. Thanks. When the domain sells, I'll give you a $500 finder's fee. David was stunned. Holy shit. I was just kidding. You actually have it? Suddenly, the money problem had a solution. On the way home from the office, Leo was in such a good mood that he couldn't help but hum a little tune. And when he got back to the LNS house, there was another surprise waiting for him. Mr. Joe had brought back the Maybach from the repair shop. In the front yard, the familiar black Maybach gleamed in the setting sun, shiny and new. Honorary little my, a glorious return. Maybach, upright hero go. Seeing his battle-hardened comrade back in top form, the plump parrot immediately swooped down. He landed on the hood ornament and began his familiar, excited chant of giddy up. Giddy up. Leo and Claire were also happy and relieved to see it. After all, it had been a true hero during that harrowing night on Spirit Springs Mountain. Leo smiled and thanked the retired Special Forces soldier for going to the trouble of bringing the car all this way. He kindly invited him to stay. Mr. Joe, why don't you stay for dinner? Don't worry, I'll cook. But Mr. Joe just shook his head and declined, saying he had to get back to the city. As he was leaving, however, he looked from Leo to Claire and then back again. The retired soldier's heart was heavy with complex emotions. He clapped Leo on the shoulder and, after a long moment, managed to choke out a single sentence. You, be safe. That one sentence could be interpreted in at least 3 or 4 different ways. Mr. Joe left, his heart a mix of emotions. Leo was left in the yard, trying to puzzle out the meaning behind the old soldier's heartfelt warning. He felt baffled and confused. Claire walked over. What did Mr. Joe say to you? Leo scratched his head. Nothing much. He just told me to be safe. A small question mark appeared over Claire's head as well. Safe from what? Leo was just as puzzled. He stroked his chin, speculating, maybe about driving? Driving, regular driving, or the other kind? Claire eyed her boyfriend. Are you thinking about something inappropriate again? Leo immediately protested his innocence. What? No, Mr. Joe was the one being vague. Then a thought seemed to strike him. He looked at his girlfriend. About our thing. You didn't let Mr. Joe know, did you? Claire froze, her cheeks flushing slightly. She gave her boyfriend a light, flustered slap. Why would I tell anyone about that? Leo breathed a sigh of relief. Good. We especially can't let Mr. Joe or your dad find out. Claire thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. As a daughter, it was easy for her to imagine how a certain Chairman Sterling would react if he ever heard about it. Charles Sterling would probably have a heart attack on the spot. Then she shot a sideways glance at her boyfriend. Just make sure you don't go blabbing about it. Leo waved his hands dismissively. Don't worry, I would never do something like that. The only person who knew was that guy who couldn't afford cigarettes, and he had only guessed. But it was just one guy. A minor issue. No big deal. But now that Little My was back, having a car would make it much more convenient to get around and do things. Looking at the Maybach parked nearby, an idea came to Claire. She turned to Leo. Perfect. Tomorrow's the weekend. Let's drive to the chapel. I need to go fulfill a vow. Leo nodded happily. Okay. The next day, Saturday, in the morning, the couple got up early. After washing up and eating breakfast, they took Reasonable with them and drove to Serenity Peak on the other side of the city outskirts. The sky was clear. The spring day was beautiful. They drove the Maybach up the mountain. The roadside was covered in wildflowers, bursting with life. They parked the car halfway up. The rest of the way had to be walked. Having been here once before, Leo and Claire knew what to do. They got out of the car with their parrot and began to stroll up the mountain path at a leisurely pace. Unlike the heavy snow of last December, 6 months had passed. As the couple climbed the mountain again, both their relationship and their state of mind were completely different. The parrot flapped its wings, flying back and forth above their heads, letting out a series of gleeful squawks. Whoa! Then he spotted a pretty female sparrow up ahead. The parrot's eyes lit up. He shot off like a rocket. Hey, beautiful, wait up, wait up. Leo and Claire couldn't help but laugh. They exchanged a look, and naturally, their hands found each other's. Feeling happy and relaxed, they continued their walk up the mountain, side by side. The familiar summit of Serenity Peak. The familiar old stone chapel. It was probably still early, as there were few visitors. The chapel was quiet and peaceful. The ancient pine tree in the courtyard stood tall and green, its presence exuding a tranquil, zen-like quality. As the boy and girl entered the temple, the branches of the pine tree swayed gently. It was as if it recognized old friends and was welcoming them back. Claire led Leo into the main hall. Amidst the swirling incense smoke, the statue of a bodhisattva sat on a lotus throne, a faint smile on its face. When it saw the couple enter the hall, the smile seemed to stiffen a little. These two again. Claire took 2 bundles of incense from his side, handed one to Leo, and then knelt on a cushion. Leo glanced at his girlfriend, then at the statue on the lotus throne, and knelt beside her. He didn't really believe in Buddhism or Taoism. He was just here to give his girlfriend some peace of mind. He picked up the incense. Not having much experience, he didn't know what to say, so he just addressed the bodhisattva. "I'm paying my respects. You do you." The bodhisattva. Beside him, Claire shot her boyfriend an exasperated look. She, however, straightened her back with sincere piety, closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and bowed deeply before placing her incense in the burner. After she had finished her vows, Claire told Leo to go outside for some fresh air. Once her boyfriend had left, and she was alone in the hall, Claire looked up and met the gaze of the statue on the lotus throne. The girl thought for a moment, then spoke. "Last time was pretty effective. When I have a chance, I'll donate some new floor tiles for the chapel." The bodhisattva smiled, its expression seeming to soften. The girl studied the statue, a thoughtful frown on her face. "The gold leaf is looking a little worn. I could have a new layer applied." The bodhisattva's smile seemed to bloom with delight. After rattling off a few more potential arrangements, the girl finally turned to leave, under what was now the bodhisattva's affectionate, successor-like gaze. But just before she stepped out of the hall, she seemed to remember something. She paused, turned back, and looked at the statue on the lotus throne again. "By the way, I might have caused a little trouble for you. It's not a big deal, is it?" The bodhisattva's compassionate smile was unshakable. Its golden body seemed to radiate a profound, inscrutable power in the morning light. The girl nodded, reassured. "Good. It's nothing major. As long as you can handle the Trinity, you'll be fine." The bodhisattva's smile froze on its face. After fulfilling her vow, they left the chapel. On the drive home, Claire sat in the passenger seat of the Maybach, feeling light and cheerful. Leo, driving, glanced over at his girlfriend and asked curiously, "What did you and the bodhisattva talk about? You seem so happy." Claire's lips curved into a smile, but her tone was casual. "Nothing much. Just gave a little pep talk." Then the girl stretched comfortably and turned to her boyfriend. "What's the plan for this afternoon?" Leo waved his hand grandly. "No plans. The weekend is for relaxing. Time to lie back and do nothing." That was the plan. But when they got home and had lunch, before the couple could even begin to enjoy their weekend bliss, Leo received several phone calls in a row. The first was from David Chung. He said he had gotten in touch with his old company, Nexus, and they would set up a meeting sometime next week. The plan to make a quick buck from the domain was moving forward. That was good news. The second call was from Cheryl Chun, the head of the arts department in the humanities school. She wanted to ask Leo for a favor. Or rather, she wanted to ask the Slaughter couple for a favor. The university's official magazine was preparing its next issue and was planning a special feature on outstanding students. They wanted to invite some popular and personable Berkeley students to do a photo shoot for the magazine cover, which would also serve as promotional material for the next academic year's admissions. The first piece of news was good. The second was a little harder to judge. And the third and final call was unexpectedly from Dean Evans, the dean of students at Northwood High. It had been almost half a year. On the other end of the line, the dean's laughter was as hearty as ever. "Leo, how have you been? Everything good with your studies? The final exams are coming up again soon. Your alma mater is planning an event. We're going to bring the top 50 seniors from this year's class for a tour of Berkeley to give them a little motivation before the big test. Your old homeroom teacher, Mr. Harrison, and I will be leading the group. We're coming next week. You and Claire, as our famous honorary alumni, will have to help show them around." The call ended. Claire, who had just come out of the kitchen with 2 sodas, saw the dazed look on her boyfriend's face and was surprised. "What's wrong?" Leo put down his phone and turned to her, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. "It's a lot to process. I don't even know where to begin. Daily request for updates and gifts. It was a lot to process. A tangled mess. He had to sort through it one thread at a time." That evening, Leo went into the study, sat down at his desk, opened his computer, and logged into the domain marketplace, a site he hadn't visited in a long time. He had bought 2 domains from that domain flipper, Chunke. One, Kaisen001.com. He had sold to David Chung for $200,000. The other one was still left. Weibo.com. Only a seasoned internet user from his past life would know just how valuable that domain was, and how much the official Weibo Domain was really worth. As someone reborn, Leo knew it even better. In his memory, the Happiness domain had sold for a few $100,000. But between 2008 and 2009, when Nexus bought the official Weibo domain, the transaction price was a cool one, $2 million. He wondered if old Chun K would cry his eyes out when he found out. Right now, Leo was already starting to plan. $2 million. Even if the price fluctuated a bit. Once the deal was done, how should he spend it? No more licking the yogurt container lid. Buy 2 pairs of shoes. Wear one, throw one away. Buy 2 houses. Live in one, leave one empty. Buy 2 girlfriends. Oh wait, just 1 girlfriend. That's enough. He was already starting to feel the happy burden of wealth. He reined in his thoughts. Opening his inbox on the marketplace platform, Leo saw that he had already received a number of inquiries and messages. It was just that after selling the Happiness domain, he hadn't paid any attention to it. It had been so long since he logged in that he had completely forgotten about this windfall. He scanned his inbox. There were all sorts of inquiries. Some made offers, others were just testing the waters. But Leo didn't see any messages from Nexus. That was normal. Looking at the messages on the screen, Leo smiled. Given Nexus's size, if they revealed who they were, the seller would undoubtedly demand an exorbitant price. Domain trading was a psychological game between buyer and seller. Nexus probably thought they were being patient. Unfortunately for them, they were dealing with someone who had been reborn. 6 months ago, he had managed to sell the Happiness domain for $200,000 to David Chung, and even swindled a chunk of initial equity out of him. Now, faced with a rich, clueless mark like Nexus, if he didn't fleece them for all they were worth, it would be an insult to the name Leo Hammer. As Leo was busy devising a strategy to completely bamboozle the Nexus representative when they met. Outside the study, a pitter-patter of footsteps came up the stairs. The sound grew closer. Soon, the study door opened, and Claire's head popped in. Leo, help me decide what to wear for the magazine photo shoot. The second matter. The photo shoot for the university magazine's outstanding student feature. According to Cheryl Chun from the arts department, the feature would select 1 or 2 students from each school at Berkeley, and their photos would be displayed together in a special section. This had unintentionally turned it into a competition between the different schools. Even the deans and directors of the various schools were taking it seriously, instructing their arts departments to choose their representatives carefully. They wanted to ensure that the photos of their students in the magazine outshone all the others. Initially, when Leo heard about it, he wanted to politely decline. I'm not really the right person for this. Our school has plenty of handsome guys and beautiful girls. What about Lily Liu? On the phone, Cheryl had praised him to the high heavens. Lily Liu is one of them. But we can submit 2 people. And who says you're not right for it? Your looks and charisma are perfect. If you clean up a bit, you could easily be the it boy of the humanities school. If we're being bold, you could even go for Berkeley's campus king. After a barrage of flattery, she finally revealed her true intentions. If you really don't think you can handle it alone, why don't you bring your Claire along? You 2 can take the photos together. Then the credit will go to our humanities school. Leo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So that was it. The long map of Yin was just a distraction to get to the dagger. His status as that boy didn't matter. He was just a package deal. The main goal was to secure the great campus queen, Claire Sterling. On the spot, Leo didn't give Cheryl a direct answer. He just said he would discuss it with his girlfriend. He had assumed that Ms. Bertha Sue wouldn't be interested. But when he hung up and told Claire about it, her eyes immediately lit up. Couples photos? Leo quickly waved his hands. No, what are you thinking? You can't take couples photos for a university magazine feature. Just a normal photo together. The purely platonic kind. The girl looked thoughtful. Platonic is fine too. Leo had a feeling something wasn't right. Wait, the platonic you're talking about and the platonic I'm talking about don't seem to be the same thing. Claire looked up, her expression innocent. Really? You must be overthinking it. Who knew what Ms. Bertha Sue was plotting in that head of hers? In any case, she made the decision on the spot. We'll do it. Leo eyed his girlfriend suspiciously. Why are you so enthusiastic about this? The girl's face was a mask of sincerity. As Berkeley students, it's perfectly reasonable to contribute to the university magazine. And so, that brought them to tonight. The photo shoot wasn't until Monday. But tonight, Claire was already busy in her bedroom, rummaging through her closet. And working alone wasn't enough. She came downstairs to get Leo's opinion. For a guy, watching a girlfriend try on clothes was a special kind of torture. Leaning against the study doorway, Claire counted on her fingers as she planned. I can try a few different styles of clothes. I'll need to coordinate the accessories. Then she looked at her boyfriend, seeking his opinion. If I were the pendant, the bangle, and the thread of destiny bracelet all at once, will it look a little too flashy? Leo, channeling his inner high EQ boyfriend, declared, as long as you like it. You're so gorgeous, you look good in anything. He laid on the flattery without batting an eye. His main goal was to end this quickly and avoid being dragged into hours of fashion show. Claire looked at her boyfriend, as if seeing right through his little scheme. All right, you get back to work. I'll go try a few things on my own. Then she casually turned and left. Watching his girlfriend walk out of the study, Leo let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and patted his chest in relief. He had dodged a bullet. He was just about to get back to work when he heard the girl's voice from the living room, seemingly talking to herself. I have quite a few pairs of stockings. Maybe I should try those on too. Tier 2 keyword triggered. Leo's ears instinctively perked up, and his head turned toward the sound. The next second, the girl let out another casual, light exclamation. Oh dear, how did this one get a rip? Tier 1 keyword detonated. With a whoosh, Leo shot out of the study. When it comes to fashion, I actually have some professional opinions to share. He had planned to work a little longer. He had been thinking about how to ensure the survival of the students from Northwood High during their upcoming visit. But now he couldn't be bothered. Survival? What survival? There were 50 of them coming. A few casualties, say 5, 6, 7, or 8, wouldn't be unacceptable. Monday morning, after breakfast at the LNS house, Leo and Claire set off for campus. The day was already packed. They each had their first class, and then they had to catch the campus shuttle to the new campus for the University Magazine feature photo shoot. They could have shot it at the old campus, saving time and effort, but the new campus was more picturesque. Cheryl Chun, the head of the arts department, had made the executive decision to haul the entire team out there for the best possible shots. Leo was fine with it. He had a major specific class on the new campus that afternoon anyway. Claire readily agreed to. If they were going to do a photo shoot, they might as well do it right. The only thing that displeased Ms. Bertha Sue was that after 2 days of carefully planning the perfect outfit for the shoot, a directive had come down from the department heads, passed along by Cheryl. All models were to wear the official Berkeley tracksuits. All her hard work had been for nothing. So, as they waited for the city bus outside their neighborhood, Claire was still pouting. Leo tried to console her. It's okay. You'd look good in a potato sack. And the tracksuits aren't that bad. He was telling the truth. Although he'd been surprised to learn that the university even had a uniform of sorts, the Berkeley spring tracksuit was surprisingly stylish. The school had hired a designer to create it. Maroon polyester pants paired with a matching red and white jacket, the whole look radiating youthful campus energy. Especially on the undisputed queen of Berkeley. It softened her usual cool aura, replacing it with a pure, bright charm that was captivating. Paired with her hair pulled back in a clean, crisp ponytail, she was the absolute embodiment of every guy's perfect high school crush. But even her boyfriend's comfort couldn't lift her spirits. She wrinkled her nose, a rare girlish gesture she only ever showed him. I'm still not happy, she said. I picked out so many better outfits. If it were just a normal day or a solo photo shoot, Claire wouldn't have cared about such a small detail. But this was different. This was a couple shoot with her boyfriend. At least, that's what she had decided it was, and she had wanted to look her absolute best. Leo kept trying. I know, but what can you do? If you have to blame someone, blame the department heads. Claire nodded in agreement, a spark of solidarity in her eyes. The sterling heiress was already holding a grudge. She was just one step away from asking Mr. Zhou to handle the leadership of the humanities department. But then a thought struck her. She turned to her boyfriend. When did you find out about this? Leo thought for a moment. Yesterday morning, I think. Claire froze. And you didn't say anything? You just let me keep trying on all those outfits. Leo's expression didn't flicker. Oh, that was when you were trying on the stockings. I got a little distracted. Then, he righteously shifted the blame. It's the stockings' fault. The stockings are evil. I suggest they be dealt with. Before he could finish, an indignant Claire, teeth gritted, had already lunged forward, sinking her teeth into his earlobe. Deal with your head. I'll deal with you first. Later that morning, during his first class, Marco, Dylan, and Leon, sitting in the back row with him, couldn't help but notice Leo's mood. What's wrong with you now, Leo? Leon asked. Why are you sighing through the entire lecture? Leo snapped out of it, waving a dismissive hand. It's nothing. He said it was nothing, but he couldn't stop another long, mournful sigh from escaping. He'd been careless. He never should have told the truth. Now he had angered comrade Bertha Sue and was facing a cruel punishment. For the next week, he wasn't allowed to play warden. She'd issued what amounted to a personal restraining order on his favorite game. For a seasoned correctional officer, It was a cataclysmic blow. Still, when he thought back on the past weekend, all the different styles and colors of stockings he had seen his girlfriend in, and even had the privilege of appraising firsthand, a feeling of deep satisfaction washed over him. A week's suspension was a week's suspension. It was worth it. Since his advertising class had a lecture on the new campus that afternoon anyway, Leo said goodbye to his roommates after his first class and left early for the photo shoot. When he got to the campus parking lot, Claire was already there, waiting by the shuttle bus. Leo sidled up to her. "Hey, beautiful. You here alone? Can I get your number?" The role play was on. Claire shot him an icy glare. "No, I have a boyfriend." A look of dawning realization crossed Leo's face. "Oh, is that so? My apologies. How rude of me." He then looked her up and down, his voice full of awe. "A woman as beautiful as you. Your boyfriend must be incredibly handsome, a true paragon of charm and sophistication." Claire glanced at Leo, a faint smirk playing on her lips. She answered lightly, "He was quite handsome. Tragically, he died young. I'm in mourning." Leo was silent for a beat, nearly choking. Hey, Comrade Bertha Sue, you can't just kill me off. That's not how the scene is supposed to go." Claire sniffed. "Serves you right for making me mad. You deserved it." He shamelessly closed the distance between them. "Come on, don't be mad. I'll make you something good to eat tonight when we get home." Claire turned her head away. "Not hungry." Leo circled around to her other side. "Hot pot. Not hungry. Spicy noodle soup. Not hungry. How about you just eat me? Eat your head. Not hungry." He kept shamelessly trying to sweet-talk her, and she kept turning away with a huff. The little lovers' spat continued until Lily Lou walked up, looking thoroughly amused. "Are you two children?" she asked. "This is so immature." Leo threw his hands up. "I'm the victim here." Claire shot him a sidelong glance. "Oh." He quickly corrected himself. "Okay, maybe not a total victim. It's my fault. Lily couldn't help but laugh, taking Claire's hand. All right, don't be mad anymore. Hey, where did you get this necklace? It looks amazing on you." There was a reason Lily was the it girl. The maid of honor had skills. "With just one sentence, miss." Bertha Sue's face lit up, and she eagerly began telling her friend all about it. Watching the two of them chatting and laughing intimately, Leo suddenly felt the need to give his best friend's wife, Tessie Yuan, a call. "You should probably get back from Portland. Your maid of honor spot is in serious jeopardy." The it girl of the humanities department and the queen of Berkeley, standing together laughing and chatting, easily became a breathtaking sight for anyone passing by. Talk turned to the photo shoot, and Lily, who was more in the loop, eagerly shared the intel with Leo and Claire. "The weather's great today," she began. "I heard it's not just our department shooting on the new campus. A few other departments probably picked today, too. And the school is taking the magazine seriously this time. So every department's arts committee is pulling out all the stops. They'll be sending out all their own it girls and it guys to represent them. Like that girl from the School of Law and Politics, CH. Leo instinctively filled in the blank. "Chloe Cheen." Lily nodded. "Right. Chloe Cheen, and from the School of Culture and Tourism. Tanya something." Leo supplied Tanya Tang. Claire remembered something, too. "And I think there's a really pretty girl in the athletics department." Leo added for a third time. "Her name is Hannah Chu." In the next second, both Lily and Claire went silent. Their eyes slid over to the young man who seemed to have an encyclopedic knowledge of all the beautiful women in every department. Well, Lily said, her voice dripping with amusement. "Quite the memory you have there. You can rattle off the names of all the pretty girls from other departments, can you?" It was only then that Leo realized he'd walked into a trap. Facing the dangerous glares of the two women before him, he calmly explained, "Oh, I don't really pay attention to that stuff. It's mostly Leon, Marco, and Dylan talking about them all the time." He skillfully passed the buck. Then he added righteously, "And no matter how pretty the girls from other departments are, they're not as pretty as my girlfriend. They can't even compare to our humanities it girl." That seemed to satisfy them. Lily's lips curved into a smile as she looked at Claire. "Not bad. Your boyfriend has strong survival instincts." Claire nodded, glancing at her boyfriend with a gentle smile. If he didn't have survival instincts, he could always try survival's alternative." After a bit more joking around, the conversation returned to the humanities department's photo shoot requirements. Lily also had some complaints. "I don't know what the department heads are thinking," she sighed. "They want to crush the other departments, but they put so many restrictions on us. We're the only ones stuck in Berkeley tracksuits. The other departments at least have their own departmental apparel, which looks way better. It's like going into battle. They have planes and cannons, and we're stuck with rifles. We're at a disadvantage from the start." Lily had also arrived wearing the Berkeley tracksuit. Although she didn't fill it out quite like Claire, The uniform still made her look pure and lovely, with a warm, girl-next-door vibe. Normally, that would have been more than enough. But this magazine feature was a fierce competition between departments, and they'd already heard that plenty of other it girls and it guys were being deployed. Berkeley was known for having not just brilliant students, but also a high number of attractive ones, far surpassing other universities. It was enough to make even Lily, the humanities it girl, feel the pressure. But pressure was just pressure. She glanced at Claire beside her and couldn't help but smile. But it's fine. When the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. Cheryl is a genius. She got Leo involved, which meant you, the Queen of Berkeley, got roped in too. In this magazine showdown, our humanities department can already declare victory. Indeed, even though both of Berkeley's campuses were filled with beautiful women from every department, when the Queen herself appeared, there was no contest. She effortlessly outshone them all. For Lily, what was once a source of pressure now felt like no burden at all with Claire by her side. To use a gaming analogy, it was like a high-ranked player teaming up with a world champion pro. Any opponent, no matter how skilled, would be easily crushed. Or, to use a fantasy novel analogy, it was like a set competition. You send out your prodigy. She sends out her holy maiden. And I show up with an empress from the immortal realm for a complete dimensional takedown. They didn't have to chat for long before Cheryl Chun arrived with several members of the arts committee, lugging camera equipment. They were all familiar with each other, and they exchanged warm greetings. When Cheryl saw Claire and Lily, her eyes lit up, and she showered them with praise. Oh my God, are you two trying to kill someone looking this gorgeous? You're barely even wearing any makeup, and you're this beautiful. With you two on our side, our department is guaranteed to win. We're going to absolutely dominate this magazine feature. Nearby, the one who had been automatically categorized as part of the domination raised his hand. Cheryl, I'm here too. He was hoping for a little praise himself. Cheryl's eyes swept over to him. She looked at Leo and waved her hand cheerfully. You're not bad either, kid. Standing next to two beauties, you definitely count as a guy. Leo was speechless. Claire, Lily, and the other arts department members couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Leo's face darkened. Great, so I'm just a prop. Used and then tossed aside. He suddenly understood how his friend, Kevin, must have felt when Mr. Harrison used to critique him. Once everyone had arrived, they prepared to board the shuttle. As they were getting on, Claire made a point to check with Cheryl. The department wants to show off our youthful campus spirit. I'm wearing the tracksuit, but I also have this necklace on. Is that okay? Cheryl glanced at the platinum ring pendant on Claire's chest and, without a second thought, waved her hand again. What's not okay about it? That necklace is fantastic. It looks insanely good on you. Wear it. You have to wear it. The sheer force of will from the head of the Humanities Arts Department was undeniable. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. She then proceeded to list off 6 or 7 different reasons why the necklace was perfect, all without blushing or batting an eye. The arts committee members whispered among themselves. Cheryl is really working hard to get the campus queen on our team. The last time she was this passionate was when she sweet-talked a sponsor into giving us $10,000 for school arts festival. Leo and Lily were stunned. They looked at Cheryl with newfound respect. As expected of the department head, Claire couldn't stop the smile from spreading across her face. In fact, the future CEO of Sterling Holdings was already making plans. This one's talented. I'll recruit her for Sterling Holdings later. The shuttle departed on time, leaving campus through the east gate and heading down the highway toward the new campus. The trip would take about 40 minutes. Most of the students on board were on their phones, reading novels, playing games. More than half of them had the text-based interface of Garden Grab open, completely engrossed in raiding their friends' virtual crops. The game had been online for 2 months now, with a stable average of 15 million active players. Happy Nest's main source of revenue now came from in-game purchases in Garden Grab. Seeing nearly a third of his fellow students on the bus battling it out with such enthusiasm, Leo, as a partner in Happy Nest, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. That's the sound of money. He noticed a student in the row ahead of him had run out of fertilizer and was about to open the in-game store to buy some premium fertilizer. Leo leaned forward and offered a helpful tip. You should get the $12 pack. There's a promotion right now. You get an extra fertilizer gift pack with it. The student in front of him blinked, then checked the game's announcement board and saw it was true. Delighted, he quickly used his phone's SMS billing to make the $12 purchase. After claiming his gift pack, he didn't forget to thank the kind stranger behind him. Thanks, man. Leo patted his shoulder, his expression sincere. Don't mention it. I should be thanking you. The chief strategy officer of Happy Nest personally generating a whopping $12 in revenue for his company. Every little bit counts. If a campus shuttle has 50 seats, and every student in every seat plays garden grab, and each of them spends $12, that's $600. Round that up a few times, and it's practically $100 million. Seeing Leo so enthusiastically promoting the game, Cheryl Chun, sitting beside him, couldn't help but tease, "Hey, what are you doing? Acting as a salesman for garden grab? What, do you get a commission for every purchase?" As expected of the arts department head, she was dangerously close to the truth. Leo paused, then replied without missing a beat, "Of course not. It's not like I'm a CEO of Happy Nest or something." The other arts department members chimed in, laughing, "But that game really is addictive. It would be great if Leo was the owner of Happy Nest. He could give us all free credits, or at least a discount, huh?" They soon discovered that they were all dedicated garden grab players who had contributed a fair share to the in-game store since it launched. Lily Liu joined the conversation with a smile. The humanities' it girl was also a diehard fan. However, as she put it, she was a free-to-play user, a $0 warrior who generally didn't spend money on games. Suddenly, Leo's opinion of Lily dimmed slightly. A girl from such a well-off family, not even willing to spend $6 on the starter pack? How inappropriate. -1 point for Lily Liu. Her position as a bridesmaid will be lowered by 1 rank. Maybe from now on, the competition for the roles of maid of honor and best man should be based on in-game purchase amounts. Let them compete for the positions. The biggest spenders get to be the maid of honor and best man. Speaking of which, Leo recalled that the biggest spender on his friend's list was a certain it girl from a school of arts. They were both it girls, but Isabella Zhao's dedication was on another level. Not only did she work diligently at Mako Entertainment, but she also turned around and spent her salary on Happy Nest, truly practicing the philosophy of earn it at Mako, spend it at Garden Grab, not a penny taken home. For Leo, it meant the salary he just paid out for Mako Entertainment was immediately funneled back to him through Happy Nest. Rounding things up again, it was like Ms. De Zhao was working for him for free. It was hard to find such a perfect, heaven-sent employee. The kind-hearted, black-hearted capitalist was so moved that he considered giving his #1 employee a raise. "No cash, though. I'll convert it directly into Happy Nest game currency." In contrast, Claire was the one person on the bus who wasn't particularly enthusiastic about Garden Grab. For some reason, when the Queen of Berkeley played the farming game, almost no one dared to steal her vegetables. The only thief bold enough to venture into her fields, which seemed to be shrouded in her cool, aloof aura, was a certain Leo Hammer Wallace. Without the thrill of stealing and being stolen from, the game's appeal diminished significantly for her. She was, however, more interested in another Happy Nest product, the recently launched quiz game, Brainiac Blitz. Right now, sitting by the window in the back, she was on her phone in WAP mode, battling a randomly matched opponent. Her opponent seemed to be a first grader, with the username First Grade Brainiac King. The Queen of Berkeley, thoroughly enjoying herself, crushed him in 30 seconds by correctly answering 6 questions in a row. The first grader was beaten so badly he was on the verge of tears, typing out an accusation in the chat window. "You're a bully. I'm in first grade. How did I get matched with a pro like you?" A faint smile touched Claire's lips as she typed back with an air of nonchalance. "I'm a freshman. A freshman is also a first year." Seeing Claire playing Brainiac Blitz, the others steered the conversation in that direction, marveling at the series of mini-games Happy Nest had released over the past 2 months. First Garden Grab, then the name Compatibility Test, and now Brainiac Blitz, Lily exclaimed in admiration. They've released 3 games, and every single one has gone viral. Happy Nest is on fire right now. Claire, feeling refreshed after trouncing the first grader, put her phone away and nodded in agreement. The person who planned these projects is a true master." Leo, listening nearby, grinned and waved his hand. "It's nothing special. Maybe they just got lucky." But this earned him a lecture from Claire. You can't have this much success with 3 consecutive projects just on luck. They have an incredible grasp of user psychology, and their understanding of the internet market is absolutely top tier. Now that you're starting your own business, you need to learn from people like that. The others all nodded in agreement, urging him to study his contemporaries' methods, ostensibly being lectured, in reality being showered with praise. While a miniature version of himself was laughing hysterically on the inside, Leo nodded humbly on the outside. You're right. I'll learn from them." Seeing her boyfriend so receptive to her advice, Claire nodded, satisfied. At the same time, she began to thoughtfully consider the matter. Such talent was indeed rare. If she were to take over Sterling Holdings later and wanted to expand into the internet sector, recruiting this person would be a massive asset. But if she couldn't recruit them, they would be the most formidable opponent for any competitor. The kind you'd want to eliminate as quickly as possible. That's fine. Mr. Zhou is a professional at that sort of thing. As the thoughts circled in her mind, Claire had already formulated a satisfactory plan. Meanwhile, Leo, sitting beside her, suddenly shivered. He looked around, puzzled and wary. Why do I feel a sudden killing intent? The shuttle arrived at the new campus. As they got out in the parking lot, Cheryl Chun was already directing her team to grab the camera equipment and get set up. They had already scouted the locations in advance. The first spot was near the stone fountain, flanked by lush flower beds and green trees. The fountain sparkled in the sunlight, with the elegant, European-style academic buildings in the distance. You could take a masterpiece here with your eyes closed, Cheryl declared, waving her arm with a flourish. The scenery is beautiful, but the people are even more beautiful. Ladies first. The three models, 2 women, 1 man, would each have their solo shots taken first. The arts committee members efficiently set up the equipment, even holding up a reflector screen. Once everything was ready, Lily and Claire took turns stepping in front of the camera, striking a few simple poses under Cheryl's direction. One was gentle and warm, her smile as friendly as a girl next door's. The other was cool and radiant, her light smile for the camera seemingly melting ice and outshining the sun. Their beauty and charisma were undeniable. Any shot would be a good shot. The photographer barely needed to adjust the angle, just firing off a rapid burst of clicks. He checked the results. Wow, incredible. Every single photo could go straight into the magazine without any editing. The arts committee members couldn't stop praising the photos. Only one certain individual stood on the sidelines, loudly offering his high-level guidance. Hey, that expression is a little off. Comrade Bertha, you need to smile more. And you, girl, your pose is too stiff. Don't try to look cute, just be natural. Cheryl finally had enough and smacked him on the back of the head. Enough with the useless commentary. If you're so good, you do it. It's your turn. The keyboard warrior was forced onto the battlefield. For all his talk, when it was his turn to stand alone in front of the camera, Leo was suddenly stiff and awkward. His posture was rigid. Beside the peace sign, he had no other moves. Now was Claire and Lily's chance for revenge, and they weren't about to let it slide. Standing beside the photographer, they critiqued him mercilessly. Model, stand up straight. Why are you slouching like an old man? It's a photo shoot, be confident. Why do you look so guilty? My, wasn't someone just an expert a minute ago? All talk and no action, I see. The 2 girls stood there with mischievous smiles, kicking him while he was down. Leo gritted his teeth. Just you wait. He tried his best to pose, but he never had any experience or habit of being in front of camera in either of his lives. Every position felt unnatural. Cheryl watched, her frustration growing. I asked you to take a picture, not walk to your execution. Why you look so tragic? Chest out, stomach in. Yes, like that. Stomach in. Why are your limbs all mixed up now? Cheryl was about to have an aneurysm. Claire and Lily were nearly doubled over with laughter. Finally, after much effort, they managed to get a few decent angles and usable expressions out of him. The last shot needed to be a head-on portrait that captured the vibrant spirit of a Berkeley student. Another problem arose. It was slightly better when Leo wasn't looking at the camera, but now he had to look directly into the lens, and it felt awkward all over again. He'd glance at it and instinctively look away. Cheryl, standing to the side, was on the verge of yelling, "Look at me, you little brat." The photographer sighed. Leo, just look at the camera with some energy. It's simple. Don't treat the lens like it's a monster. Leo was getting a headache, too. I understand what you're saying, but I really can't do it. The great reborn protagonist couldn't overcome a simple case of camera shyness. Just as everyone was about to give up and scrap the last solo shot, and Leo was breathing a sigh of relief, ready to escape, a clear female voice came from beside the photographer. Black stockings. In an instant, Leo's head snapped around, his eyes shining as he looked toward the source of the voice. Where? His head turned right into the direct line of sight of the camera. Cheryl was overjoyed. Quick, that's it. Take the shot. The photographer, with the fastest reflexes of his life, slammed the shutter button. Click. A handsome, energetic portrait with sparkling eyes was successfully captured. Mission accomplished. The arts committee members cheered, almost crying with relief. My God, that was so difficult, but we finally got it. Cheryl bounced over and grabbed Claire's hands, shaking them vigorously. You're a hero. I'm treating you to dinner later. A real, nice dinner at a restaurant. Lily looked at Claire as if she were a goddess. Camera shyness. You cured it with just one sentence. Claire looked completely unfazed. It was nothing. You just have to treat the specific ailment. The calm confidence of someone who owned the user manual for Leo Hammer Wallace. Leo, meanwhile, was shamelessly sidling up to his girlfriend. You know, I wasn't actually looking for stockings just now. I just suddenly stopped being afraid of the camera. Claire shot him a look and smirked. I know, you stocking freak. His face flushed. Don't call me that. It makes me sound like a pervert. Claire nodded nonchalantly. Okay, stocking freak. With the solo shots done, the plan was to move on to pairs and group photos. Cheryl waved her arm, and her team, along with the 3 models, hurried to the next location, a classical Western-style sculpture near the School of Law and Politics. First up were Claire and Lily. The 2 stunning beauties stood together in front of the lens, creating a breathtaking scene. The photographer was in his element, snapping away without pause, muttering to himself. Perfect. Now these are models. I don't know what that thing I was shooting before was. Oh, Leo, I wasn't talking about you. You were great, too. Everything was going smoothly. Cheryl couldn't stop grinning. This is great. Get more shots of them. Beautiful women are so easy on the eyes. But then she sighed with a hint of regret. It's a shame that they have to wear the tracksuits. If they were in other beautiful outfits, wouldn't it be an even bigger slaughter? Just then, a committee member ran up, looking indignant. Cheryl, I just saw the School of Art students. They're doing their shoot too, and they're not following the rules. They're all wearing their own clothes. The news sent a ripple of anger through the rest of the arts committee members. How could the School of Arts do that? The rule was no personal outfits. We in humanities are stuck in tracksuits, and they at least have their own, better-looking department apparel. Lily, however, wasn't surprised. She just shook her head. That's how the School of Arts has always been. They're constantly competing with each other within their own department. An opportunity like the university magazine comes along, and all they can think about is outshining everyone else. They'll do whatever it takes. She pursed her lips. Frankly, it just shows they're not confident in their own looks. I heard their girl, Isabella Zhao, isn't here today. It's just a few other girls from the performance department who fought for the spot. If it were Isabella, she probably wouldn't pull a stunt like this. I wonder what she's doing, not stepping up for her department. Leo, standing nearby, stroked his chin, probably busy with work. As a black-hearted capitalist who had just assigned his #1 employee a mountain of new tasks, he knew that the it girl in question was likely buried in work. She certainly wouldn't have time for a magazine photo shoot. The arts committee members looked hopefully at their leader. Cheryl, they broke the rules first. Maybe we should switch to our own outfits, too. Cheryl's expression shifted. After a moment of conflicted hesitation, she finally shook her head. No, them breaking the rules is their problem. If we do the same, then it becomes our problem. The school and the department gave us clear instructions, and we're going to follow them. Her tone became firm again. With another wave of her hand, she declared, as long as we have the talent, we don't need to worry about their cheap tricks. Let them wear whatever they want. Our models have the looks and the charisma. So what if we're in tracksuits? We'll still crush them. Her words were filled with a confidence that was contagious, reigniting the spirits of her team. Cheryl's right. Let them cheat. They'll still lose. Let's crush them. Claire walked over with her phone and confirmed with Cheryl. So, we're definitely not changing? Cheryl nodded. Yep, we're sticking with the tracksuits. Claire looked slightly disappointed. All right, she didn't really care about competing with other departments. She just thought that if she could wear a few of her nicer outfits, the pictures with her boyfriend would turn out better. But since Cheryl had made her decision, she didn't press the issue. She took out her phone and typed a message to the retired Special Forces operative she had just texted. Never mind. You can return the wedding dress to the shop. One can only imagine the shock that had shattered the ex-soldier's composure upon receiving the first text. The photo shoot continued as planned. Next, it was time for Leo and Claire, the power couple, to be in front of the camera. The entire arts department team was fired up. Let's do this. We have to get the perfect shots of Leo and the Queen. It was strange. When Leo was shooting alone, he was awkward and his expressions were forced. But as soon as he was with his girlfriend, he found his groove. The two of them were completely natural and relaxed, laughing as they looked at each other or holding hands for the camera. So relaxed, in fact, that they almost couldn't stop themselves. Claire took a step forward with a playful smile, nearly pressing herself against him. Leo instinctively reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist. In the frame, the young man was tall and slender, with a handsome, warm demeanor. The young woman was exquisitely beautiful, almost ethereal. They looked like a match made in heaven. The arts committee members watching gasped. Wow, They're so perfect together. One member asked their leader with a hint of concern, Cheryl, this is supposed to be a feature on outstanding students. Is it okay if we make it look like a couple shoot? Cheryl, who was watching with a delighted grin, waved her hand dismissively. No problem. We're not explicitly saying they're a couple. Berkeley has a very open-minded atmosphere, and the students are friendly. What's wrong with putting an arm around a waist? They're just good friends. It's perfectly reasonable. The other members chimed in enthusiastically. Reasonable. A breeze blew past, catching a strand of the girl's hair and shot. Leo reached out and tucked the stray hair behind his girlfriend's ear. The photographer seized the moment and snapped another picture. Another member worried. Is tucking hair behind an ear okay? Cheryl didn't hesitate. No problem. Berkeley students help each other out. The team echoed her again. Reasonable. In the shot, Claire put her hands behind her back, closed her eyes, and rose onto her tiptoes, leaning toward Leo. Leo instinctively started to lean in for a kiss, then caught himself. Cheryl, isn't this going a little too far? Cheryl pushed the photographer aside, snapped the picture herself, and declared decisively, just don't actually kiss. The wind was strong, and the girl got something in her eye. What's wrong with a male classmate helping her blow it out? All the members shouted in unison, their voices ringing with conviction. Reasonable. The sound was so loud it startled a flock of birds from a nearby tree. Even some other students walking by were drawn by the noise, looking over in confusion. What's going on over there? All we hear is reasonable. Reasonable. Is it some kind of cult? Finally, the photo shoot was a wrap. A thoroughly satisfied Cheryl Chen treated everyone to a nice lunch at a small restaurant outside the new campus. After eating, the arts committee team prepared to head back to the old campus. Lily went with them. Leo's advertising class had a lecture on the new campus that afternoon. He had wanted his girlfriend to take the shuttle back with the main group, but Claire said she wanted to wait for him to finish class so they could go back together. So they both stayed. After saying goodbye to everyone, Leo and Claire took a stroll around the new campus. When it was almost time for his class, Claire told him to go on ahead while she explored a bit more. After they parted ways, Claire wandered aimlessly between the academic buildings. She found herself on the second floor of the art building, near the drawing studios. Her interest piqued. She remembered that some of her boyfriend's student artists worked here. With her hands clasped behind her back, she casually walked into a studio and looked around. Finding nothing of particular interest, she turned to leave. At that exact moment, Isabella Zhao was walking toward the studio, art board slung over her back, practicing an over-the-shoulder throw and muttering to herself. Just you wait, Zhao. Once I master this, I'll get my revenge. The girl was so engrossed in her practice that she wasn't watching where she was going. Just as she rounded the corner to enter the studio, Claire was walking out the back door. The two girls collided without warning. Because Isabella was so focused on her throwing motion, when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, her instincts took over. She grabbed the person's arm, her body already moving into the first half of the throw. Halfway through the move, she snapped back to reality and realized it was a girl. Isabella panicked. Oh my God, I'm so sore. She didn't get to finish her apology. In the next second, she wouldn't have needed to anyway. Claire's own combat instincts had been triggered. She countered the move in an instant, twisting her wrist to break the hold, and smoothly stepped forward into Isabella's space. She grabbed Isabella's arm, dropped her shoulder, and twisted her hips. It was a flawless, textbook over-the-shoulder throw. Before a certain daze, Zhao could even process what was happening. Her entire body was airborne. Fortunately, Claire also came to her senses quickly and pulled back her strength at the last moment. She caught Isabella slightly before she hit the ground, softening the impact and absorbing most of the force. But it was unavoidable. The arts department girl still landed with a solid thud on her backside. Claire rushed forward. Are you okay? Sitting on the floor, Isabella was completely disoriented. Her head was still spinning. When she heard the question, a wave of confusion washed over her. This scene, why does it feel so familiar? Just like Leo's first encounter with the arts department's girl, this was a clear case of self-defense. Someone appears out of nowhere around a corner and immediately gets physical. You can't blame a girl for reacting instinctively. But Claire quickly realized what had happened. By pulling her strength at the last second, she'd at least prevented a serious injury. Rushing forward to check on the girl, she got a good look at her face. The pretty, delicate features made even Claire pause for a moment. Then she noticed the artboard slung over the girl's back and the dazed, confused look on her face. It all clicked. She knew who this was. You're Isabella Zhao. As the realization dawned, Claire couldn't help but find the situation hilarious. The coincidence was just too perfect. She had laughed at her boyfriend for giving the arts department's it girl an over-the-shoulder throw during their first meeting. And now this. The couple was taking turns throwing her. It was true what they say, birds of a feather flock together. How could they be so in sync, even with something like this? Isabella was still dizzy as she was helped to her feet. Hearing the question, she nodded instinctively. Yeah, that's me. And you are. Before she could finish, her eyes landed on Claire's face. The moment she saw her, Isabella's jaw dropped. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her mouth forming a perfect O. In that instant, only one thought filled her mind. WHOA? A goddess. The renowned it girl of the arts department. A certified 9 or even 9. 5 out of 10 on the Berkeley student forums, was completely stunned. The girl standing before her was so breathtakingly beautiful that Isabella felt a pang of inadequacy. As an artist with a more critical eye for aesthetics, she saw perfection. The girl's cool, radiant aura, her exquisitely delicate features. She was the ideal model Isabella had only ever dreamed of. For a moment, Isabella completely forgot about the pain in her rear end. You're so beautiful, she murmured. Can I just touch your face? Just for a second. She unconsciously reached a hand toward Claire's cheek. But in her daze, the movement was too abrupt. It pulled on the bruised muscle in her backside. A sharp pain shot through her, and she gasped, sucking in a sharp breath. Ow! Her hand shot back to her rear end, and she grimaced, tears welling up in her eyes. Ow, ow, ow. Claire found the whole scene both funny and exasperating. If you know it hurts, then maybe you've learned your lesson, she lectured. You can't just go around attacking people you bump into on the street. What if you can't win? You could get hurt. Her tone wasn't harsh, but it carried a natural authority. Isabella shrank back, looking guilty and ashamed, and meekly nodded. I'm sorry. Claire waved a dismissive hand. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. You're lucky it was me. I went easy on you. Otherwise, that would have been a much harder fall. Isabella was still dizzy from the lecture and the lingering pain. She obediently replied, Well, thank you then. Only after she said it did she realize something was off. Why do those lines sound so familiar? A smile almost broke through Claire's composure. Her boyfriend was right. She really is this dazed. So easy to fool. Claire helped her into the art studio and pulled over a chair for her, not forgetting to add a few more words of advice. Don't be so reckless in the future. If you're not skilled enough, practice more first. Isabella winced as she carefully lowered herself onto the chair. I'm good at fighting, she muttered defensively. Most people are no match for me. You're the only one. Claire raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. The only one? Isabella looked away guiltily. Okay, the second one. Then, something clicked. This impossibly beautiful girl seemed to know a lot about her. Isabella looked at Claire with suspicion. Do you know me? A smile graced Claire's lips. The it girl of the arts department. An employee of Mako Entertainment's art team, right? Isabella's chest puffed out with pride. I'm a team leader. Then, in the next second, she realized. Wait, how do you know I work for Mako Entertainment? The team leader's eyes widened as she looked at Claire with a mix of shock and suspicion. Do you know our boss? Claire's smile widened. I'm the boss's wife. One sentence, and Isabella's world exploded. A thunderclap seemed to go off in her head. She was completely stunned. The boss's wife? Looking at the goddess-like woman before her, Isabella could hardly believe her ears. You're Kevin Zhao's girlfriend. This time, it was Claire's turn to be stunned. A giant question mark appeared over her head. Then it hit her. Claire almost didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This boyfriend of mine. What kind of nonsense is he up to? He's acting like a child. So immature. In the next second, the Queen of Berkeley extended her hand with perfect poise and a slight smile. That's right. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tessie Yuan. Please take care of me. Not long after the Mako Entertainment boss's wife bid a graceful farewell to the company's #1 employee, the rest of the art team members arrived at the studio, carrying their art boards and brushes. Seeing their team leader already there, they greeted her warmly. You're here so early, team lead. First one here again. Then they noticed she seemed to be in a daze. Team lead? Team lead? What's up? Isabella finally snapped out of it. Hearing her team's concerned questions, she just shook her head. It's nothing. I just met the boss's wife. That single statement caused an uproar. The boss's wife? No way. For real? What does she look like? Is she pretty? Bombarded with questions, Isabella recalled the stunningly beautiful woman she had just met, and she felt a little dazed all over again. Insanely beautiful. Like a goddess. Another wave of shock went through the team. A goddess? our boss managed to land a goddess-level girlfriend. Isabella instinctively wanted to agree. Her first reaction had been the same. How could such a beautiful goddess possibly be dating their boss? But then a dull ache from her backside reminded her of the familiar sensation of that over-the-shoulder throw in the hallway. The it girl rubbed her rear end, a shiver of fear running down her spine. Okay, the boss and the boss's wife. They actually seem pretty well matched. In the advertising design classroom, when the professor's voice suddenly became deep and magnetic, his posture straightening as if he were a middle-aged man experiencing a second spring, the students instinctively looked toward the hallway door. Seeing the familiar, cool, radiant figure of the girl outside, they all understood. Then they shot a sidelong glance at their professor. Yep, they got it. It was nothing new. When the Queen of Berkeley made an appearance, her charm was universal, affecting men and women, young and old. The professors in the advertising program even secretly competed amongst themselves, arguing over whose class she audited the most, as if it were a testament to their own teaching prowess. But in reality, none of it mattered. Everyone knew she was only there for one person. When class ended and they watched Leo casually get up and walk out to meet the girl in the hallway, the cool campus queen's face broke into a gentle smile as she took her boyfriend's hand. The handsome couple, silhouetted against the setting sun, looked perfect together. It made the rest of the advertising class sigh with envy. They're so perfect. Damn it, Northwood High really needs to be stopped. It was no wonder everyone was jealous. The undisputed Queen of Berkeley, personally picking up her boyfriend after class. Who wouldn't be green with envy? The three members of room 520, however, weren't jealous. Their attitude was excellent. They might not be dating the campus queen, but they had a rock-solid friendship with her. Out in the hallway, Marco and the others waved enthusiastically at Claire. Bertha. Yo, Bertha. Here to walk Leo home. Claire smiled and waved back. The trio from room 520 immediately stood a little taller, their tails practically wagging with pride. They shot smug looks at the other students filing out of the classroom. See that? Yeah, you see that. The Queen of Berkeley in your eyes. That's our room 520 brother's wife, our Bertha. It was all thanks to Northwood High. Praise be to Northwood. The campus shuttle wasn't leaving for a little while, so Leo and Claire went to the small convenience store by the parking lot to grab some drinks. As they browsed the shelves, they chatted casually. Leo asked what she had been up to that afternoon while he was in class. Claire answered nonchalantly, nothing much, just wandered around. Then she added, I ran into your number one employee. We talked for a bit. Leo blinked, then it clicked. Days Zhao. Oh, I mean, Isabella Zhao. In the next second, he grew cautious, lowering his voice. You didn't reveal too much, did you? To her, my name is Kevin Zhao. Claire glanced at her boyfriend, completely unruffled. Relax. I Tessie you on, know what I'm doing. Her words immediately set Leo's mind at ease. He grinned and high-fived her. Nice work, you sly fox. That's my girl. Claire returned the high five, her expression perfectly composed. A husband and wife scam. It's nothing. An innocent, heaven-sent employee meeting a boss and boss's wife like this. Her ancestors must have accumulated some serious good karma. After paying for their drinks and leaving the store, a relieved Leo casually asked his girlfriend, So, what do you think of her? Claire raised an eyebrow. She's definitely pretty. On par with Annie Cakes. She paused, a smile touching her lips as she added, and she's definitely dazed. In terms of intelligence, she and Annie Cakes are polar opposites. Finally, as if recalling something, a smirk played on her lips. And she's definitely not a fighter. Leo was about to nod in agreement when the last sentence threw him for a loop. He looked at his girlfriend, a question mark floating over his head. Huh. Then it dawned on him, and his eyes widened. You too. Claire's face remained impassive. It was just a coincidence. It's fine, I smoothed it all over. She even thanked me. Once on the shuttle, sitting in the back, Leo asked for more details about the first meeting between his number one employee and the boss's wife. Claire answered casually, saying they just chatted for a bit. She said everything's great. She's happy at work every day. The pay is good, and she gets 1 or 2 days off a month where she doesn't have to work overtime. The boss is great to talk to. She absolutely loves Mako Entertainment. Leo listened, nodding with satisfaction. Good, all true statements. This earned him a light, exasperated smack from Claire. You have a nerve to say that? 1 or 2 days off a month without overtime. So every other day is maximum intensity work? Even Scrooge wasn't as exploitative as you. As they were talking, a loud exclamation came from a male student in the front of the bus. Holy shit! Battle Through the Heavens, updated. A wave of excitement swept through the shuttle. For real? Did it update early today? Let me check. Holy crap, it did. But why only 2 chapters? Why is the author so lazy? He used to do 3 a day. Screw you, potato. The bus was filled with a chaotic buzz. Watching the commotion, Claire raised an eyebrow. This novel is getting more and more popular. It wasn't just the advertising students on this bus. In her own finance major, many of the male students were also die-hard fans of the book. Remembering what Isabella had enthusiastically told her about the art progress for the Battle Through the Heavens browser game, Claire turned to her boyfriend. You really have a good eye. Leo smiled. Of course. The company has nearly 10 artists working on it now, pushing hard every day to maintain quality and quantity. When the game is ready to launch, combined with the popularity of the original novel, it should be a huge hit. Thinking about the future, when the game would launch and become a massive success, Leo's mood soared. He even reached out, playfully tilting his girlfriend's chin up. So, your boyfriend's pretty capable, huh? Claire didn't mind. She looked at him with a grin. Indeed, you are. But I saw some of the concept art. The female characters are all very well endowed, with a wide variety of clothing and stockings. Team leader Zhao mentioned that those changes were strongly requested by the boss. His hand froze. Then, with a trembling hand and a perfectly calm expression, he drew it back. Rumors. All rumors. You shouldn't believe such things. How could your boyfriend possibly be that kind of person? That day, Zhao, tattling on me behind my back, is she? Her pay is getting docked. On the surface, he vehemently denied any responsibility to his girlfriend. Even as Claire stared at him with a "do you think I'm an idiot?" expression, he pressed on. So, what you're saying is, she clarified, all those character designs with long legs, big chests, and various stockings were all the art team leader's decision. And as the boss, you strongly protested, but ultimately had to respect the opinion of a professional. Leo puffed out his chest and nodded righteously. Correct. That's exactly how it happened. Though I have no idea what she was thinking, but maybe professional artists just have special aesthetic preferences. He told the lie so smoothly, he almost believed it himself. At first, Claire didn't believe a word of it. But then she recalled her encounter with a certain it girl in the art building hallway that afternoon. The way the girl had stared at her, dazed, and even reached out to touch her face like a complete fool. Thinking about it, Claire's resolve wavered slightly. That Miss Zhao, she just seemed to have a strange, lecherous streak. Sensing his girlfriend's hesitation, Leo pressed his advantage. If you want to save money, just say so. Don't try to pin the blame on me, all right? He put on a show of being completely loyal to his girlfriend. But the future CEO of Sterling Holdings saw right through him in a second. Understanding her boyfriend's little scheme, her slender fingers closed around his ear. If you want to save money, just say so. Don't try to pin the blame on me, all right? With his weak spot in her grasp, he quickly surrendered. Of course not. We're honest people. What's this about blame? Besides, all the business decisions were made by Kevin Zhao and Tessa Yuan. What does that have to do with Leo Wallace and Claire Sterling? Right? The girl looked at him, her brow furrowed. What? You have no problem throwing your best friend and my best friend under the bus? Leo nodded with an honest expression. Nope, no problem at all. Claire paused, thought for a moment, and then nodded frankly. You're right. I don't really have a problem with it either. The couple exchanged a look, a tacit understanding passing between them. Best friends. Aren't they meant to be used? Reasonable. Back at the old campus that evening, Leo and Claire had dinner with their respective roommates at the dining hall. Afterward, the group went for a walk around campus. After dropping the girls off at their dorm, the guys prepared to leave. Of course, the two couples had to have a little moment of affection before parting ways. The goodnight kiss was non-negotiable. Their styles, however, were quite different. Molly took a running leap, and Leon caught her effortlessly. The cheerful, romance novel-loving girl wrapped her arms around her boyfriend's neck and planted a loud, solid smack on his lips. Good night. The power couple, on the other hand, was far more elegant. Claire stood on a slightly higher step, making her a few inches taller than Leo. She hooked a finger in his collar and gently pulled him closer. Then, with a grin, she leaned down and softly kissed his lips. The sheer alpha energy was off the charts. Marco, Dylan, and Quinn, watching from the side, were wide-eyed. Holy crap, Marco breathed. Are you two filming a rom-com over there? Why do you have to be so cool about it? Jade pushed her black-framed glasses up her nose and offered her critique of Leo and Claire. A Korean drama. Then she turned to look at Leon and Molly and added, a cartoon. On the way back to their dorm, Marco and Dylan were still sighing wistfully. Damn it, Marco lamented. Having a girlfriend to make out with is the best. When will it be our turn for a sweet romance? He slung an arm around Dylan's shoulders, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Dylan, you tell me, with our looks, charisma, and depth, why hasn't a single pretty girl fallen for us? It's an injustice against heaven itself. With no girls around, Dylan's inhibitions were gone, and he wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly. It makes no sense for us to be single. Marco threw his head back and yelled at the sky. Oh, heavens, please grant me and my good brother a girlfriend each. I'll do anything. Dylan yelled along with him. Me too. Marco hesitated for a second, then shouted again. Actually, if you have to, find me one first. Dylan can wait. Dylan whirled around, furious. Why shouldn't you wait? Let me go first. You're the fourth brother. I'm the second. Of course I go first. Traitor, take my Buddha's fury fire lotus. Oh yeah, you think I'm scared? Witness my flame-splitting tsunami ruler. Their friendship shattered in an instant. The two brothers of Gotham turned on each other, flailing and shrieking as they mimed moves from Battle Through the Heavens, their playful fight carrying them down the path. Leo and Leon were left watching the retreating backs of their second and fourth brothers. Leo couldn't help but shake his head. And they want to find girlfriends. They should just stay single. Leon nodded in agreement and offered him a homemade date cake. Want one? Lately, the plot of Battle Through the Heavens had been building towards its climax, and the novel's popularity on Scrollverse was skyrocketing. It wasn't just Marco and Dylan. In Building 37, where Room 520 was located, you could often hear strange cries coming from other dorm rooms at night. Holy shit. Awesome. Medusa is such a queen. When is he going to get a new heavenly flame? Storm the Misty Cloud Sect. Kill Nalan. Steal Yinshan. Something strange seemed to have slipped in there. But the novel's influence was undeniable. Even in the dorm's hot water room, when two students got into an argument, they would square off by yelling, "Taste my Buddha's fury fire lotus." That evening, back in his dorm, Leo logged on to AIM on his laptop and chatted with Potato for a while. He sent over the latest batch of concept art for him to review. On one hand, it was a sign of respect for the original author. On the other, it kept him involved, ensuring he'd be more enthusiastic about promoting the game when it launched. Potato was full of praise for the art. He couldn't find a single flaw. In fact, it was a little too good. He confessed to Leo, slightly embarrassed. Lately, I've been looking at the art for the female characters too much. All those long legs and big chests. It's made me accidentally write some borderline stuff. I almost got my account suspended by the site. Leo stared at the message. Then it hit him, and his face darkened. So that's why my second and fourth brothers have been sneaking off to the bathroom with their phones every time the novel updates. And why there are always those strange noises. Pulling himself together, he started earnestly counseling Potato. Don't write porn. We're legitimate authors. We don't stoop to such crooked methods. After considerable effort, Leo managed to pull the future king of web novels back from the deviant path of erotic fiction, at least for now. He breathed a sigh of relief. Setting the jokes aside, their conversation on AIM turned to business. Although the art for the Battle Through the Heavens browser game had been delayed in April and May, it was now more than halfway complete. The next major step was to get the game development and programming on the schedule. Leo hadn't been in a rush. In this era, most browser games used the same template. The models on the market were all more or less the same. All he needed to do was buy a basic template, make a few tweaks and adjustments, and it would be ready to use. Of course, he still needed to assemble a front-end and back-end programming team. I've already dropped hints to my fan group, Potato typed. Everyone is really excited about a Battle Through the Heavens browser game. Leo smiled and typed back. I'll get on it as soon as I can. I'm aiming to have the first beta version ready by summer break. Leo had already given David Chung a heads up about needing to hire a programming team, asking him to keep an eye out for suitable candidates. The initial team didn't need to be large, quality over quantity. For back-end maintenance, he could even borrow some staff from Happy Nest if needed. Of course, what Leo really wanted was to find another employee with a divine physique for labor, like Isabella Zhao. His head of art at Mako Entertainment was truly a gem. Not only was she diligent and hardworking, but she was also easy to fool and even managed to gaslight herself into working harder. When David Chung had asked what kind of candidates he was looking for, Leo had shamelessly described Isabella's profile. The request was met with a full 30 seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Finally, David managed to choke out 3 words. "You are just." He trailed off, then washed his hands of the matter, passing the task to his programming department lead, Hannah Ling. Hannah, a recognized beauty at Happy Nest, was also a Berkeley graduate from the School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. She had plenty of connections in her field. She readily agreed to help her little CEO Lin promising to find him a batch of high-quality, low-cost programmers. But in return, Hannah had one condition. She wanted a chance to meet Mrs. Little CEO Lynn in person. In her own words, "I just want to see for myself. What kind of woman with 800-point looks and charisma could possibly exist?" She was still holding a grudge over Leo's 8 out of 10 rating. Leo cheerfully agreed. Sure, when the time is right. Generally speaking, anyone who dared to challenge Comrade Bertha Sue in a beauty contest didn't fare well. But for using the title Mrs. Little CEO Lynn, Ms. Ling would at least escape unscathed. Of course, there was no rush. Leo was planning to wait until Happy Nest and his browser game project were both fully established. He wanted to build up a big success and then give his girlfriend another surprise. For the next couple of days, Leo and Claire stayed in their respective dorms. They went to class during the day, had dinner together, and then went for a short walk before heading back to their rooms. They couldn't just rush back to the LNS house every day after class. Humans are not beasts. They are not animals ruled by their lower halves. They need to have their own career aspirations and life goals. When he declared this righteously to his girlfriend over the phone, a smirk had formed on her lips. "Oh, is that so? I was thinking maybe someone just couldn't keep up." The comment nearly made him jump out of his chair. "Who can't keep up? Comrade Bertha Sue, I could sue you for slander. If you've got the guts, come downstairs right now, and we'll go back to the LNS house and see who's right." The girl's cheerful voice came back through the phone. "If it's not you, it's not you. Why are you getting so worked up? Don't be in such a hurry. The weekend is only 2 days away. There will be plenty of time to see who's right then." Her last few words were spoken slowly, deliberately, and sent a strange shiver down his spine. 1 second, Leo was proudly retorting, "You just wait. Don't come begging for mercy this weekend." The next second, after hanging up, his eyes were wide with panic. He whipped his head around to look at Leon in the bunk below. "Leon, for the next 2 days, I'm working out with you. There's no such thing as overplowed land, only an exhausted ox. To avoid exhaustion, the ox must train." So, for the next 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday, Leo's schedule included a new item, working out. The old campus at Berkeley didn't have many modern facilities, but it did have a newly built gym. Normally, Leon was the only regular from room 520. Now, he had Leo for company. The date cake I was pleasantly surprised. Marco and Dylan, however, were confused. What's gone into Leo? Is he suddenly a discipline guru? Dylan had a thought and snapped his fingers. The university track meet is in June. He must be training for it. Marco's eyes lit up. Oh, right. No wonder. He was suddenly energized. Nice. The track meet is a great place to show off. If you do well, you'll have girls flocking to you. He immediately decided that they couldn't let their first and third brothers have all the glory. The 2 brothers of Gotham quickly declared that they, too, would join the training regimen. Suddenly, the entire room 520 was filled with a passion for exercise. Not just the gym. Morning and evening runs were added to the schedule. This change did not go unnoticed by the girls of room 205. They were curious. That evening after dinner, they went to the track to see for themselves. Watching the 4 members of room 520 energetically running laps, Molly was amazed. Wow, they're really running? Are they trying this hard? Quinn was also surprised. Have these guys had a personality transplant? When the 4 boys finished their run, panting and covered in sweat, the girls handed them bottles of water. And they asked why. The 4 members of room 520 puffed out their chests and declared righteously, "No reason. The track meet is coming up. We want to bring glory to our class." Molly and Quinn looked at them skeptically. Jade offered a concise evaluation. "It's a trap." Claire, however, had already guessed the truth. She shot Leo a look that was both exasperated and amused. This guy, he really can't stand to lose, can he? The track meet was still a ways off in June. But another matter was fast approaching for the power couple. The weekend was almost here, and so was the tour group from Northwood High. The tour group was scheduled to arrive in Berkeley on Saturday morning. On Thursday evening, Leo and Claire each receive a call from their high school's dean of students, Dean Evans, and their homeroom teacher, Mr. Harrison. They were giving them a heads up. Both men sounded incredibly cheerful over the phone. "We tried to contact some of the other alumni at Berkeley, some of your upperclassmen," Dean Evans said. "We were hoping they could help with the reception. But what a coincidence. It just so happens they're all busy this weekend. Some have internships, some are sick in the hospital. I think one of them even has a family member having a 3rd child." At this point, both Dean Evans and Mr. Harrison sounded a little confused themselves. "We're not sure how it happened, but it seems like everyone's plans just happened to clash this week." Then they laughed it off. But that's not important. As long as we have you two, we'll be fine. Leo was silent. Claire was silent. After hanging up, the couple sat across from each other at a table in the dining hall, staring at one another. The headache was already starting. All the other Northwood High alumni at Berkeley were coincidentally unavailable? What a coincidence indeed. You didn't need a PhD to figure out what was really going on. Internships, sickness, a third child. It was all nonsense. They were all deliberately fleeing to avoid disaster. After all, the reputation of Northwood High on the Berkeley campus was well established. Claire kicked Leo's leg under the table. What do we do? Leo thought for a moment. How about we go into hiding too? Claire was tempted. What's our excuse? Leo pondered this seriously. We could say you're pregnant. The words were barely out of his mouth before her foot came down hard on his. Be serious. But being serious meant they were out of options. Anyone else could hide, but not them. They were the ones who had built Northwood High's legendary reputation at Berkeley in the first place. They were the main culprits. The two of them brainstormed at the table for a while longer, but couldn't come up with a viable plan. Finally, they just looked at each other, and Leo sighed. There's no other way. We'll just have to welcome them. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, and hope it doesn't collapse. Claire, for once, looked stressed, rubbing her temples. Right, they're just high school kids. We'll save who we can. The next day, Friday, on the shuttle to the new campus, Leo was still trying to figure out a plan for the Northwood tour group. He even borrowed Dylan's whiteboard and was scribbling and diagramming, working through different scenarios. The other three members of room 520 crowded around him curiously. What are you doing, Leo? Marco asked. It looks like you're planning a military campaign. Whoa, you've even got casualty rates and attrition percentages, Leon noted. So professional. But why are the enemy numbers so high? Leo sighed. What can I do? There are just that many people at Berkeley. His three roommates looked at him, completely lost. Leo sighed again and gave them the short version. Tomorrow, a tour group of underclassmen from my high school is coming. They're visiting Berkeley. Marco's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I see. A visit is a good thing. Why do you look so stressed? Wait, what? Northwood High is coming to Berkeley. His voice suddenly shot up. Throughout the front of the bus, students who had overheard the keyword suddenly sat bolt upright, their heads swiveling around with murderous intent. What about Northwood High? Who just mentioned Northwood High? In the back, Marco cautiously removed the hand he had clamped over his own mouth. Now, he fully understood. He looked at Leo and sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, this is going to be a disaster, isn't it? Dylan also gasped, then delivered his verdict. You're dead. He then took a pen and drew several detailed skulls on Leo's whiteboard. Leon just looked at him with sympathy and offered him a date cake. At this point, my condolences. What was coming was coming. But at least they had one more day before they had to welcome their high school alma mater's tour group. Life had to go on, and business had to be taken care of. The shuttle arrived at the new campus a little earlier than usual. Perfect timing. Leo had just received a call from Hannah Ling at Happy Nest. She had some rare good news for her little CEO, Lynn. There's a game development club here at Berkeley School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, she said. I was the president for 2 years before I graduated. It's full of talented game developers. The current president was my underclassman. I didn't tell him who you are, just that you were looking to hire, and he said no problem, he can help with recommendations. You should meet him in a bit. You can take your pick of the talent. Hannah sounded confident on the phone, even adding with a flourish, if you think the president is a good fit, you can have him work for you too. No salary needed. Just feed him. Her tone and swagger were definitely that of a formidable older sister figure. Leo was a bit surprised, wondering if she was overselling it. Then Hannah explained, it's nothing. Back in the day, I personally recruited all those kids in the game club. I raised them from scratch. The current president used to be a huge fan of mine. Her last sentence was tinged with a slight smugness, a clear jab at his earlier, you're an 8, my girlfriend is an 800 comment. Leo didn't care. Smug was fine, as long as she delivered. He immediately showered her with praise. You're amazing. It was still early before his afternoon class. After getting the contact information for the game club president from Hannah, Leo gave him a call. The guy happened to be free and was already on the new campus. They arranged a place to meet. Soon, they were sitting across from each other in a campus coffee shop. The game club president's name was Ken Zhou, a senior in ECS. He wore a plaid shirt and black frame glasses, the stereotypical look of tech guy. He was very friendly, shaking Leo's hand enthusiastically. Hey, nice to meet you. Hannah Sr. sent you, so no need for formalities. We're all family. Just let me know what you need. Despite his warm welcome, Leo knew to be professional. He explained his purpose. He wanted to hire some skilled programmers from the game club to help develop a browser game. As long as they had the skills, compensation was negotiable. Ken was very direct. He said it was no problem and that he could recommend a batch of people for Leo to try out. Their fees would be at an 80% discount from the current market rate. If Leo wanted to hire them full-time later, they could discuss salaries then. Ken even thumped his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, the price might be discounted, but their skills won't be. Anyone who comes out of our game club is a top-tier programmer. We might not be able to compete with the best in the industry, but for a browser game, we're more than enough." Then he added, "Plus, we just got a guy who came back from studying abroad. His skills are on another level. I asked him to come, too. You can meet him yourself. He's a little arrogant, but if you can convince him to join, he'll be a huge asset." Just as he finished speaking, footsteps approached the cafe door. Ken looked over, his eyes lighting up. Speak of the devil. Here he is. Leo instinctively looked up. When he saw the person's face, he froze. A single thought flashed through his mind. This world, is it really this small? The newcomer saw Leo sitting there as well and also stopped short. Then, a look of surprised delight spread across his face. Whoa, benefactor bro. Leo never would have guessed it would be this much of a coincidence. The programming prodigy who'd just returned from abroad, the one Kenzo from the Game Dev Club had been talking about, was actually an acquaintance. Half an acquaintance, anyway. He'd seen the guy twice. Once, he'd mooched a bowl of noodles off him. The other time, he'd eaten 2 of Claire's cookies. He was the mysterious, apparently wealthy kid with a supposed childhood engagement he was trying to escape, the one who seemed to have a screw loose. The benefactor bro from the train station. Wyatt Way hadn't expected it, either. He'd just enrolled in Berkeley's electrical engineering and computer science program, joined the Game Dev Club on a whim, and was dragged over by the club president to meet someone since he was free for lunch. And here he was, face-to-face with his benefactor bro, a guy he'd only met twice but felt an instant connection with. Originally, he'd planned to just show up out of respect for the club president, sit for a minute, make some small talk, and then bolt. But now that he saw his benefactor bro, Wyatt's attitude did a complete 180. A huge, enthusiastic grin spread across his face as he plopped down in the chair across from Leo. Well, what do you know? Talk about a small world. Bro, this has got to be fate. Leo looked at Wyatt, shaking his head with an equally amazed expression. It really must be. Kenzo, sitting beside them, looked back and forth between the two in surprise. You guys know each other? Wyatt waved a dismissive hand, declaring grandly, Know each other? It's more than that. It was like we were long-lost brothers. Instant connection. It wasn't quite that dramatic, Leo thought, but he nodded in agreement anyway. That's right, like brothers. The main reason for his enthusiasm was that Ken had just introduced this kid as the club's top programmer. And if they were like brothers, then working for your brother shouldn't involve quibbling over petty things like salary. Ken was thrilled. Well, that's perfect. Wyatt, you've probably got the gist of it, right? Your brother here is making a browser game and needs to build a programming team. He's recruiting from our club. Aside from the seniors who are busy with graduation and internships, you're the best we've got. How about you take the lead on this? Leo chimed in politely. As for compensation, everything is negotiable. But Wyatt just glared at him. What compensation? Bro, you're looking down on me. Don't talk like that. With our friendship, I still owe you a favor. Helping out with a project is nothing. We can't talk about money. He waved his hand again, oozing magnanimity. I'll take the job for free. I don't want a single cent. His words were so moving that even Leo couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. His opinion of the mooching rich kid from the train station skyrocketed. Look at that. Now that's what I call enlightened. That clueless Isabella Zhao could learn a thing or two from Comrade Way. But then Wyatt dropped an even more shocking bombshell. Bro, is your browser game project running smoothly? Financially, I've actually got a little extra cash lying around. If you're short, I could invest some more. Look at that. That level of enlightenment. Not only was he working for free, he was offering to throw his own money in. The way Leo looked at Wyatt completely changed. This wasn't an employee. This was a living saint. His favorability meter was maxed out. Good young men like this were a rare breed. For a moment, Leo was so moved he felt an overwhelming urge to recruit him for life. So, you're still single, right? I have a sister who's a real knockout. Want me to introduce you? But Wyatt just waved it off nonchalantly. Bro, you're too kind. No need. I'm basically allergic to women. I'm happy being single. You don't have to introduce me to your sister, but maybe you could bring your girlfriend around sometime? Let me meet her. I ate one of her cookies, and I still haven't treated her to a meal to pay her back. Leo nodded enthusiastically. No problem. I'll bring her next time. I'll introduce you. The guy was working for free and investing his own money. This was a tiny request. How could he possibly say no? Introducing Comrade Way to Bertha, Sue could wait. In the cafe, Leo, Ken, and Wyatt briefly discussed the browser game's content and plans. Wyatt turned out to be a die-hard fan of the original Battle Through the Heavens web novel. When he heard the game was based on it, his excitement grew even more. He pounded his chest and promised, "I'll definitely make this game a blockbuster." They quickly finalized the plan. Wyatt would lead the programming and development for the Battle Through the Heavens browser game, including recruitment, management, and overseeing the development timeline. With the basics settled, Ken had to leave. Since his afternoon advertising design class hadn't started yet, Leo took Wyatt to the art studio. He sent a text to Isabella Zhao, asking his #1 employee to come over and meet the new team lead. 10 minutes later, in Art Studio 204, the heads of Mako Entertainment's art team and programming team met for the first time. Leo made the introductions. Head of the art team, Isabella Zhao. Head of the programming team, Wyatt Way. Wyatt had just started at Berkeley and was seeing the School of Art's new girl for the first time. For someone who claimed to be allergic to women, he didn't have much of a reaction to a beauty of her caliber. He just stared for a second, collected himself, and offered an objective assessment. Damn! Isabella, on the other hand, was full of curiosity about her new colleague. She looked him up and down, her gaze sharp and suspicious. Then she sidled up to Leo, tugged on his sleeve, and whispered, "He's a team lead too. So, who's higher ranked? Him or me?" The insecurity of Mako Entertainment's #1 employee was showing. Leo explained, "You each run your own department. There's no hierarchy between you." Unsatisfied, Isabella pressed, "Then who gets paid more? Him or me?" Leo glanced at her. "He's not taking a salary. He's working for free." Isabella. Once the reality of that statement sank in, the graded girl was completely stunned. She stared at Wyatt with utter disbelief. He doesn't even want a salary? Since when is the job market this competitive? After introducing Wyatt and Isabella, Leo quickly explained how their two departments would need to coordinate and what to watch out for. He told Isabella to get Wyatt up to speed on the art team's progress and have her team cooperate with any future requests for programming. Once he had delegated the tasks to his two department heads, it was almost time for class. Leo, the boss, casually waved goodbye and headed off. He left Wyatt and Isabella in the studio. They stared at each other. Isabella was still reeling from what Leo had said. Unable to believe it, she sought confirmation from her new colleague. "You're really not taking a salary?" Wyatt nodded, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Yeah." Isabella was dumbfounded. She launched into a heartfelt lecture, trying to snap him out of it. "What kind of Kool-Aid did the boss give you? Snap out of it. You can't survive on empty promises." Wyatt, however, was completely unfazed. "He's not just selling me a dream. Benefactor Bro did me a huge favor. I'm just repaying his kindness." Isabella's curiosity was piqued. "A favor? Did he save your life or something? The boss has a heroic side?" Wyatt waved his hand grandly. "It was better than saving my life. He bought me a bowl of noodles." Isabella's jaw dropped. "He bought you off with a bowl of noodles?" She gasped, a shiver running down her spine. That heartless capitalist. That Kevin Zhao is terrifying. Now, it was Wyatt's turn to be surprised. "Kevin Zhao? So that's Benefactor Bro's real name." Isabella looked at him like he was an idiot. "You didn't even know the boss's name, and you let him buy you with a bowl of noodles to work for him for free?" Wyatt nodded matter-of-factly. "Yeah." Isabella was finally relieved. With an IQ like that, this new colleague posed no threat to her position in the company. She immediately adopted a superior tone and began to lecture him. "Listen up. I'm employee #1 here. In terms of seniority, I'm at the top. From now on, you listen to me." Wyatt wasn't having it. "Why?" Benefactor Bro said, "We run two separate departments. We are equals." Isabella puffed out her chest. "Because the boss and I built this company from the ground up together. He trusts me the most. And we've even sparred a few times. Do you get that kind of treatment?" She subconsciously rubbed her backside as she said it. Wyatt retorted proudly, "Benefactor Bro and I text on holidays. And I've had his girlfriend's cookies." "Have you?" Isabella froze, her eyes widening. "The boss's girlfriend bakes cookies?" Wyatt looked smug. "You've never had them, have you?" Isabella shot back, refusing to be outdone. "What's that? I just saw the boss's girlfriend a few days ago." Now, it was Wyatt's turn to be wide-eyed with surprise. "You've seen her in person?" Isabella put her hands on her hips, triumphant. "You haven't, have you? She even gave me a shoulder." "Ahem, no." She held my hand, and we chatted for a while. Wyatt's gossip-loving side took over. Forgetting their rivalry, he pulled over a stool and leaned in, hungry for details. "What does she look like? Is she pretty?" Isabella, having found her sense of superiority, put on the airs of a seasoned senior employee and smugly shared her intel. The boss's girlfriend is gorgeous, even prettier than me, and she's a total badass. Her name is beautiful, too. Tessie Yuan. Wyatt listened intently, nodding along. After hearing it all, he mulled it over. Tessie Yuan, Kevin Zhao. Then he sighed with genuine admiration. Those two names, they just sound like they belong together. A perfect match. It seemed both of Mako Entertainment's key employees were not the sharpest tools in the shed, the kind that would still drool even after being cured. It was Friday. After his classes at the new campus, Leo took the shuttle back to the old campus. He picked up Claire from in front of her dorm, and the couple headed back to the LNS house. On the way home, Leo casually mentioned that the company had hired a new batch of employees, including the mooching rich kid from the train station. Claire remembered. Oh, the one you ran into at East Bay Financial. Leo grinned and nodded. Yeah, I was actually going to introduce you two back then. He keeps saying he wants to treat us both to a meal. Though she hadn't met him, Claire already had a decent impression of the rich kid her boyfriend kept talking about. After all, not many people truly appreciated her baking. She readily agreed. Next time I'm at the new campus, I'll meet him, or we could invite him over to the house. That evening at the LNS house, the couple had dinner. Claire gracefully took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes. Leo still had some work to do, so he disappeared into the study. He opened his laptop, created a new Word document, and after a moment of thought, his fingers began flying across the keyboard. He detailed the gameplay rules for the Battle Through the Heavens browser game, elaborating on some of the core game mechanics. When he was finished, he saved the document and sent it to Wyatt, the new head of the programming department. Work done. He stretched and walked out of the study into the living room. Claire had already finished the dishes and was curled up comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a novel. Leo smiled. He tiptoed up behind her, reached over, and plucked the book from her hands. Claire tilted her head back to look up at him, feigning annoyance. What are you doing? Leo chuckled. Reading is so boring. Why don't we do something more interesting? A slight curve appeared on her lips. Oh, and what would that be? I don't understand. Though her words were innocent, her eyes held a seductive glint. Her expression only fanned the flames in Leo's heart. He declared righteously, "It's okay if you don't understand. I'll teach you." With a small yelp from Claire, he pounced like a hungry tiger, pinning his girlfriend beneath him on the sofa. Just as a scene full of springtime passion was about to unfold, the parrot in the nearby cage decided he couldn't watch anymore. He cleared his throat with a cough. Tour group. Tour group. It was like a bucket of ice water. The playful couple on the sofa was instantly drenched, their mood extinguished. They froze, their hands stopping mid-motion. They looked at each other. Suddenly, the spark was gone. Leo sighed and sat up. We have to figure something out. Claire propped herself up, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Yeah, we have to. Whether they figured out a solution or not, time flowed on, and Saturday arrived. At 7:30 in the morning, Leo and Claire were already up, washed, and sitting at the dining table for one last peaceful breakfast. It was a more lavish spread than usual. Leo put 2 fried eggs on his girlfriend's plate, his voice laced with complicated emotions. Eat up. We got a tough battle ahead of us. Claire just mumbled a response, focusing on her food, trying to fill her stomach. A great war was coming. They needed to store up enough energy and stamina. After breakfast, they tidied up and prepared to leave. They made a point to bring Reasonable along, figuring he could serve as a reconnaissance unit and might just come in handy. Just before they walked out the door, Leo hesitated, turned to Claire, and said with sincere earnestness, "Maybe we should call Mr. Harrison. It's not too late to tell him you're pregnant." Claire didn't know whether to laugh or get angry. Pregnant with what? Want to go upstairs and try to make one right now? The suggestion made Leo's heart skip a beat. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 8:00 a.m. They had half an hour. His eyes gleamed as he looked at his girlfriend. There's enough time. We could try 3 times. The words had barely left his mouth when she gave him a light, exasperated rap on the forehead. You little pervert. Let's go. She grabbed her boyfriend and dragged him out the door, still shaking her head in amusement. 3 times, he says. Your ambition knows no bounds. At 8:15 a.m., Leo and Claire arrived at the east gate of the university. At 8:20 a.m., their reinforcement from room 205 and room 520 arrived and assembled. They slapped Leo and Claire on the shoulder, giving them high fives and solemn vows. Don't worry, we've got your backs. There's only one objective: ensure the tour group makes it out alive. At 8:25 a.m., the members of both dorms lined up in front of the east gate, facing the road, holding their breath in anticipation. Berkeley students passing by saw the formation and couldn't help but be curious. They tried to sidle over and ask a few questions. What's going on here? Waiting for someone. They were immediately driven back by the harsh glares from the assembled roommates. Mind your own business. Get going. The curious students scurried away, muttering under their breath. At 8:29 a.m., 60 seconds remained until the Northwood High tour group arrived on the battlefield. Reasonable, who had been sent ahead on a reconnaissance mission, came flapping back, screeching loudly. They're here! They're here! Led by Leo and Claire, the roommates took a deep breath in unison. They braced for impact. At the far end of the road, a long-distance tour bus slowly came into view. Through the windshield, they could already make out the figures of the Northwood High students inside, a sea of bobbing heads. Some were eagerly sticking their heads out the windows, waving excitedly when they spotted Leo and Claire waiting at the gate. Leo, Claire. The first excited shout was followed by a cascade of heads popping out of every window. Where? Where are they? I see them. Wow, it's them. We're here. They waved with feverish enthusiasm. Leo and the others saw the students on the bus, too. More importantly, they saw the matching bright green Northwood High tracksuits that every single one of them was wearing. Leo, Sigma, degree to degree. The world nearly went black. He subconsciously reached for his girlfriend's hand, only to find that she had already grabbed his. He turned to look at her. Claire was looking back at him with the same plea for help in her eyes. Sigma. The other roommates also saw the student's attire. They were dumbfounded. Marco Shaw gasped, his eyes wide. Holy shit. You two. Your high school friends really aren't leaving themselves any escape routes, are they? In this moment of crisis, the reborn one kept his cool. Leo and Claire looked at each other and quickly reached a consensus. We can't let them come in dressed like that, right? Change of venue now. The bus pulled up to the east gate. The doors hissed open. Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans, the two teachers in charge, stepped off the bus, beaming. They saw Leo and Claire rushing to greet them and were about to laugh and say, "Oh, you didn't have to come all the way to the gate to welcome us." Before the words were out, Leo had grabbed an arm of each teacher and was swiftly hustling them back onto the bus. No rush, teachers. The students must be hungry. Let's go find a place to eat first. Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans were still processing what was happening as they were pulled back onto the bus, completely bewildered. Eat. There's no need. We all had breakfast on the way here. Claire, following close behind, smoothly interjected without batting an eye. There's a really special breakfast place here. Everyone who visits for the first time has to eat there. The two teachers paused, then had a moment of realization. Oh, so it's one of those things. We get it. A Berkeley custom, right? They accepted it instantly. The two teachers turned to the students on the bus and announced with a wave, "All right, everyone, Leo and Claire are going to introduce us to a Berkeley custom. We're going to get a taste of some Berkeley specialties." The group of innocent, clueless high school seniors erupted in cheers. Who? Leo is the best. Claire is the best. Leo forced a smile and waved at the students, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. Beside him, Claire's gaze shot like a laser toward the bus driver. Drive. The driver flinched. He immediately shifted gears and hit the gas. He had the distinct feeling that if he'd been a second slower, he would have been dealt with. The bus started up again, slowly pulling away from the university's east gate. On the bus, Leo and Claire let out a collective sigh of relief. They'd cleared the first hurdle. Dean Evans walked over, looking cheerful. Leo, Claire, we're on your turf now. Do you two have a plan for us? We'll follow your lead. Leo's eyes lit up. You'll follow our lead? The dean waved his hand magnanimously. Of course. You two are in charge. Before Leo could even open his mouth, Claire had already spoken, her tone decisive and unwavering. First things first. Everyone, take off your clothes. Her words left the dean utterly stunned. On the bus, a series of question marks popped up over the heads of the Northwood High seniors. Take off our clothes? After a moment of silence, a young man timidly raised his hand. Claire, do we have to take everything off? I'm not really a fan of streaking. Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans also cautiously inquired of their two-star alumni. Is this also a Berkeley custom? Isn't it a little progressive? This has nothing to do with Berkeley customs. It's really for the good of the students. On the bus, facing Mr. Harrison and the dean, Leo started spinning his tail with the ease of a seasoned pro. Everyone is here to tour Berkeley, and they obviously want to have the best experience possible. But Northwood High's reputation at Berkeley. He paused for a beat, cleared his throat, and continued. Our reputation is just too good. If everyone wears their Northwood tracksuits on campus, it's bound to cause a massive commotion. I mean, a disturbance, and draw a lot of onlookers. So, if you take off the tracksuits and just wear your regular clothes, you can experience the Berkeley atmosphere as ordinary visitors. The experience will be much more authentic that way. He finished by looking at the two teachers with utmost sincerity. I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want the students to make it out alive. I mean, to have a fulfilling trip. His speech moved Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans. They patted his shoulder emotionally. You've really thought this through. This is exactly how a senior should look out for the underclassmen. We were careless. You're right. A tour of Berkeley should be a more genuine experience. This explanation, perfectly reasonable. Meanwhile, Claire wasn't idle either. She addressed the high school seniors on the bus, her expression calm and composed. The students at Berkeley absolutely love students from our alma mater, Northwood High. So, to avoid causing a riot, we're going to play a little challenge game today. Everyone needs to cooperate. Your mission is to keep your identity a secret. Don't tell any strangers that you're a student from Northwood High. Anyone who successfully completes the challenge will get a prize. The clear-eyed, clueless high schoolers heard the word game and went wild. Yeah, a game. Don't worry, Claire. We promise to complete the mission. Claire let out another quiet sigh of relief. The former Ice Queen CEO of Sterling Holdings reduced to placating a bunch of kids with a game. It was a new low. Just then, a girl raised her hand eagerly. Claire, if we fail the challenge, is there a punishment? Claire glanced at her, her expression flat. You die. The entire bus fell silent. The atmosphere instantly turned frigid. Everyone stared dumbly at their former campus queen. Then, Claire's lips curved into a smile. I'm kidding. The mood on the bus immediately bounced back. Haha, Claire's so funny. She turned to look at her boyfriend. Leo was looking back at her. Their eyes met, and a silent conversation passed between them. Well, not well. A bunch of little idiots. It's hard to say how many will survive. The bus stopped again in front of a breakfast diner near the east gate. The doors opened. The Northwood seniors, now without their tracksuits, eagerly disembarked. They saw the diner sign and were immediately intrigued. Gilded Phoenix Diner. Hey, that's funny. We've seen a lot of places called Gilded Phoenix on the way here. Mr. Chin strolled out of the diner, waving at the students with the air of a seasoned proprietor. Welcome, welcome. Order whatever you like. All Northwood High students get a 30% discount at any Gilded Phoenix establishment. The Northwood students erupted in cheers. Wow, the owner is so nice. Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans were deeply moved. They turned to Leo and Claire, their faces full of praise for their two-star alumni. Did you arrange this too? So thoughtful. Does Northwood High really have this much clout with the local businesses around Berkeley? Leo and Claire nodded with calm expressions. Of course. One Mr. Chin was equivalent to 70% of the businesses around Berkeley. Cloud indeed. Under Mr. Chin's expert management, the Northwood students were all seated and happily enjoying the same breakfast that Berkeley students often ate. Leo and Claire sat with Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans. The two teachers discussed the day's plans with them. Leo, Claire, where should we start the tour? Should we check out the library, the classroom buildings, that sort of thing? Leo immediately shot down the idea. No. Too many people. Realizing how that sounded, he saw the confused looks on the teachers' faces and quickly corrected himself. I mean, those places are too crowded. Not ideal for a tour. Let's go somewhere quieter with fewer people, so you can really appreciate the serene atmosphere of the Berkeley campus. Mr. Harrison had a moment of clarity. Reasonable. Beside him, Dean Evans suddenly remembered something and excitedly pulled a rolled-up red object from his bag. All right, how about we take a group photo later? I brought our alma mater's promotional banner for the trip. Before he could finish, Claire snatched the red banner from his hands. Let's tour first. We can talk about photos later. I'll hold onto the banner for you. Mr. Chin happened to be walking by. Claire passed the banner to him. Mr. Chin, could you take care of this? Their eyes met in a flash of understanding. Mr. Chin got it instantly. No problem. I'll take care of it. After a quick breakfast, the tour group emerged from the Gilded Phoenix Diner. The reinforcements from room 205 and room 520 had arrived. Leo made the introductions. These are my and Claire's classmates and roommates. They're helping out as tour guides today. Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans enthusiastically shook hands with Marco, Quinn, and the others. All top students. We're imposing on you today. Marco and the others shook their hands politely. It's our pleasure. Don't worry, teachers will be great guides. We'll make sure all the students make it back in one piece. Ahem, have a fulfilling trip. Including Leo and Claire, there are 8 tour guides. The Northwood seniors were split into small groups for easier management. Each guide was responsible for 6 or 7 students. Leo gave his friends a final briefing. Watch your teams closely. Leave no one behind. Try to keep them all alive. The roommates all pounded their chests. Don't worry, you can count on us. Just as the newly formed teams were about to set off, Dean Evans slapped his forehead as if remembering something. Oh, right, one more thing. He turned to the Northwood tour group and called out enthusiastically. All right, everyone, no tracksuits, but let's all put on our school pins. And then, under the stunned gazes of Leo, Claire, and all their roommates, the Northwood High seniors happily complied, each pulling out a Northwood High pin from their pocket and fastening it to their chest. In the sunlight, the pins gleamed, shiny and bright. They radiated a youthful, ominous energy. Reasonable, who had just flown back, was so startled he flapped away again, screeching, "Death! Death!" Northwood High, a top-tier public school, a place of simple customs and diverse traditions. Its faculty and students were, from top to bottom, friendly, motivated, and possessed an extremely strong sense of collective honor. At the same time, they also possessed an astonishing, unparalleled talent for courting disaster. When Dean Evans gave the order, and all the Northwood seniors proudly pinned the school emblem to their chests, everyone from Leo and Claire's group froze. They had successfully countered the tracksuit gambit. Who the hell could have predicted the school pins? Marco Shaw was dumbfounded. Holy shit, are they actively trying to walk into the fire? Jade Jiang had already pulled Mr. Chen aside to discuss logistics. Does the Gilded Phoenix chain include a hospital? Can we get a group discount? Even the way Claire looked at Dean Evans had changed. During the winter break presentation at Northwood, she thought he was a capable administrator. She had now revised her opinion. Sterling Holdings would absolutely never hire someone like him. But the pins were on, and the problem still needed solving. Marco, Quinn, and the others huddled around Leo, whispering, "What do we do now? With this, I can't guarantee our team's survival rate." In the end, it was Leo who came up with a plan. He looked at the pins on his juniors' chests. It was a pin, not a tracksuit. At least it didn't spell out Northwood High in big, bold letters. Instead, it used the acronym NWH. If it was an acronym, there was room to maneuver. His mind raced, and he made a decision. Let them wear it. It's perfectly reasonable for a tour group to wear matching pins. We just need to come up with a different explanation. The roommates were still a bit dazed. A different explanation? Like what? Claire, having recovered from the shock, understood Leo's meaning and immediately chimed in. Just improvise. As long as you don't say it's Northwood High. And so, the teams were formed. The 8 members of Room 205 and Room 520, acting as tour guides, led their respective squads on a grand procession into Berkeley. It was Saturday, so there weren't many students on campus. But the few who were around saw the massive group and couldn't help but ask the team leaders what was going on. "Marco, what's all this? Who are these people?" Marco waved a hand dismissively. "My little brothers and sisters. They're here to check out Berkeley, so I'm showing them around." Nearby, Quinn was giving a similar straight-faced explanation to a classmate from her business program. "My younger siblings are getting close to college age. I'm giving them a taste of the Berkeley atmosphere." The Berkeley students who'd asked were taken aback. They looked at the 6 or 7 high schoolers trailing behind Marco and Quinn and felt a sense of awe. "Your families. They're really prolific, huh?" Other students approached Leon, Molly, and Dylan. They looked curiously at the kids trailing behind them and noticed the matching pins. "Hey, they're all wearing pins. NWH. What does that stand for?" One of the clueless Northwood students puffed out his chest, ready to answer proudly. "It's North." Before the second syllable could escape his lips, Leon swiftly shoved a homemade date cake into his mouth, then turned to the Berkeley student with an honest smile. "It's an acronym. It stands for No Way, Hoser." On the other side of the path, a different Berkeley student was getting another explanation, looking utterly confused. "You're saying the acronym stands for Norwegian Whale Hunters?" Jade Jiang nodded with a calm, unwavering expression. "Yes, we're all very interested in the geopolitical situation in Scandinavia. It's for a group project." Another group, getting a third explanation from Claire, was even more baffled. "Nectarines with honey? There's a pin for that." Claire nodded coolly. "There is." She looked up at the Berkeley student. "I like nectarines with honey. Is there a problem with me making a pin for it?" Her icy tone carried a hint of deadly intent. The questioning students felt a chill run down their spines and quickly nodded. "And no, of course not. Perfectly reasonable." The team leaders used their wits, improvising wildly based on the NWH acronym. They successfully bamboozled every curious Berkeley student who came their way. Then they led their groups on a carefully planned tour of the campus. They stuck to deserted areas. Meanwhile, a constant stream of updates flowed through their 8-person group chat. Library, Building B, first floor is clear. Go for it. Class ends in the Humanities building in 20 minutes. Get in there for a quick look. Wait. 2 classes on the 3rd floor of the Humanities building got out early. Level 2, alert. Run. Not only was the group chat a flurry of coordinated cover, but there was also a fat parrot flying overhead, acting as an airborne scout, swooping back and forth. All clear ahead. Proceed. Proceed. 6 o'clock. 8 of them. 8 of them. Their coordination was flawless. The morning passed without major incident. The Northwood High tour group, led by their wise and courageous guides, successfully navigated the treacherous Berkeley campus, dodging and weaving their way through all the scenic spots and landmark buildings. The high schoolers had a blast, finding the tour method rather novel. This is so exciting. It feels kind of like hide and seek, doesn't it? Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans didn't suspect a thing and were very satisfied. They heaped praise on Leo and Claire, though they did express a slight confusion at the end. The experience was great, but why does it feel like we barely saw any Berkeley students? Is the campus always this quiet on weekends? Leo and Claire gave a practiced, straight-faced response. It's always like this on weekends. People don't really wander around on their days off. It's a Berkeley custom. At noon, after finding the quietest, safest corner of a dining hall for lunch, Leo and Claire breathed a sigh of relief. They were about to suggest to Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans that the students go check into Mr. Chin's a motel for an afternoon rest. But the 2 teachers approached them first, their faces beaming. No need to rest just yet. You 2 have been busy all morning. You can leave the afternoon to us. We've already made arrangements. The word sent a subtle chill down Leo and Claire's spines. They exchanged a look. A sense of foreboding slowly began to rise. 10 minutes later, in a lecture hall in the Humanities building, a large red banner was stretched across the stage, its words glaringly conspicuous. Berkeley School of Humanities and Northwood High School Tour Group, Joint Discussion Forum advisors, professors, and even the Associate Dean of the School of Humanities sat smiling at the front of the stage. Below, the lecture hall was packed to the rafters, buzzing with noise. Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans, their faces flushed with pride, explained to the petrified couple. We arranged this before we even came. The faculty and leadership at your school are so welcoming. Ha ha. We didn't tell you this morning because we wanted it to be a surprise. Well, are you surprised? Leo, Sigma, degree do degree. Claire, Sigma, degree degree. The couple looked at each other, their pupils trembling violently. They were very surprised. Leave it to their old high school teachers to gallop full speed down the highway to hell. This time, not even the gods could save them. Leo stiffly turned his head to look out at the audience. He saw his classmates from the Humanities department, their eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Some were already cracking their knuckles. Leo, that's not cool. Your friends came all this way and you didn't even say hello. Well, since they're here, we have to give them a proper welcome, right guys? Am I being reasonable? A thunderous roar erupted from half the lecture hall. Reasonable. The sound was so powerful it nearly knocked the parrot out of the sky. Leo, Claire, this was bad. This was a reasonable related backlash. They had guarded against everything, but they couldn't guard against an inside job. The fortress is always breached from within. Leo and Claire never imagined that their old homeroom teacher and the dean of students had already contacted the leadership of Berkeley School of Humanities in advance. And now, everyone who should have been avoided was here, looking at the crowd of Berkeley students below, their eyes glowing green as they cracked their knuckles, then turning to the group of innocent high schoolers behind them still marveling. Wow, it's so lively. Leo couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He nudged his girlfriend with his elbow. What do we do now? Claire felt a pang of guilt. She scanned the packed lecture hall and did a quick mental calculation. It seemed that even if Mr. Zhou showed up, he wouldn't be able to handle several hundred people by himself. The girl took a shallow breath. She turned to her boyfriend and whispered, "Is it too late to say I'm pregnant and make a run for it?" There was no running. As the bridges for this joint discussion, the couple was invited to sit on stage in the guest of honor seats next to the school's leadership. Representing Northwood High, Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans also took their seats at the main table, exchanging pleasantries with the humanities faculty. The associate dean of the School of Humanities kicked things off with a welcoming speech for the Northwood High tour group. The Berkeley students in the audience responded with thunderous applause, an applause that seemed to carry the ominous sound of cracking knuckles. Next, Dean Evans from Northwood took the microphone. Beaming, he thanked the School of Humanities for their hospitality, then skillfully pivoted to the deep bond between the two schools. Leo and Claire are outstanding representatives from Northwood. They were the top 2 scorers in the city on their SATs. They didn't choose Harvard or Yale. They came to Berkeley. Why? Because the students of Northwood High have always admired and loved this great institution. We believe that Berkeley's strength and heritage are second to none. Beside him, Mr. Harrison nodded with a wistful look, reminiscing fondly. When these 2 kids were filling out their college applications for Berkeley, I was the first one to support them. Berkeley is a fantastic school. Their choice was the right one. No one bothered to fact-check his wildly different attitude from. The face-changing speed of a veteran teacher with 2 decades of experience was truly something to behold. After the polite, self-congratulatory opening remarks, the humanities faculty took their turn. They mentioned that the number of students enrolling at Berkeley from Northwood High had been increasing over the years. They singled out a few Northwood alumni for their excellent academic performance. As he listed the names, the dean glanced around. Oh, it seems those students all had other commitments today. Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans cheerfully added, yes, we tried contacting them. Coincidentally, they were all busy today. What a shame. It was a shame indeed. Down in the back rows, the Berkeley students' eyes once again blazed with murderous intent. Fine, we've memorized all those names. So they've all been hiding in plain sight, huh? All for Northwood High. We'll deal with you one by one. When it was the Northwood teacher's turn to speak again, Dean Evans adopted a loftier tone, speaking about student development. Grades were important, he said, but moral character was even more precious. Berkeley's commitment to character education is clear for all to see. At Northwood High, we share that same educational philosophy. We teach our children to be excellent students, but first and foremost, we teach them how to be good people. This past winter break, during the great southern snowstorm, Leo and Claire, as outstanding alumni, organized a charity bake sale in Northwood. They brought our students together to help, braving the wind and snow. Their passion could not be cooled. The dean's voice was filled with genuine pride and emotion. At the same time, the lecture hall's projector displayed photos from the news coverage of the bake sale. In the photos, on a windswept street, Northwood students were enthusiastically helping with the fundraiser. A young man holding a donation box and a young woman putting a scarf on him looked at each other and smiled amidst the snow. The image was real and moving. The entire lecture hall fell silent for a moment. Then, applause and cheers erupted like thunder. Even the murderous Berkeley students momentarily lowered their 40-meter-long knives. They glanced at the person in the photo and muttered, grudgingly but impressed, "All right, he's not so bad." Leo had borrowed Berkeley's name for the fundraiser after getting permission from his advisor. But hearing the full story for the first time, the humanities faculty was still deeply moved. They looked at Leo and Claire and offered their sincere praise. On the surface, Leo and Claire smiled humbly and accepted the compliments with grace. Underneath, they were whispering to each other. This photo is really well shot. The photographer has skills. Yeah, some guy from a Northwood Gazette named Wes Zhang. We should hire him for our wedding photos. Next came the even more intense and thrilling Q&A session. The Berkeley students below scrambled for the microphone. The first one to grab it directed his question at Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison, you were Leo and Claire's high school homeroom teacher. I have a question. Were they really that close back in high school? The question instantly ignited the enthusiasm of every Berkeley student present. Everyone clamored to ask. Yes, I want to know too. Did they really hold hands every day, eat together, and go to the convenience store together at Northwood? Did they walk to and from school together? Is Northwood High really that progressive? They didn't do anything to stop it. The questions grew more and more indignant. Mr. Harrison, on stage, was taken aback. After a moment, he nodded decisively. Oh yes, that did happen. They were desk mates, you see. It's natural for desk mates to have a deeper friendship. Perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Beside him, Dean Evans added with a righteous air, that's right. Northwood High has a wholesome school culture. The bonds between our students are very strong. They help each other with their studies and look out for each other in their daily lives. That's the kind of positive custom we have at Northwood. It's not just them. The entire school encourages this kind of uplifting friendship. In the front rows, the Northwood tour group chimed in with a resounding chorus. Reasonable. Reasonable. Seeing the reaction, Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans exchanged a look of smug satisfaction. Another successful bit of PR for our school. We've still got it. They were oblivious to the fact that in the back rows, the eyes of the Berkeley students were practically burning with rage. Fine. So it wasn't just Leo and Claire making it up. The source himself has now confirmed it. The Northwood custom is real. Northwood High is the birthplace of reasonable, the root of all evil. Today, not even the gods could stop them from carrying out their sacred slogan, "To hell with Northwood High." The joint discussion forum lasted until evening. As dinner time approached, the leaders of the School of Humanities magnanimously announced they would treat the teachers and students from Northwood High to a good meal. At that moment, the Berkeley students swarmed forward, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. "Teacher, can we join too? Our juniors are here. We have to treat them right. It's fine. We'll pay for our own meals. We just want to get to know the students from Northwood High a little better." The faculty leaders were quite pleased by this display. Excellent, excellent. This is the kind of courtesy and style our Berkeley students should have. All right, everyone's invited. Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans were beaming. They pulled Leo aside and praised him. "We had no idea you two were so popular at Berkeley. Your classmates are so enthusiastic." Leo's expression was stiff as he forced a laugh. "They certainly are, yes." He turned to find his girlfriend. Claire's already trying to slip away unnoticed. Leo quickly grabbed her and pulled her back, whispering in her ear, "Where do you think you're going?" Claire replied calmly, her voice low, "I'm pregnant. I'm going home to rest." A dark cloud formed over Leo's face. "Nice try. So it's every man for himself when things get tough." Claire whispered, "Try to negotiate. One of us is enough. There's no need for both of us to serve this sentence. Leo, this is your chance to show what a responsible boyfriend you are." Leo didn't hesitate. "You got the wrong guy. I have no sense of responsibility." Undeterred, Claire leaned closer and whispered a new offer in his ear. "You hold the line by yourself. When we get home, I'll—" She laid out a series of blush-inducing terms that would surely be redacted for decency's sake. But Leo didn't fall for it. He refused flatly. "No, don't try to bribe me. I'm abstaining these days." Claire was so angry she could have gnashed her teeth, but she was helpless. She gave his earlobe a punitive nip. "You jerk, I'll bite you." Leo winced, but didn't yield. "Bite me all you want. We're in this jail cell together tonight." Mr. Harrison, Dean Evans, and the faculty leaders walked past, laughing and chatting. They saw the couple's interaction and weren't surprised. "Those two kids, they're so close. You've certainly raised some good students at Northwood." "Not at all. They're doing a fine job here at Berkeley, too." Ha ha. There were too many people for any off-campus restaurant to handle. In the end, the faculty decided to just have a big meal in the school dining hall. 50-some high school seniors from Northwood, plus various teachers, advisors, and administrators, and at least 100 Berkeley students filled up a huge section of the dining hall. Once the food was served, students from other tables saw the commotion, and upon learning that it was a Northwood High tour group, their eyes also lit up with a fiery passion. "They're from Northwood?" Well, they actually dared to walk right into the lion's den. They immediately grabbed their drinks, some even grabbing beers, and strode over with wide, sunny smiles. "The juniors from Northwood High are here. The School of Engineering has to come show our support. The School of Business, too, and the Anti-Northwood Fan Club. I mean, the Northwood Friendship and Mutual Aid Society. Come on, juniors, let's have a drink." The atmosphere was festive. The faculty leaders weren't angered by the spectacle. They just chuckled and let their students join the welcome party, offering only a mild warning. Don't drink too much. Don't get the Northwood students drunk. The Berkeley students had no intention of getting them drunk. They just righteously and cheerfully offered a few toasts. After getting the Northwood boys slightly tipsy, they'd sling a friendly arm around their shoulders and try to lead them away. "Come on, let's go outside and talk, find a quiet corner, and have a heart-to-heart." Fortunately, before they could get far, Marco, Dylan, Leon, and even Quinn and Molly would leap forward. "Hold it. Don't you dare." They would swiftly drag the dazed and unsuspecting Northwood seniors back to their seats, lecturing them earnestly. "Don't just go off with random upperclassmen. If they take you, you're not coming back." The members of Room 205 and Room 520 barely ate a bite all evening. They remained on high alert, like mother hens protecting their chicks, shielding the clueless Northwood kids from their own predatory classmates. But there weren't enough of them to go around. They could protect the boys on one side, but they overlooked a few Berkeley students who had stealthily approached a Northwood girl. They didn't mean any harm, just wanted to pat her on the shoulder and eagerly ask, "Hey, is it true that the relationships between boys and girls at Northwood are really that good?" Before the words were out, just as his hand landed on the girl's shoulder, she flinched. "Who's there?" She grabbed the Berkeley student's arm, dropped her shoulder, and executed a perfect shoulder throw, slamming him onto his butt on the floor. The Berkeley student was completely stunned. The Northwood girl, realizing what she'd done, scrambled to help him up, apologizing profusely. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay?" Leo watched, dumbfounded, a giant exclamation point appearing over his head. "Wait a minute. That move looks awfully familiar." "Mister." Harrison walked over with a chuckle and explained, "Remember how someone called the school a while back asking if we were the Northwood Martial Arts Academy? Well, the school administration discussed it and decided that we needed to promote all-around development. So they hired 2 professional combat instructors. Your juniors are all pretty tough now." Leo: "Well, I'll be damned. Northwood High really is the Northwood Martial Arts Academy now." Leo watched the scene with a complex expression. Mr. Harrison, a bit tipsy but in high spirits, looked at him and smiled. "Today must have been exhausting for you too, huh?" Leo nodded subconsciously, then quickly corrected himself with a dry laugh. "Not at all. Not at all. Happy to serve our alma mater." Mr. Harrison chuckled. "All right, stop pretending. You really think your teachers are that clueless? You 2 reasonable lovebirds have caused such a stir at Berkeley, and you pinned the whole thing on your high school, didn't you?" Just then, Claire came over looking for Leo. Leo. She happened to overhear her old teacher's last sentence. Without changing her expression, she turned and walked away. Leo's not here. I'll look for him somewhere else." She scurried off and vanished. When disaster strikes, it's every man for himself. Leo, having been exposed, blushed with embarrassment. "So, you knew all along, sir." But Mr. Harrison wasn't angry. He smiled and clapped Leo on the shoulder. "That's not all. We know about you 2 saving the little girl on the train last year, and fighting off that thug, and about the flash flood during your spring trip to Spirit Springs Mountain, when you rescued those kids from the Hope School. Your advisor told us everything. You 2, you really know how to find trouble." Leo felt even more embarrassed, scratching his head. "It's not really like that. It was just a coincidence. It's pretty weird. Actually, we seem to run into trouble wherever we go." But Mr. Harrison pressed his hand firmly on Leo's shoulder. "You did well." Leo paused. He looked up and met his high school homeroom teacher's gaze. For once, Iron Face Harrison's expression was soft, filled with pride and encouragement. "When you 2 got top scores in the city, I was happy. When you became celebrities at Berkeley, I was proud. But seeing you act heroically, stepping up in a crisis to protect the young and the old, with such courage and resolve, that is what makes me proudest. You're worthy of being my students, worthy of coming from Northwood High." The dining hall was brightly lit, the air filled with boisterous noise, clinking glasses, and laughter. But in that moment, Leo was lost in thought, touched by the words of the strictest, most rigid teacher he had known for 3 years. A warmth spread through his chest. Mr. Harrison picked up 2 glasses from a nearby table, poured them both a beer, and handed one to Leo. He raised his own glass. "This one's for you. I hope that wherever you go, you'll always hold on to this quality, this kindness and courage. No matter where life takes you, your teachers and your alma mater will be watching and supporting you. Northwood High will always have your back." Leo smiled. "I'll remember that." Their glasses clinked. Dean Evans, thoroughly drunk, came stumbling over with his own glass. "Drinking? Count me in." He clinked his glass heavily against Leo's. The middle-aged man, usually so calculating and smooth, placed a heavy hand on Leo's shoulder, his expression solemn and sincere. "Well done. Your alma mater is proud of you." The simple dinner banquet in the dining hall was a great success. The 50 high school seniors from Northwood High all made it out unharmed. The Berkeley students, for all their righteous fury, couldn't bring themselves to unleash it on their juniors. So they turned their firepower on the 2 supervising teachers instead. All night long, they took turns toasting and pouring drinks, until Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans were completely out for the count. But even as they were being carried back to the motel, drunk and dizzy, the 2 teachers were still marveling. "The kids at Berkeley are so nice. They even gave us shoulder massages because they felt bad for how hard we work. Oof, they're pretty strong. It's fine. The harder the massage, the deeper the affection. Reasonable. Ouch, ouch, ouch." Housing a large group of high school students and 2 teachers for the night was a challenge. Mr. Chien's motel wasn't big enough. Just as Leo and Claire were starting to worry, Comrade Chien stepped forward once again, shining brightly. "A minor problem. Follow me." He proudly led the other half of the Northwood students around corner. There, another motel came into view. The sign above the door was bright and conspicuous. Another motel? Marco, Quinn, and the others couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Holy shit. As expected of Mr. Chien. He's got a real talent for naming things. Finally, everyone was settled. Leo and Claire thanked their roommates for their hard work, then said their goodbyes and returned to the LNS house. The moment they walked through the door and closed it behind them, they both slid down to the floor, leaning against the wood, letting out a long, exhausted sigh of relief. It was finally over. Claire turned to look at her boyfriend, nudging his foot with hers. She put on a rare, kitten-like smile. You work hard today, boyfriend. Leo shot her a sidelong glance and grumbled. It's not about working hard. It's about being unlucky, especially when a certain someone sees her boyfriend in jail and runs for the hills instead of helping. The girl's eyes widened in feigned shock, her lake-clear pupils filled with innocence. Someone like that exists? I had no idea. Leo's teeth itched. All right, Bertha Sue, playing dumb are we? He sat up and began to slowly advance on his girlfriend, cracking his knuckles. Claire sensed danger. Her pretty face changed, and she scooted backward. What are you doing? Okay, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, all right? Leo let out a cold laugh. If sorry was enough, what would we need the police for? With that, he pounced. Claire let out a small yelp, reacting quickly by raising her long leg to press against her boyfriend's chest. Don't come any closer. Little did she know, this was exactly what he wanted. Leo grabbed her slender, white sock-clad foot and gave her a wicked grin. Claire realized her mistake, her face paling in horror. Don't. Before the word was out, he was mercilessly tickling the sole of her foot. A deep blush spread across Claire's face. Half her body went limp, and her voice trembled. Stop it. Let go. She tried to pull her leg back, but it was useless. He tickled her until she was laughing so hard she had no strength left. When Leo finally stopped, Claire hadn't even had a chance to catch her breath before he scooped her up into his arms. She yelped. You're still going? Leo carried her and marched upstairs. Don't be so naive. Who told you the punishment was over? Claire was completely limp in his arms, only able to plead softly. Leo, I was wrong. Let me off the hook, please. He was resolute. No, I'm not in the horse letting off the hook business. When playing pitiful didn't work, she bit her lower lip, adopting an even more heart-wrenchingly pathetic expression. Baby, please, pretty, please. It was a far cry from her usual cool elegance. Her voice was soft and cloying, a seductive display of surrender. This was a move that had effortlessly conquered Leo Hammer Wallace in the past. Unfortunately, tonight, Leo's was as hard as steel. He carried his girlfriend up the stairs, taking 3 steps at a time, and strode into the bedroom without pause. Calling me husband won't work either. Claire was stunned. A question slipped out. Then what do you want? By now, Leo had carried her to the master bedroom door. Hearing her question, he looked down at the girl in his arms and flashed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. I want to be super promoted. Claire froze, realizing what he meant. She was about to struggle in embarrassed anger. You little idiot, are you trying to start a rebellion? Then she let out another cry as he tossed her onto the large, soft friendship bed. The next second, Leo pounced, full of triumphant vigor. You guessed it, rebellion tonight, and I'm not accepting any surrenders. As a rhythmic vibration began to emanate from the second-floor master bedroom of the LNS house, down in the living room, Reasonable heard the commotion from his cage and disdainfully cleaned his ears with his wing. Not for kids. Not for kids. Then he calmly slipped out of his cage, flew to the sofa, and expertly turned on the TV with his claw. He switched to the Nature Channel. As a documentary on birds began to play, the fat parrot settled in to watch with great interest. Upstairs and downstairs, everyone was busy with their own affairs. It was all very harmonious. The entire LNS house was filled with a positive and healthy atmosphere. The next day, Sunday morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room. The couple, having washed up, came downstairs for breakfast. Reasonable flew over excitedly to greet his owners. Emperor Woe. He saw his male owner emerge, holding his lower back, and jumped in fright. Human jerky. Leo, mortified, swatted the parrot away. Jerky my ass. Go play somewhere else. Beside him, Claire gracefully descended the stairs. As she passed Leo, she shot him a look, a smirk playing on her lips. Super promoted? Not accepting surrenders? She reached out and lifted her little boyfriend's chin, smiling sweetly. Kiddo, you've still got a lot of practicing to do. Having delivered her verdict, the girl continued victoriously down the stairs, only to misstep, her legs giving way. She nearly stumbled. After steadying herself, she continued calmly toward the dining room, her expression serene, though it was clear she was having some trouble walking. Reasonable looked back and forth between them, amazed. Whoa, mutually assured destruction. After breakfast, the couple left the house early. The Northwood High tour group was heading back home today. The bus was parked at the east gate. The high school seniors, having packed their bags, were ready to board. They were once again wearing their distinct, eye-catching Northwood tracksuits. The kids were reluctant to leave, taking souvenir photos at the Berkeley gate. A group of enthusiastic Berkeley students had also come to see them off, eagerly pulling the juniors aside for group photos. Get a picture of this. Get all of them. Don't let a single one get away. That way, when any of them end up at Berkeley, we'll know who to give a special welcome to. When Leo and Claire arrived, the Northwood students were arranging themselves for a big group photo under the direction of Dean Evans and Mr. Harrison. Seeing their two-star alumni, the teachers called out warmly, "Leo, Claire, you're here. Come on, get in the picture." The students waved excitedly. "Leo, Claire, come take a picture with us." The two were herded into the center of the front row, standing between Mr. Harrison and Dean Evans. The photographer raised the camera and pressed the shutter. Click. The photo captured the bright, sunny smiles of the Northwood High seniors. It also captured, in the corner of the frame, the menacing figures of a group of Berkeley students lurking like predators. It was a masterpiece of subtle tension. Finally, as the bus, filled with Northwood students, slowly pulled away, the juniors leaned out the windows, waving goodbye. Leo and Claire smiled and waved back until the bus disappeared from view. The couple let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other and both broke into a smile. They'd finally sent the little terrors on their way. After seeing the students off, Leo and Claire returned to the L&S house. It was Sunday, with nothing special planned. The previous day had been exhausting, especially the night, which had been a massive drain on their stamina. Back home, they collapsed onto the living room sofa, one on each end, too lazy to even move. They just stared blankly at the ceiling. Claire kicked Leo's leg. Leo, lying on the other end of the sofa, responded listlessly, "I want ice cream. There's some in the fridge. I don't want to move. Can you get it for me? I don't want to move either." "Leo, you don't like me anymore." "Nonsense. I like you the most." "Then go get me some ice cream." "In that case, I guess I don't like you that much." "Ouch." He yelped as the girl's foot retaliated with a swift kick to his backside. Leo rubbed the sore spot. "Bertha Sue, you've been kicking a little hard lately." Claire raised an eyebrow, completely unapologetic. "It's tough love. So, do you like me or not?" "Of course I like you." "Good. Then go get me some ice cream." "No, I don't like you that much." "Hey, let go." The girl let out a cry as her foot was captured and subjected to another retaliatory tickle attack. The couple bickered and played on the sofa, neither willing to be the one to get up and go to the kitchen. Reasonable, in his cage, couldn't take it anymore. He opened the cage door himself and flew to the kitchen. I'll do it. This house would fall apart without him." The couple lazed on the sofa for half the day before finally getting up. Leo still had some work to finish, and Claire had homework for her business classes. In the study, Leo sat at his desk, opened his laptop, and started planning his pitch for the upcoming meeting with Nexus. He opened a document and began typing, outlining his strategy for the Weibo project. Once he started writing, he became completely absorbed. Before he knew it, it was almost lunchtime. He saved the document, stretched, and left the study. At the dining table, Claire had just finished her homework and was also standing up to stretch. Leo walked over. "Homework done." Claire answered casually, "Almost." "You." "My work's almost done, too. I'll make lunch first. Then I'll go play on your computer for a bit." "Sure." It was the easy, familiar exchange of a long-married couple. They shared a natural kiss. One went to the kitchen, the other strolled into the study. Claire sat down at the desk, opened Leo's laptop, logged into Happy Nest, and pulled up the Brainiac Blitz quiz game. She started a match. Her familiar ID, freshman is still first grade, was randomly matched against some elementary school kid. She effortlessly crushed her opponent, probably making some poor child cry and lose all their dreams. Just a little daily hobby for the future CEO of Sterling Holdings. While Claire was engrossed in her game, the sounds of cooking started coming from the kitchen. A tempting aroma began to fill the air. Claire took a deep sniff, a satisfied smile on her face. She was about to get up and go check on her boyfriend when the AIM icon in the bottom right corner of the screen started blinking. Curious, she moved the mouse over and saw it was a message from a contact named Train Moocher Rich Kid. She remembered. She called out toward the kitchen. "The Moocher Kid is messaging you." Leo's voice came back from the kitchen. "Can you reply for me? Just tell him I'm cooking and I'll get back to you later." Claire nodded happily. "Okay." She opened a chat window and typed a reply. "Your boss is cooking. He'll get back to you later. There was a pause on the other end, and then the quick-witted Wyatt Way figured it out. A message came flying back. Okay, this is the boss's girlfriend, right? Hi, I'm a new employee your benefactor bro hired. I had one of your cookies at East Bay Financial. His tone was full of eager flattery. Claire smiled as she read the message. I know. Your boss told me about you. You should come over for dinner sometime. I'll cook. Wyatt was overjoyed. Another stream of messages came through, full of compliments. Thank you. I'll definitely be there. Not even the gods could stop me. After a bit more polite small talk, the conversation ended. As Claire closed the window, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Her boyfriend's new employee was certainly an interesting character, but she frowned slightly. For some reason, as they were chatting, her fists had inexplicably started to clench. At the same time, on the other end of the chat, Wyatt Way closed the window with a satisfied smile. He thought about his friendly chat with the boss's girlfriend and couldn't help but feel smug. That's me, effortlessly getting on the good side of the boss's lady. But he also frowned slightly. For some reason, even though the boss's girlfriend was easy to talk to, he felt a strange chill run down his spine as they chatted. Chapter 470. After lunch, the couple cleaned up in the kitchen together, making small talk. They spoke about the university track meet coming up next month. Although class spirit in college was nothing like it was in high school, the department advisors still did their best to wrangle students into participating. Their methods were a mix of carrot and stick. Get a couple of medals for the class, and I'll fix your attendance score for the month. When it comes to scholarship selections, I can put in a good word for you. If you don't participate, don't think I don't know about that illegal appliance you're hiding in your dorm room. Come on, we're all friends here. Don't make me get on my knees and beg. Leo's dramatic retelling made Claire laugh. Your advisor is that funny? I never would have guessed. Leo smiled. Yeah, Alex has it rough. Their advertising program's advisor, Alex, got along well with the students. And after the spring trip incident, the class and their advisor had bonded through shared adversity. Their class spirit was now much stronger than that of other programs. So when Alex put out the call, everyone answered. The four from room 520 were the most enthusiastic. It's not for any ulterior motive. We in room 520 just have an exceptionally strong sense of collective honor. We're doing it for the glory of our class. Leo declared, pounding his chest righteously. Claire raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on her lips. Is that so? Because I heard from Ollie that Leon said a certain dorm room of perverts was just hoping to show off at the track meet to attract pretty girls. Leo's expression immediately turned serious. He clarified with righteous indignation. Slander. That's pure slander. Only Marco and Dylan would think like that. I, Leo Wallace, have a girlfriend as beautiful as Bertha Sue. How could I possibly be interested in any other common woman? His flattery was becoming more and more practiced. Claire was pleased, the corners of her mouth turning up. All right then, you pass. She then mentioned that her roommates from room 205 had also been persuaded by their advisor to sign up for events. Jade had signed up for the high jump. Apparently, she had already studied dozens of professional competition videos and had a thick stack of notes on technique. She was brimming with confidence. Quinn, with her long legs, had signed up for the 100-meter dash. Before the meet had even started, she had already dragged her roommates to the mall 3 times and bought 7 different tracksuits. Molly, who looked sweet and innocent, had signed up for the shot put. On the surface, she was pure and harmless, but apparently she held the shot put record at her high school, a record that had nearly surpassed the boys' record. Finally, there was Claire. You signed up too? Leo was a little surprised. It was hard to imagine the former Ice Queen, the future CEO of Sterling Holdings, sweating it out on the athletic field. Claire nodded cheerfully. I did. The women's 3,000-meter run and the long jump. Leo was impressed. You signed up for 2 events? Claire looked at him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course. One is for endurance, the other for explosive power. I think I'm pretty good at both. Endurance. Explosive power. Leo's mind subconsciously drifted to some strange places. He nodded with a knowing look. You certainly are. Claire, however, keenly sensed the strange tone and expression of her little boyfriend. She understood immediately. Half amused, half annoyed, she rapped him on the head. You little pervert. What are you thinking about now? After finishing the dishes, the couple didn't rush back to their work and homework. It was the weekend, after all. No need to be so stressed. On a bright, sunny afternoon, they lounged comfortably on the living room sofa. Claire lay in Leo's arms, playing Brainiac Blitz on her phone, continuing her reign of terror over elementary school students. Leo leaned over her shoulder, acting as her strategist, offering advice on the answers. Trust me, this one is C. Between gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, who has the longest legs? It's fire, because fire leg sausage is a thing. What is the reasonable update frequency for a web novel author? This one is D. 10 chapters a day. The quiz was full of bizarre questions and even more bizarre answers, but somehow Leo got every single one right. Claire turned to look at her little boyfriend in amazement. How do you know all of these? Leo answered without batting an eye. What can I say? I'm just that smart. You really hit the jackpot finding a boyfriend like me. In reality, he had seen the answer key to this quiz when he was at the Happy Nest headquarters. Claire nodded in agreement. You are pretty smart. She affectionately pinched his cheek as a reward. But the next second, she pushed his head away. I want to play by myself. No more commentary. She pushed his head aside, but continued to use his chest as a pillow while she played. Leo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But his girlfriend was his to spoil. He let her be. He picked up his own phone, logged into Happy Nest, and went to Garden Grab to raid Bertha Sue's crops as revenge. Annie Cake's crops are ripe too. Might as well grab a few. Oh, and here's the clueless Isabella Zhao. Wow, paying to win really makes a difference. She's already growing watermelons. I should talk to the staff at Happy Nest about setting up an express payment channel just for her. We need to fleece this sheep completely. The afternoon at the LNS house was peaceful and serene. Gentle sunlight filled the living room. Reasonable dozed in his cage, his round head bobbing. On the sofa, the girl had also fallen asleep, her phone still in her hand, her head still resting in her boyfriend's lap. Leo looked down at her sleeping face and couldn't help but smile. He gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. He could look at that beautiful, sleeping face forever and never get tired of it. He didn't even want to play on his phone anymore. When you have a girlfriend this beautiful to look at, who needs to stare at a screen like a grinning idiot? Just as he was about to put his phone aside, it buzzed. The screen lit up. Leo glanced at it. It was a text from David Chung, short and to the point. It said, tomorrow afternoon. Someone from Nexus is coming to talk. Claire, half asleep, heard the vibration and murmured, what is it? Leo's eyebrows rose slightly. He smiled softly. It's nothing, go back to sleep. A big fish is on the hook. A new week began. After his Monday morning classes, Leo and his advertising classmates prepared to take the shuttle to the new campus. Before leaving, he made sure to grab lunch with his girlfriend at the main dining hall. Both their dorm's crews came along. While they were eating, Cheryl Chun from the arts department sent over the photos from last week's school publication shoot at the new campus, telling Leo and Claire to pick their favorites. At that, Claire forgot all about her food. She held her phone, swiping through the pictures one by one, studying them with intense focus. The other three girls from room 205 crowded around, gasping and squealing as they saw the photos. Whoa, so beautiful. That's our Claire, all right. Hey, this group shot is great, too. You guys look so good together. The guys from room 520 perked up. Really? Let us see. Three heads leaned in, and they let out their own chorus of praise. Damn, you really do. Perfect match. Now Leo was curious, too. He leaned over with a grin. Let me see. Which one's the best match? Quinn excitedly turned the phone screen toward him. This one, she declared. What do you think? Gorgeous, right? The image came into focus. In the photo, Ms. Bertha Sue had her arm linked affectionately with Lily Lou, the it girl of the humanities department. Both were smiling sweetly for the camera. Leo, wait a minute. Do we have different definitions of a perfect match? The girls, however, had their reasons. One is cool and stunning. The other is gentle and captivating. Their vibes just complement each other. They really do look good together. There's nothing better than girls taking pictures together. Marco, Leon, and Dylan nodded in solemn agreement. Totally, totally. Then they turned, clapping Leo on the shoulder with barely concealed glee. A world with three people is just too crowded, man. Leo, you should probably just bow out gracefully. Leo, this is bad. Lily Lou is my new love rival. Claire couldn't help but laugh, but she knew better than to not placate her boyfriend. All right, she said, taking back the phone. The pictures of me and Leo are pretty good, too. She swiped through a couple more photos and showed them to the group. It was a picture of the infamous single slaughterhouse power couple. The young man had a refined, easygoing air, his smile warm. The young woman stood with her hands behind her back, lightly on her tiptoes, her eyes closed and her face tilted up toward him as if waiting for something. Sunlight fell over them, outlining their figures in a soft, golden halo. It was as picturesque as a painting. Everyone from both dorms stared, their eyes wide. Holy shit, are you trying to be that romantic? Molly clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling. Ah, it's so sweet, she cooed. My ship is sailing. Quinn snapped back to reality, a look of alarm on her face. Wait, can you even publish a picture like that in the school magazine? Marco waved a dismissive hand. Why not? In the photo, our dear Bertha just has some sand in her eye, and Leo is helping her blow it out. It's just a display of classmate camaraderie. Perfectly reasonable, right? His single sentence earned him admiring looks from both Leo and Claire. Nice. Comrade Shaw is really getting the hang of this. He's becoming a true master of the reasonable arts. He's just earned himself a spot as a groomsman, right after Mr. Chin, reasonable as Bike, and Kevin Zhao. After lunch, the guys from room 520 rushed to the campus parking lot and boarded the shuttle to the new campus. The afternoon brought another familiar ad design class. Their professor was deeply disappointed when the beautiful Ms. Sterling failed to make an appearance to audit his lecture. He redirected his frustration, aiming his fire at the unlucky students in the class. One by one, he tore their assignments to shreds. Leo was not spared, but that was fine. After class, he headed straight to the art studio to find the head of his Mako Entertainment art team. The professor had just ripped into him. Now, it was his turn to rip into someone else. When he arrived at the studio, before he could even ask his #1 employee for the latest drafts, he saw that the head of his programming team was there as well. Wyatt Wei and Isabella Zhao were huddled over a long to-do list, deep in a heated discussion. Hearing footsteps, they turned. When Wyatt saw Leo in the doorway, his eyes lit up. Whoa, benefactor bro, Mr. Zhao, you're here. Leo paused for a second before realizing Mr. Zhao was a reference to his Kevin Zhao alias. He recovered and nodded coolly. Yeah, you two talking shop. He decided to show a little boss-like concern. Running into any problems? Wyatt shot to his feet, standing tall and proud. No problems. When a company gives us a task, we get it done on time, even if the sky falls. The programming department's greatest principle is to live up to the boss's trust. Sitting next to him, Isabella stared, completely dumbfounded. Wait a second. What? Who was it that was just complaining to me about the tight schedule and heavy workload, asking me to get my art team to suggest a deadline extension of the boss? Can you really switch gears that fast? Leo, however, was quite pleased with his new programming lead's attitude. He didn't hold back his praise. Not bad, not bad. Great attitude. He paused, then added, the other departments should learn from you. Wyatt adopted a humble expression. Oh, it's nothing. Team leader Zhao is doing a fine job, too, even if her department is a little behind ours. But that's understandable. After all, not just anyone has the kind of rock-solid friendship that you and I do, Mr. Zhao. Isabella. It finally clicked. The campus sit girl slammed her hand on the table, indignant. What do you mean, the friendship you two have? I was here first. Wyatt looked completely unbothered. First or last doesn't matter. I've shared a bowl of noodles with Mr. Zhao. The boss's wife even invited me over for dinner. Isabella's eyes went wide with fury. She fired back. The boss's wife invited me too, and I've had cookies she baked with her own 2 hands. Wyatt shot back. I've been on the receiving end of shoulder throw from the boss's wife. The 2 department heads of Mako Entertainment had devolved into a full-blown elementary school argument. Leo couldn't help but shake his head. He'd originally wondered if these 2 attractive people working together might hit it off and become a couple. Now it seemed impossible. The state probably had laws against 2 idiots dating. Still, this was good. A purely professional rivalry. Healthy competition. And he, the benevolent capitalist, would reap all the benefits. By now, Wyatt had waved his hand dismissively. I'm not arguing with you. With this time, I could be making progress on my work. He turned back to Leo, his face breaking into an eager smile. Bro, I'm gonna get back to it. I'll see you later for a home-cooked meal from your wife. After getting another nod of approval from Leo, Wyatt left, pleased as punch. The moment he was gone, Isabella sidled up to Leo conspiratorially. Boss, you can't play favorites. I'm your #1 employee. I'll definitely do a better job than him. She hesitated for a moment, then, as if making a monumental decision, gritted her teeth. If it comes down to it, I'll take a pay cut. 200 less a month. Wait, 150. Seeing the pained, flesh-tearing look on her face, Leo chuckled and waved his hand magnanimously. No need. You'll get your full salary. You like playing garden grab, right? Just put more money into the game. Don't be stingy. Isabella froze, then her face filled with shock and gratitude. Boss, you're such a good person. Then she spoke again, hesitantly. So, can I ask for one last little thing? Leo looked curious. Go on. Isabella's eyes lit up. You gotta eat the boss's wife's cookies. I want to eat the boss's wife's cookies, too. Daily request for boosts and gifts. College students are often so pure and foolish. In their simple minds, they believe that a beautiful campus queen must surely bake delicious food. This belief is passed down from one to the next, never to be debunked, because even those who truly suffer will never speak of it. Their only thought is to maliciously drag others down with them. I've been rained on, so no one else gets to use a damn umbrella. Faced with such a sincere, death-defying request from his #1 employee, Leo, as the boss, naturally wouldn't refuse. He agreed readily. Done. The second you finish this batch of designs, you can have as many cookies as you want. He couldn't give them to her before the work was done. Wouldn't want anything to affect her productivity. Then another thought occurred to him, and he added, "But they're just for you. Don't share them with anyone else." Isabella understood perfectly and nodded vigorously. Don't worry. I'll definitely keep them all for myself. I won't give any to anyone else in the department. This is a special treat from the boss and his wife. Just for me. How could I share it? Favors like this are meant to be enjoyed alone. Isabella thought she was being incredibly clever. And so, amidst her profuse and sincere thanks, Leo strolled away with his hands behind his back. As he left, he could still hear her grateful shouts. Take care, boss. Thanks so much, boss. Look at that, he thought. Getting played like this, and she's still thanking me. Leo felt a pang of emotion, a slight sense of guilt and shame toward his simple, yet capable top employee. Am I being too cruel? But he quickly dismissed the thought. It's fine. I'm paying her enough. Besides, he reasoned, everything that happens next is on Kevin Zhao and Tessa Yuan. What does that have to do with Leo Wallace and Claire Sterling? Just as he was thinking of his best friend, his phone rang. He answered, and Kevin Zhao's familiar, booming voice came through the receiver, full of cheer. Leo, I finished that job you gave me a while back. A few weeks ago, Leo had called Kevin and asked him to get some friends at his university in Portland to play all the popular browser-based games on the market and write up simple reviews. Kevin had taken it to heart. He dragged his roommates and classmates to the LAN center, and they'd gone on a gaming binge, playing through every type of browser game they could find. According to him, he created a detailed evaluation form, having everyone rate various aspects of the gaming experience. He even included subjective thoughts and opinions. He compiled it all into a single document and already emailed it to Leo. Leo was touched by his best friend's dedication and support. Thanks, man. I'll buy you dinner next time. Kevin laughed on the other end. It's nothing. We're brothers. No need for thanks. It's what I should do. Hey, how are things with you and the class president? Leo chuckled. Great. How about you and your girl? We're great, too. Kevin replied happily. Then he paused, as if remembering something, his tone tinged with confusion. Oh, right, but something a little weird has been happening lately. We've both been sneezing a lot, like someone's talking smack about us behind our backs. Leo, holding the phone, froze for a fraction of a second. Then, he nodded, his expression unchanging. Oh, it's probably just your imagination. My ride's here, gotta go talk later. After leaving the new campus, Leo flagged down a cab on the street and gave the driver the address. He was headed to the building on Wanning Road. He had arranged to meet with David Chung this afternoon. David was going to introduce him to the relevant manager from Nexus, and they were going to sit down and talk. Leo arrived at the Happy Nest headquarters first. He didn't go upstairs. He just gave David Chung a call. Soon enough, David came down. He gave Leo a casual greeting, then pointed to a coffee shop across the street. Let's go there. It's quieter, better for talking. He should be here soon. They crossed the street and entered the cafe, finding a table by the window. The guy from Nexus hadn't arrived yet. The two top decision-makers at Happy Nest ordered coffee and chatted about their company. It was nearing the end of May, and Happy Nest had been online for almost 3 months. The total number of registered users had already surpassed 40 million and was still climbing steadily. Moreover, the company was sitting on several new game projects that, once launched, were guaranteed to create another few rounds of explosive growth. So, popularity wasn't the problem. The biggest headache, rather, was the shortage of funds needed to maintain the company's operations. In-game purchases from Garden Grab were currently the company's largest source of revenue, but it was barely enough to cover expenses. They had to constantly buy more servers, not to mention the payroll costs for their ever-expanding teams. Plenty of advertisers and even investors had already come knocking, waving cash and eager to get on board the promising new ship that was Happy Nest. But after several meetings, the entire upper management of Happy Nest, including David Chung and Leo, had decided to hold off on both advertising and investment for the time being. The former would risk cluttering the game with ads and ruining the user experience. The latter would mean getting lowballed. Happy Nest was still on a steep upward trajectory, and in a few months, they could negotiate a much higher valuation. So there was no rush. But while that logic was sound, watching the company burn through vast sums of money on the books every day was still a major source of stress. We need money, David Chung sighed with feeling. He looked at Leo. It's all on you in a bit. They had already agreed. If the Weibo.com domain sale went through, Leo would loan half of the proceeds to Happy Nest to purchase a new batch of servers. That was why David Chung was so invested in this deal. He had even pushed off a number of company matters this afternoon to come and support Leo personally. Now, David was doing his best to pump Leo up and offer some strategy. Nexus has deep pockets. If you're selling the domain to them, you have to hit them hard. Just unleash your true power. Leo remained modest. I'm not that powerful. Extortion isn't really my specialty. David rolled his eyes. Are you seriously going to play humble in front of me? For the Happy Nest domain, I was originally only going to offer 100 grand. But after talking to you twice, half of my damn company now belongs to you. Inside the coffee shop, Leo and David Chung hadn't been chatting for long when the man from Nexus arrived. Only one person came, a man in his 40s. He was of average appearance, but he carried himself with an impressive air, the kind of man who clearly held a high-ranking position in a major corporation managing at least several hundred people. David stood to greet him, smiling as he made the introduction to Leo. It turned out this was William Tian, a vice president in charge of one of Nexus's major business divisions. Before David had left Nexus, the two of them had been colleagues and were on good terms. It had been a while since the old colleagues had seen each other, so a round of pleasantries was unavoidable. Leo listened with a smile, not interjecting, sizing up the Nexus VP. He looked familiar. In his past life, Leo had probably seen him in the news many times. He seemed to recall William being involved in the later Weibo project. William Tian. The name made Leo subconsciously think of the villain from that one bizarrely edited TV series, Journey to the West, the sequel. His mind wandered for a moment. Leo shook his head, pulling his thoughts back. It didn't matter. William Tian, or whatever his name was, even if the Buddha himself showed up today, my boy was going to fleece him for everything he was worth. After the small talk and laughter died down, David introduced Leo to William, but only said they were friends, an unlikely pair despite their age difference. He mentioned that he had bought the Happy Nest domain from Leo as well. He didn't mention Leo's current stake in Happy Nest, his role as a partner, or his title as Chief Strategy Officer. This was something they had decided on beforehand. As Happy Nest grew larger, it would inevitably attract more outside scrutiny. David would be the CEO in the spotlight, while Leo, as a partner in CISO, could remain behind the scenes. One in the light, one in the dark. It would make things easier down the line. So, even as an old colleague, the Nexus VP had no idea about Leo's true identity. Listening to David's introduction, he smiled and extended a hand to Leo. A friend of David's is a friend of mine, William Tian. And what should I call you, young man? Leo politely shook his hand, a sincere smile on his face. Mr. Joe. You could just call me Joe. The three of them sat down again. They were all busy people who had taken time out of their day for this meeting, and the purpose was clear to everyone. So, there was no need for further pleasantries. William Tian got straight to the point, smiling. David told me he bought the Happy Nest domain from you, Joe. What a coincidence. We at Nexus are planning a new project and need a new domain. And we think the one you have, Weibo.com, is quite good. So I can't have a chat. If the price is right, we can sign the contract today. Leo smiled back, but offered a gentle correction. It's good for an ordinary person. For Nexus, it should be a perfect fit for your needs. You've already built a blog platform. The next step is a microblog, which, when spelled out phonetically, is Weibo. William Tian froze. This was supposed to be an internal secret at Nexus. Outsiders shouldn't have known. Even when he'd just mentioned Weibo, he had deliberately used a homophone to throw this Mr. Joe off the scent and prevent him from jacking up the price. Who would have thought? This kid had just laid all his cards on the table from the get-go. What was going on? William couldn't help but glance at David Chung, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. David had been gone from Nexus for almost a year. Could he still have moles inside the senior management? Was his intelligence network that good? David wore an expression of serene indifference, sipping his coffee as if it had nothing to do with him. He even smacked his lips and made a few sounds of appreciation. This coffee really is excellent. Unable to get an answer from David, William, as a Nexus VP, was no stranger to high-pressure situations. He quickly regained his composure, turned back to Leo, and smiled again, his face a mask of calm. Young brother Joe, you're quite well informed. Yes, Nexus is indeed planning to do this, and this domain is indeed suitable. I came here with sincerity today, putting everything else aside. Out of respect for my friendship with David, how much did you sell the Happy Nest domain for? 100,000? 200? He paused, then delivered his offer. I'll give you a flat price. 500,000. His words were calm, but carried weight. In 2008, $500,000 was a huge sum of money for most people. But for the two men sitting across from William Tion, it had no effect whatsoever. David continued to leisurely sip his coffee. He even spat a bit onto the floor like a tea connoisseur. He looked disgusted. What is this stuff? So cheap. His expression changed in a flash. It was unclear if he was talking about the coffee or William's offer. Leo was also smiling cheerfully. Mr. Tion, that's too low. William raised an eyebrow. $500,000 is too low? You have to understand, young man, you're Weibo. Com isn't our only option. Only Nexus can be this generous. But our generosity has its limits. Leo nodded with a look of complete understanding. You're right. I'll take a step back, too. 1.2 million. The atmosphere at the table suddenly froze. William was so stunned he almost couldn't process it. For a moment, the composed face of a man who had seen it all went completely blank. Question mark. But the kid wasn't finished. He looked at the Nexus VP and added politely, plus 5% equity in the new venture. It was like a thunderclap. For a second, the distinguished vice president of Nexus was so shocked his brain nearly short-circuited. When he snapped out of it, William shot to his feet, his face as dark as water. He turned to David Chung. David, I came here out of respect for you. But if this person has no sincerity and is just trying to make a fool of me, then there's nothing more to discuss. Goodbye. With that, he made a leave. Seeing his old colleague's reaction, David wasn't worried at all. He chuckled and gently pushed him back into his seat. Sit down and talk. Don't be hasty. Just listen to what he has to say. He has his reasons for that price. Hear him out. Maybe you'll be convinced. William sneered. Fine. I'll give you that much face. I'll give him 5 minutes. I'd like to see what kind of masterpiece he can spin. David Chung laughed heartily. No need. 3 minutes is enough. He had experience with this. He'd been through it himself. With that, David turned to Leo and waved his hand grandly. Leo, oh no, I mean Joe. Go get him. Barring any surprises, the next 30 chapters will have a series of high-energy moments, requesting boosts and gifts. It didn't even take 3 minutes. Leo only needed 3 seconds. He took out a pre-printed proposal, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward William Tion. He added a polite, please have a look. I'd appreciate your feedback. William took the proposal, shot Leo a cold sneer, then casually flipped through the first 2 pages. The sneer froze on his face. Then, it turned to astonishment, then to shock, and finally, to a fervent, ravenous hunger. He flipped the few thin pages back and forth, over and over, as if wanting to savor and dissect every single word 10 times before letting go. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became, his expression growing more and more excited. He eagerly tried to flip to the next page, only to find he was already at the end. The Nexus VP, who just a moment ago was ready to storm out, suddenly looked up at Leo, his voice urgent. What about the rest? Leo maintained his polite smile. That's all for now. Beside them, David Chung watched his old colleague's anxious, squirming discomfort, and a grin split his face. So that's what I looked like back then. Watching someone else go through it feels pretty damn good. Finally, William took several deep breaths, managing to calm himself down. He carefully and reverently put the proposal away. Then he looked up at Leo, his expression solemn. This is too big. I can't make the decision. I need to go back and report this to my superiors. But don't worry. Within a week, I guarantee I'll give you a satisfactory answer. He finished, then made a cautious plea. But this proposal, please don't share it with anyone else. After receiving Leo's assurance, the Nexus VP let out a huge sigh of relief. He apologized to Leo and David and then quickly stood up to leave. He practically bolted out the door, clutching his briefcase tightly and glancing around warily, as if he were carrying millions in cash and terrified of being robbed. Watching William go, David finally broke into an excited smile. This time, he said, it's a done deal. I knew you were a master at this. Leo looked thoughtful, pondering. Next time we meet, if I raise the price a little more, you don't think he'll get mad, do you? David, please, for the love of God, be a decent human being. After shooting down his partner's idea, David's expression grew a bit more serious. But this Weibo proposal you gave him, will it affect us? You gave him the idea. Once Nexus builds up their platform, it'll be a competitor to us. Happy Nest is aiming to be a social media platform, too. His voice was laced with worry. Leo nodded in agreement. True. Then, in the next second, Right before David's dumbfounded eyes, he magically produced another proposal and handed it over. That's why I gave them version 1. 0. This one is 2. 0. David? He snatched the 2. 0 proposal and quickly flipped through it. When the CEO of Happy Nest looked up at Leo again, he was staring as if at a monster. You kid, you're ruthless, aren't you? Wait, if Nexus finds out, won't they want to kill you? Leo waved his hand casually. It's fine. A group of 10 or 20 guys can't get close to me easily. David was so exasperated he had to laugh. 10 or 20 guys. Who do you think you are, Bruce Lee? Remembering the display of a certain retired Special Forces veteran at the Dynasty Lounge, Leo corrected him with conviction. No, I'm Mr. Show. With their business concluded, David hurried back to the office, and Leo hurried back to the old campus to see his girlfriend. The two decision-makers of Happy Nest parted ways. This is good, Leo remarked without a hint of shame. We all have things to do. The division of labor is perfectly reasonable. David felt his fists clenching. Why wait for Nexus to come after you? I want to punch you right now. Before they left, another thought occurred to David. Oh, right. On Wednesday, a business magazine is coming to interview me. Are you coming? Leo waved him off. You're the light, I'm the dark. You can have the spotlight. I have something important to do on Wednesday. David nodded knowingly. Is it that browser game you're working on? Leo shook his head, correcting him again. No, it's Children's Day. David, Leo explained kindly. Wednesday is June 1st, Children's Day. I'm taking my girlfriend out to celebrate. Then he looked at his partner with concern. Don't you have a girlfriend to celebrate with? David nearly lost his cool and flipped the table. What's wrong with not having a girlfriend? No, that's not the point. What the hell am I, a grown man, doing celebrating Children's Day? There's a lyric that goes, if you love the right person, every day is Valentine's Day. For the power couple of the single slaughterhouse, it wasn't just Valentine's Day. When they were together, every day was a holiday, and even Children's Day was an excuse to be romantic. On Wednesday, Leo's advertising class had a morning lecture, but the afternoon was free. The students were excitedly discussing whether they should organize some kind of event to celebrate. Just before class ended, a familiar, beautiful figure appeared at the classroom door. The campus queen had come to pick up her boyfriend from school. She was holding a small bag. Amidst the envious hoots and hollers of his classmates, Leo got up with a cheerful grin and went to meet her. You're here early. Claire smiled back. Yep, came to pick you up. Leo grinned. How nice of you. In that case, I'll take you to the amusement park this afternoon. The corner of Claire's mouth tilted up. Okay. Then, she pulled a small, wrapped gift box from her bag and handed it to him. A Children's Day present. Happy holiday. Curious, Leo unwrapped the box and found a hand-decorated phone case. It had a cute cartoon version of a little boy's face with a line of cartoonish text. Hope little Leo Wallace is happy every day. From your big sister girlfriend. Leo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shot his girlfriend a sidelong glance. Getting a little dig-in with your gift, are we? While he was complaining, the other students in the ad class were practically green with envy. Damn, that's so nice. You get presents for Children's Day in college. What kind of sci-fi movie is this? Someone started heckling. Hey, campus queen, do we get presents too? We want to be little kids. The other students joined in. After the spring trip to Spirit Springs Mountain, the ad class had gotten to know Claire much better. They had a bond forged in shared hardship, so their jokes were bolder now. Claire wasn't bothered. She just smiled slightly. Sure, there's something for everyone. Then she graciously pulled a bunch of small cookies out of her bag. I made some snacks. Everyone, help yourselves. Except for Marco, Dylan, and Leon from room 520, who turned pale and immediately fled. The rest of the advertising class erupted in cheers. All hail the campus queen. That day, the students who had fulfilled their wish of tasting the campus queen's handmade cookies nearly got reincarnated as actual children. At noon, the crews from room 205 and room 520 gathered for lunch at the dining hall. After confirming that Bertha had distributed all of her cookies to the other students in the advertising class, Marco, Dylan, and Leon breathed a collective sigh of relief. They clutched their chests, looking like they had just survived a near-death experience. Claire's gaze drifted over to her 3 loyal underlings, and she showed off the magnanimity of a gang leader. I have more at home. If you want some, I can go back and get them. Her words nearly sent the trio from room 520 into cardiac arrest. Their faces turned green as they shook their heads frantically. No, we can't accept such a reward without earning it. Those precious cookies. Bertha, you should save them for Leo or the Queen of England. We're not worthy, we'll pass for now. Fortunately, The girls from room 205 jumped in to smooth things over. Hey, let's not worry about that now. We have to catch the bus to the amusement park soon. First things first. That was right. Today was Children's Day. Both dorms had the afternoon off, and they had planned long ago to go to the East Bay amusement park together. So what if they were college students? With a youthful mindset, they could be kids too. After lunch, the group set off, catching a bus at the east gate of the campus and heading straight for the city center. The weather was perfect, the sky clear and cloudless. Everyone was in high spirits. The only slight disappointment was that they had invited Lily Lou, but although she didn't have class, she seemed to have some family matters to attend to and couldn't join their group outing. You don't think it's about that Preston Jew guy again, do you? They gossiped on the bus. The girls were particularly indignant. It can't be. We all saw what that guy's like on the spring trip. He's a total scumbag. If Lily ends up with a guy like that, it'll be such a waste. Molly's face clouded with worry. Even if Lily doesn't want to, haven't their families already decided? Can she really go against her parents' wishes? Marco looked heartbroken. Arranged marriages, childhood engagements. It's all futile nonsense. It should have been abolished ages ago. Quinn sighed. But these are traditional concepts that have been around for thousands of years. They're deeply ingrained. It's not so easy to just get rid of them. Everyone nodded in somber agreement. Claire chimed in lightly from the side. If you can't get rid of the concept, you can always get rid of the person she's engaged to and the people who arranged it. The air went still for a moment. Everyone stared dumbly at Claire, who had delivered the line with a completely casual expression. A question mark slowly formed above their heads. That's an unconventional way to solve a problem. Can you actually do that? Marco swallowed hard. Bertha, you wouldn't. Everyone looked at Claire in shock. She just raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. Just kidding. Of course, that's not something that would happen with me. The group remained skeptical. Does she mean that sort of thing doesn't happen to her? Or that she already took care of the person in question? The group was missing Lily Lou, but fortunately, someone else was there to fill the spot. At 1:30 p.m., they arrived in the city center. As they approached the bustling entrance of the East Bay amusement park, they saw a familiar figure waving and running toward them. Sis-in-law, Leo the pig. Over here, over here. It was Annie Cakes, the little princess herself. Anna had a rare day off from her internship. As soon as she heard her brother, sister-in-law, and their friends were coming to the amusement park, she had eagerly signed up to join. Everyone was thrilled to see her, and they all greeted each other warmly. Marco spread his arms wide, a passionate look on his face. Annie Cakes, I missed you so much. Come on, give me a hug. He was promptly kicked aside by an unamused Anna. In your dreams, perv. Seeing his wounded, mournful expression, she grinned and tossed him 2 small slips of paper as a consolation prize. All right. Here are the contact numbers for those performing arts majors from East Bay Financial you wanted. 2 of them. Marco was overjoyed as he took the slips of paper. Holy crap, Annie Cakes, you the best. If you'll have me, I'll call you my godmother. Dylan, standing nearby, watched with envy and sidled up to Anna, his face full of expectation. Anna looked at him, then slapped her forehead as if in sudden realization. Oh, right, and Dylan, I forgot yours. Sorry. But don't worry. Next time I'll find the sign language club at school and ask around for you. Dylan. Once again, a world in which only Dylan gets hurt has been achieved. After a round of laughter and teasing, Anna threw her arms around Claire. Sis-in-law, I miss you so much. You have no idea how hard my internship has been. It's so nice to finally have a day off. After a torrent of complaints, she turned to Leo, stuck out her hand, and said expectantly, It's Children's Day. Where's my present? Leo rolled his eyes. You're about to graduate from college. What do you need a Children's Day present for? How about some of your sister-in-law's cookies? The threat was brutally effective. Anna shivered and quickly retracted her hand. Oh, never mind then. Hey, what are we standing around here for? Let's go, it's lively inside. Time to buy tickets. They bought their tickets at the booth. After waiting in line for a good 10 minutes, they finally made it inside the park. Because it was Children's Day, the East Bay amusement park was packed, bustling with noise and crowds. Everywhere you looked, there were families with children. The lines for every ride were incredibly long, especially for things like the pirate ship and the roller coaster, which stretched as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, Leo and the others had shelled out for expensive VIP Fast Pass tickets, which saved them some time in line. But the VIP tickets were 2 or 3 times the price of regular admission, costing $95 each. None of them were from poor families. In fact, several of the girls were quite wealthy, but the ticket price still made them wince. Man, owning an amusement park must be a real moneymaker, Marco remarked. With business this good every day, the owner must be rolling in it. Jade adjusted her glasses and looked around. I heard this park is privately owned. To build it this well, the owner must have a pretty powerful background. Anna clenched her fist, declaring, I don't care who the owner is. We are getting our money's worth today. Everyone else rallied in agreement. While the group was making their solemn vow, Claire was looking around at the park, seeming a bit distracted. Leo noticed. What's wrong? Claire shook her head, her gaze returning. Nothing. She paused, frowning slightly. It's just, I feel like my fist is getting kind of hard. At the exact same moment, less than a mile away, in front of another entrance to the park, several of the amusement park's senior managers were fawning over a young man, showering him with compliments as they gave him a tour. The young man was listening and looking around casually. Suddenly, he shivered. The managers were instantly concerned. Mr. Wei, is something wrong? Are you all right? Wyatt Wei looked around, a puzzled expression on his face. He shook his head and smiled politely at his subordinates. It's nothing. Maybe the wind is just a bit strong out here. Let's head inside. Daily request for boosts and gifts. At the other end of the amusement park, Leo's group was already exploring with great enthusiasm. At first, they stuck together, browsing the small stalls in the park. The girls spotted a stand selling little trinkets and dolls and let out a collective squeal as they rushed over. Initially, Anna was dismissive of such things. Oh, that's all kid stuff. Not suitable for a sophisticated, soon-to-be graduating career woman like me. The next second, Molly, standing by the stall, gleefully picked up a pink cartoon cat plushie and waved it at Anna. Annie, look, this is so cute. The career woman's eyes instantly lit up, and she pounced. Let me see. Marco and Dylan had no interest in the trinkets. The two Gotham brothers were busy scanning their surroundings with shifty eyes. 6 o'clock, look, damn nice legs. A 9 out of 10 from the back. Quick, turn around, let's see the front. The next moment, the person turned around. The hopeful expressions on the brothers' faces froze. Holy crap. Why the hell would Guy have legs that nice? What a waste of natural resources. The two were devastated, and they began to miss their old comrade in arms. Man, if only Reasonable was here today. Our high-altitude reconnaissance expert. The chubby parrot had not joined them today. Mr. Chien had taken him home. At first, Reasonable had been determined to come to the park with his emperor father and empress mother, throwing a tantrum in his cage and refusing to be left behind. But Mr. Chien had subdued him with a single sentence. I got a new batch of DVDs. 7-star. Instantly, the parrot had a change of heart, righteously flapping his wings and bidding his owners farewell. Safe travels. May we meet again. Meanwhile, Leo glanced at the doll stand and then turned to his girlfriend. Want to take a look? Claire shook her head dismissively. No need. Having one Blackie the Leo hammer at home is enough. Although she had no intention of buying a stuffed doll, when they passed a claw machine, the girl's interest was piqued, and she decided to try her luck again. The result? More than 20 consecutive attempts, all failures. 60 or 70 tokens went into the machine, all for nothing. Ms. Bertha Sue's claw machine career had just met its first crushing defeat. Leo, on the other hand, had a miraculous streak of luck. He won 5 dolls in a row, so many that he could barely hold them all. Even Leo himself was surprised. This machine is being pretty generous. It's like it's trying to repay a debt or something. Claire stood in front of the adjacent claw machine, her brow furrowed. She stared at it, her eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. The machine seemed to tremble in fear. Claire inserted another token. Another failure. The girls silently watched the claw return to its starting position, saying nothing. The claw machine didn't dare say anything either. It just played dead. Leo came over with his pile of winnings and offered a few to his girlfriend as a consolation prize. It's okay. Sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not. Claire thought for a moment and nodded. Then she offered her assessment. This place might be cursed against me. Leo couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so dramatic. What? Is the owner of the amusement park your sworn enemy or something? It was meant as a casual joke, but the girl became thoughtful, already planning to have Mr. Zhou investigate who owned this park. Putting a claw machine in the park that was this disrespectful. The owner must be a bad person. She'd have Mr. Zhou handle it. After wandering around that section of the park for a while, the group reassembled and eagerly set off to find some rides. Although they didn't know who the owner was, the scale of the park made it clear that they were powerful. East Bay Amusement Park covered a huge area and was packed with a wide variety of attractions. From pirate ships to roller coasters, classic carousels, pendulum rides, bumper cars, haunted houses. The lines for some of the popular rides were just too long. Even with their VIP fast passes, It still took them over 20 minutes to get on the bumper cars. When it came time to choose their cars, there were single and double options. 3 single cars were left. There were 9 people in their group. The 2 couples both chose double cars. That left 5 people. Dylan, Marco, and Jade instinctively looked at Quinn, then immediately scrambled for the single cars. I want a single. Miju. That left Anna standing alone next to Quinn, completely bewildered. What's going on? Quinn waved her hand enthusiastically. It's nothing. Annie, you can ride with me. I'll drive. I'm a great driver. Anna looked at Quinn's confident expression and nodded trustingly. Okay. 30 seconds later. The terrified screams of the East Bay Financial Campus Queen echoed through the entire bumper car arena, accompanied by the gleeful shouts of Quinn, the god of driving. Come on, let's go again. Hey, why are you dodging? They're called bumper cars for a reason. Hold on tight, Annie, watch this move. Anna's voice was nearly distorted by the G-forces. I'm not looking, just let me out. Help. Taste Bertha Sue's cooking. Experience Quinn the driver's skills. It was another day of rounding out Annie Cakes' life experiences. 9 people went into the bumper car arena. Only 8.5 came out. A certain Annie Cakes had lost half of her life force and was now clinging to her sister-in-law, looking half dead. Bumper cars aren't fun at all. I'm never playing again. Claire was both amused and concerned. She stroked her best friend/sister-in-law's head. Maybe you should rest for a bit. We don't have to rush to the next ride. The next second, Anna forced herself to rally. No, the tickets were $95. We have to get our money's worth. Quinn, looking like she hadn't had nearly enough fun, came over and suggested, Hey Annie, want to go for another round? Before she could finish, Annie Cakes had already scrambled a good 10 feet away from her. No thanks. I think I prefer a ride that isn't life-threatening. With Quinn the driver at the wheel, the bumper cars had been elevated to a level of thrill they were never meant to reach. It was time to cool down a bit. The group left the bumper car arena and wandered around the park, buying snacks and drinks. It was a pleasant break. The comfort of food finally soothed Anna's frayed nerves. Up ahead, they saw a punching machine game with a line of people waiting to play. The score wasn't in professional pounds of force, but a rating out of 999. A few adults went up to try, the highest score being in the 700s, which drew gasps of admiration from the crowd. A young girl tried too, hitting the bag with a light punch that only registered 200 or 300 points. She ended up hurting her hand and ran to her boyfriend for comfort. Marco and the guys perked up. I'll give a shot. He excitedly got in line, took a deep breath, and swung with all his might. Thwack! The counter displayed a score of 400. Quinn tried too, but she missed her mark and only got a score in the low 100s. Marco puffed out his chest. See? This kind of thing is best left to us men. The next second, a thunderous crack echoed through the area. The machine shook violently. Everyone, including Marco, instinctively turned to look. The score on the machine shot up, rocketing past 700 to stop at 770. Molly retracted her small, delicate fist like a startled deer. Oops, she said softly. The bag is so hard. It kind of hurts. She turned to her boyfriend for a comforting hug. Marco, the rest of the group. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the cute, adorable Molly landed a punch like that on a person. Quinn laughed. 407.70. One Molly is almost worth 2 Marcos. Marco's face fell, but he tried to save face. It's just a game. It looks scarier than it is. A real fight would be a different story. Jade offered a cool, objective analysis from the side. In a real fight, 1 punch from Molly, and you'd be on the ground while she's crying and begging you to wake up. The park was just too crowded. Even with the fast passes, the lines were long. So the group decided to split up and queue for different rides. Anna tagged along with her brother and sister-in-law. Her main goal was to stay away from the dangerous Quinn. But in doing so, while she avoided physical harm, she was subjected to the emotional damage of their constant public displays of affection. The couple strolled through the park hand in hand, not in any rush to get on a ride, simply enjoying the leisurely walk. Anna trailed behind them, practically bouncing with impatience. Hey, you two can go for a walk anywhere. We bought tickets. We have to get our money's worth. Come on, let's go on a ride. Just then, they came across the carousel. Claire's eyes lit up, and she looked at Leo. Leo caught her glance and smiled. Want to ride this? Claire's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Yeah. From the aloof campus queen in her past life to the ice-cold CEO, she had never once come to an amusement park while she was single. In this life, as part of a couple, her girlish heart was reawakening. She wanted to experience even these seemingly childish rides with her boyfriend. Leo readily agreed. Let's go. The couple walked hand in hand to the carousel line. Anna, following behind, muttered under her breath, "What's so fun about a carousel? Isn't this for little kids?" Leo shot her a look. "So, are you riding or not?" Anna's answer was instantaneous and firm. "I'm riding. For the value." The line for the carousel wasn't too long, and after a short wait, it was their turn. The power couple naturally shared a horse. Claire sat in front, and Leo sat behind her, his arms wrapped around her waist, letting her lean back against his chest. Claire turned slightly, looked back at Leo, and broke into a radiant smile. She leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the lips. A little kid on a nearby horse saw them, and his eyes went wide. "Whoa, that big sister is so pretty. A handsome guy and a pretty girl." Anna, sitting on the horse behind them, was not pleased. "Ahem, over here. There's a pretty girl over here, too." A few kids turned to look at her, their eyes full of wonder. "Wow, that big sister is pretty too." But before Anna could strike a prim and proper pose, the children's innocent questions came flooding in. "Big sister, why are you all alone? Is it because you can't find a boyfriend? Riding the carousel alone seems kind of sad. Does it make you want to cry, big sister?" Anna, her fist suddenly clenched. What a stupid amusement park. She hated places with this many annoying little brats. A ride on the carousel lasted about 5 minutes. When it was over, Claire still seemed to want more. She looked at Leo and asked, "Again?" It was the first time Leo had seen this childish, playful side of Claire. Looking at her expectant face, he just thought, "How can my girlfriend be this cute?" He agreed without a second thought. "Sure, let's go again." They had to get back in line for a second ride, but Anna, who had just gotten off, refused to go again. It wasn't the ride itself. It was the constant, gossipy questions from the nearby brats that had nearly broken her. "You guys go ahead. I'll wait for you over there." Anna waved at her brother and sister-in-law and walked away. Behind her, she could hear the children's well wishes. "Good luck, single big sister. You'll definitely find a boyfriend." Anna stumbled, then gritted her teeth and walked faster. Leo and Claire got back in line for the carousel, while Anna walked over to a nearby flower bed. Finally free from the bratty kids, she could let out a sigh of relief. Staring at the bustling crowd, she began to wonder what ride they should go on next. Just then, she heard the sound of children laughing and the concerned calls of adults from nearby. Anna looked up instinctively. She saw a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, skipping toward her, dressed in a beautiful princess gown. Following behind her was a couple in their early 30s. "Honey, be careful," they called out. "Don't fall." Their words were prophetic. The little girl, running happily, wasn't watching where she was going and tripped. She sat on the ground, rubbing her eyes and crying. The young couple rushed over. The mother comforted her, while the father magically produced an ice cream cone from behind his back. The little girl instantly forgot her tears, her face lighting up with surprise. She took the cone and began to eat it with relish. The couple exchanged a smile. The husband picked up his daughter and made a funny face, making her laugh. The wife stood by, smiling, and carefully wiped a bit of ice cream from the corner of her daughter's mouth. It was a warm, harmonious scene. Anna stood by the flower bed, watching, transfixed. Then, as if remembering something, she gently bit her lower lip. A shadow of sadness crossed her eyes, but the sadness was quickly suppressed. The girl stubbornly tilted her head up. She didn't need that. She wasn't envious. She crossed her arms over her chest, a gesture of defiance, or perhaps just a way to hug herself for warmth. She stood there, a slender, fragile, but proud silhouette. You stand by the flower bed, looking at the view. The person looking at the view is, from a distance, looking at you. Dozens of yards from the flower bed, at a fork in the path, Wyatt Way stood surrounded by his fawning senior managers. The crowd swirled around them, but his gaze was uncontrollably drawn to the distance, to the slender, solitary figure by the flower bed. In the throng of people, it was almost impossible to make out the girl's features, but her defiant posture, her arms crossed in front of her, was so clear it made his heart skip a beat. He knew that feeling all too well. It was like looking in a mirror. He could feel exactly what she was feeling in that moment, unwilling to show weakness, like an abandoned wild animal, forced to find its own warmth. And so, in that moment, Wyatt was also transfixed. Looking at the distant figure of the girl, he felt a flicker of something, a jolt of recognition. So, I'm not the only one who feels this way. Many years later, Wyatt would clearly remember that first glance. When Leo and Claire finished their second carousel ride and found Anna by the flower bed, she was already back to her usual sunny self. "All done. I told you the carousel was boring. Let's go, time for some grown-up rides." Her voice was as cheerful and lively as ever. Anyone else wouldn't have noticed a thing. But Leo and Claire were different. One was the brother who had grown up with her, their bond as close as real siblings. The other was the best friend and sister-in-law who had been like a sister to her in a past life. Both were sharp and perceptive, and they knew Anna better than anyone. Looking at the girl's bright smile, they immediately sensed that something was off. Leo studied Anna closely. "What's wrong?" Claire also looked concerned. "Are you upset? Did something happen?" Anna paused, then put on a nonchalant expression. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Don't worry, I'm fine." Leo eyed his sister suspiciously. "It's not anything illegal, is it? We can still make it to the police station to turn yourself in." The next second, an enraged Anna sent a long leg kicking his way. "Illegal, my ass. If I ever did something illegal, I'd drag you down with me, Leo the pig." Leo dodged nimbly, yelping, Hey, can you show your brother a little respect?" Anna glared at him. What kind of brother is so eager to send his sister to jail? The playful scuffle seemed to inadvertently dissipate the heavy atmosphere. Seeing his sister back to her huffy self, Leo lowered his head, touched his nose, and a faint smile played on his lips. The Wallace family's unique method of cheering up a sister. Claire pulled her best friend back and took her hand. "Are you really okay?" By now, Anna seemed to have completely recovered her spirits. She grinned at Claire. "I'm really fine. I was just getting a little bored and sleepy this afternoon. Another ride will definitely wake me up." Claire looked thoughtful. "In that case, how about we do something a little more thrilling next?" Anna's eyes lit up. Yes. We should have done that from the start. I told you that carousel was boring." A few moments later, standing in front of the East Bay Amusement Park signature attraction, the ultimate invincible explosive death pirate ship, Anna stared up at the massive vessel swinging and spinning a full 360 degrees in the sky. Her face was a mask of sheer terror. She turned to Claire, swallowed hard, and stammered, "Sis-in-law, isn't this a little too thrilling?" Claire smiled. "Didn't you want to wake up? The more thrilling, the more effective." Leo added, "This is their main attraction. You have to ride it to get your money's worth." That one sentence was enough to steel Anna's resolve. She gritted her teeth. "Fine, for the value." But even as she said it, she was getting more nervous in line. She kept turning to her brother and sister-in-law for reassurance. "You two will be with me, right? We all go on together." Leo and Claire readily agreed. But just as they were about to board, something unexpected happened. Anna, at the front of the line, stepped through the gate. But when Leo and Claire tried to follow, a staff member stopped them. "We're full. You'll have to wait for the next ride." The couple froze. They quickly shouted to Anna, "Annie, wait, we have to take the next one." But by then, Anna was so consumed with the anxiety of getting on the ride that she couldn't hear them. Eyes squeezed shut, she muttered prayers under her breath and walked toward the pirate ship with a look of tragic determination. Once she was seated, she tightly gripped the hands of the brother and sister-in-law on either side of her and let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, bro, sis-in-law, I think I'm feeling much better." There was no response from her sides. Sensing something was wrong, Anna opened her eyes and glanced around, only to see two complete strangers staring back at her, utterly bewildered. The passengers. Anna. Realization dawned. She frantically looked down and saw Leo and Claire standing at the entrance gate, looking equally stunned. And at that moment, the pirate ship began to move. Anna's face drained of color. Wait a minute. Let me off." As the girl's tragic screams echoed from the spinning, flying pirate ship, the couple below looked up at the 360-degree chaos with a guilty conscience. Claire nudged her boyfriend with her elbow and whispered, "Leo, will Annie be okay?" Leo considered it carefully. She should be fine. This way, she probably won't be thinking about what was upsetting her earlier. Fighting fire with fire. By evening, the group reassembled after going on their separate rides. Everyone was excitedly sharing their experiences. But when they saw Anna, they were all shocked. "Whoa, Annie, what happened to you? Why do you look so pale?" A wilted Anna was clinging to Claire like a listless koala. "I'm not dead. Just a little bit dead." Seeing her in such a sorry state, the group considered calling it a day. But Anna, rallying her remaining strength, vehemently objected. "No, we haven't gotten our money's worth yet. I can still go on." Her words left everyone at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. "You're still worried about getting your money's worth? At this rate, you're going to lose your life before you break even." But at Anna's insistence, the group decided to do one last attraction. The haunted house. The haunted house was another one of East Bay Amusement Park's signature attractions. The moment they stepped inside, the lights dimmed and eerie, colored lights flickered on the walls. Strange music played from hidden speakers, punctuated by chilling screams. The terrifying atmosphere was cranked to the max. The girls were scared out of their wits. Molly shrieked and hid in Leon's arms. Claire, seeing this, let out her own calm, elegant, and comfortably burrowed into her boyfriend's embrace. Quinn was so nervous she was clutching Marco's arm. He was pale with fear too, but the pain from her grip was more immediate. As for Jade, she calmly turned to Dylan and proposed, "If you're scared, you can hide behind me. In return, you just have to participate in a psychological survey later." Dylan yelped and leaped a good 10 feet away from her. Suddenly, the haunted house didn't seem so scary anymore. As for Anna, she was terrified but forced herself to walk forward, muttering, I'm not scared. Must get my money's worth." As they ventured deeper, the environment changed to a hall of mirrors. The countless mirrors reflected the eerie lights, making the layout even more confusing and disorienting. When a staff member dressed as a hanging ghost suddenly jumped out from a corner, the reflections made it look like a dozen ghosts were lunging at them at once. The visitors screamed and scattered in a panic. It was chaos. Meanwhile, at the other entrance to the mirror maze, Wyatt Way was on a personal tour with several of his senior park managers. He listened to their fawning descriptions with half an ear, his mind wandering. He couldn't help but think back to the fleeting glimpse he had caught of the girl by the flower bed. He hadn't been able to see her face clearly, but for some reason, the image had stayed with him. Shaking his head, Wyatt refocused. His employees were still bragging about how this haunted house was one of the scariest in the country. He waved his hand. "That's enough. I'll look around on my own." He left the managers behind and strode forward alone, wandering through the mirrored corridors, taking in the strange, sinister atmosphere. Wyatt just smiled dismissively. His managers had hyped it up, but a haunted house of this level, it might scare ordinary people. On him, it had no effect. His gaze swept forward casually, the mirrors reflecting images from unseen corners. When one of the mirrors reflected a familiar, coolly beautiful figure, the composed smile on Wyatt's face froze. Oh well, why, crap. His expression turned to one of pure shock, especially when the cool figure in the mirror seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look, her eyes piercing through the reflection straight at him. The calm and composed young master let out a blood-curdling scream. A ghost! The next second, he turned and fled in sheer terror. Dozens of yards away, in another mirrored corridor, Leo had just found Claire, who was standing in front of a mirror, looking thoughtful. "What's wrong?" Claire frowned slightly and shook her head. "Nothing. I just thought I heard something." She looked down at her hand. "My fist got hard again." Then, as if remembering something, she looked at Leo. "By the way, where's Annie?" Anna, separated from the group in the chaos, was now all alone, tiptoeing through the terrifying mirror maze. Eerie music and strange cackles echoed around her. The distorted reflections in the mirrors only added to the creepy atmosphere. "Bro, is this in law?" Anna called out, her voice trembling. "Where are you?" There was no answer, only her own voice echoing in the long, twisting corridors. Growing more panicked, Anna squeezed her eyes shut and muttered, I'm not scared, as she felt her way forward. Suddenly, a scream erupted from up ahead. H. The sound grew closer, accompanied by frantic footsteps. Anna flinched. She instinctively opened her eyes and looked forward. There, in the eerie light, amidst the strange reflections, a terrifying creature with an obscured face was lunging right at her. Anna let out a terrified shriek. A ghost! On pure instinct, she threw a punch right at the creature's face. Thwack! A heavy thud echoed as someone hit the ground. The terrified Annie Cakes, without a second thought, scrambled over the fallen body and ran, her voice cracking with tears. I'm never coming back here again. Amusement parks are no fun at all. Many years later, more than that first glance, the punching bag would clearly remember that first intimate punch. The Children's Day group outing to the amusement park ended in success. As Leo and the others were leaving, they overheard that there had been a small commotion over at the haunted house. Many of the park's senior managers had rushed over. Apparently, some important figure from corporate headquarters who was there for an inspection had been slightly injured. Of course, that had nothing to do with them. Everyone was quite satisfied with their day at the park. The haunted house at the end had been terrifying, but thrilling. Molly and Quinn, who had been scared out of their wits inside, were now reminiscing with a hint of excitement. We should come back again sometime, or we could do the bumper cars a couple more times. The latter suggestion was eagerly put forth by Quinn the driver, and was immediately and unanimously shot down by everyone else. Claire turned to her best friend. Annie, what did you run off to in the haunted house? Did anything happen? By now, Anna was standing tall and proud, her chest puffed out. Of course not. I'm not afraid of ghosts. In fact, I took one of them down myself. Thursday, classes as usual. Before the end of the day, their advisor, Alex, came by with a sign-up sheet and made an announcement. The university track meet had been scheduled for mid-June, 2 weeks before the start of summer break. That evening, Leo and Claire had dinner together at the dining hall. Afterward, the couple strolled hand-in-hand across campus. Spring had quietly passed. The night air was growing humid. The chirping of cicadas from the trees and bushes grew louder. Unconsciously, summer was upon them once more. They wandered over to the track, where a number of students were out for an evening run, perhaps preparing for the upcoming meet. The couple sat down on the bleachers. Watching the dedicated figures on the track, Leo smiled. Around this time last year, we were jogging on the track at Northwood High. I got tired, and you handed me a bottle of water. Like a magician, Claire produced a bottle of soda from her bag and casually handed it to her boyfriend. You get one now, too. Leo took it with a smile, twisted the cap, took a sip, and then passed it to Claire. She took it, and without a second thought, drank from it as well. The indirect kiss that would have caused an earthquake of gossip at Northwood High last summer was now a completely normal, everyday occurrence for the couple. Even the Berkeley students jogging past barely registered it anymore, accustomed to the sight. They were just filled with a seething envy, muttering the slogan "to hell with Northwood High" under their breath as they found a new burst of energy to pound out their frustrations on the track. The early summer breeze carried the same humid warmth as Northwood last year. Leo leaned back, his hands propped on the bleacher behind him, and gazed up at the clear night sky. The familiar, faint scent of his girlfriend beside him was deeply relaxing. Claire sat next to him, her knees pulled up to her chest. She turned to look at her boyfriend. Do you remember what you said on the track around this time last year? Leo paused, trying to recall, but drew a blank. What did I say? Claire raised an eyebrow. You said that when you were a kid, Northwood felt like the whole world, and you couldn't imagine leaving it. But eventually you had to. You also said that even the people closest to you will slowly drift away, that it's inevitable, that there will always be someone with you, but no one will be with you forever. Realization dawned on Leo. All right, and then you said that wasn't true, that some people will always be there, like parents, and, like you. He turned his head to look at the girl beside him. Claire met his gaze, a gentle smile on her face. See, I wasn't lying. A year later, I'm still here, and I always will be. Leo smiled back, his eyes warm. He teased, the bond of a desk mate, huh? But Claire's lips curved upwards. No. Before her boyfriend could react, the girl swiftly leaned forward and pressed a light kiss to his lips. She pulled back. Inches apart, they looked into each other's eyes. Claire's were clear and calm, as gentle as a lake. Her voice was soft but firm. It's love. The evening wind blew. The summer cicadas chirped. It was the tangled thread of fate, a destiny ordained by a twist of time. In the moonlight, the girl's face was as cool and ethereal as ever, but her eyes held a tenderness that few would ever see. Leo looked at Claire and smiled gently. Yeah, it's love. Then he leaned down and kissed her again. On the Berkeley track that night, the jogging students were fortunate enough to witness this scene. After a fleeting glance, they were all filled with a righteous fury, channeling their energy into a mad dash around the track. Fine, go ahead and kiss. No one can outkiss you too. What the hell are they teaching you at Northwood High? It was hard to say, but the next class of Northwood High freshmen coming to Berkeley were in for a treat. Friday, after his afternoon classes at the new campus, Leo had his usual meeting with the 2 department heads of Mako Entertainment. When he saw a certain young man with a swollen, bruised eye, Leo's head filled with a question mark. Who are you? Wyatt Way clutched his black eye, his face a mask of misery. Bro, it's me. Leo stared at the shiner, even more bewildered. What happened to you? Wyatt's expression was a complicated mix of emotions that finally coalesced into a long, weary sigh. I saw a ghost. Daily request for boosts and gifts. In the end, Wyatt Way didn't explain the situation to Leo in detail. For one, it was embarrassing and hard to put into words. For another, he was still a bit dazed and hadn't fully processed what had happened himself. All he remembered was the dim, eerie atmosphere of the haunted house. In the mirror maze, he'd zoned out for a second and thought he'd seen the terrifying figure of Demonis Sue. He had immediately turned and fled. In his panic, he hadn't been paying attention to what was in front of him. He ran head-on into someone, and they punched him out. He hadn't even gotten a good look at his attacker. He just vaguely remembered that their startled shriek sounded a bit familiar. But But he hadn't had time to identify the voice before his head was buzzing and he was on the ground. Then, a sharp pain as they stepped right on him. Wyatt's thoughts returned to the present, and he subconsciously reached down to touch his waist, wincing and sucking in a sharp breath. Good Lord, that kick. It was almost a fatal blow. Isabella, Zhao watched him with undisguised glee. Serves you right. That's what you get for slacking off on Children's Day instead of working. Then, the art team lead turned to Leo, seizing the opportunity to show her loyalty. Boss, I'm different. I was working overtime on Children's Day. Leo nodded at her approvingly. Very good. Keep it up. Isabella's work ethic was indeed commendable. She deserved a reward of Bertha Sue's handmade cookies. After some small talk, Leo listened to the progress reports from his two department heads. The art team, under the command of the workaholic Isabella Zhao, was churning out drafts at a furious pace. As they worked together more, both the quality and efficiency of their output were steadily improving. Progress was solid. As for the programming team, Wyatt Wei lived up to his reputation as a master programmer, even earning the praise of Kenzo, the game development club president. He had personally assembled a team and was already working on the front-end development of the Battle Through the Heavens browser game. Starting from scratch would be a lot of trouble, Wyatt explained to Leo, but copying and modifying an existing model is much easier. With all the mature browser games on the market to use as a reference, we can have a prototype for our game up and running very quickly. Leo nodded. You can use the framework of an existing game. We only need to develop some of the detailed gameplay mechanics ourselves. Use the 2 documents I gave you as a reference, and you can make the final decisions on the rest. The 2 documents were the game design plan he had finalized with Potato, the author of Battle Through the Heavens, and the comprehensive review compiled by Kevin Zhao's team of dozens of players. They provided a solid basis for comparison. That's more than enough, Wyatt said readily, not forgetting to shower Leo with praise. You're a genius, Mr. Zhao. These 2 documents are visionary. With them as our guide, our department's progress will be smooth sailing. Isabella, standing nearby, felt something was off. A progress report was just a progress report. Why was this guy sucking up so much? Mako Entertainment's #1 employee felt her position was threatened. She quickly jumped into the conversation. Boss, with your guidance, our art department will also be smooth sailing. Leo nodded, pleased. Excellent, excellent. Then he offered a helpful suggestion, but we don't want the art department to be too smooth sailing. Try to make things a bit more undulating and turbulent. After leaving the new campus, Leo took his usual cab to the Happy Nest headquarters on Wanning Road. He met up with David Chung, and they held a meeting with the heads of all the major departments, including Owen Wu and Penny Fong. He got an update on the week's operations, the progress of various projects, and the company's financial situation. Everything was going smoothly, except for one thing. They were short on cash. Hannah Ling, the company's rising star who was half-acting as the finance manager, was angrily flipping through the ledger in the conference room, calling out each department head one by one. Everyone is asking for money. The revenue from Garden Grab is barely enough to cover our operational and payroll costs. And you all keep coming to me with your hands out. The programming department wants to order 5 game consoles. And game consoles are one thing. But what's this about a pool table? The other department heads righteously joined in, mercilessly criticizing Owen Wu from the programming department. Then they turned back to Hannah with fawning smiles. Hannah, we're not like them. Our budget requests are for essential expenses. Hannah shot them a sidelong glance and flipped through her ledger. Essential expenses, huh? What about this travel expense from the marketing department? Can someone please explain to me what the Shangri-La Spa is? A deputy manager from the marketing department gave a dry laugh. We were entertaining a client, and they specifically requested to go there. We didn't have a choice. Hey, it's just a wholesome massage parlor. Hannah was expressionless. A wholesome massage with a per-person cost of over $1,000. The deputy manager wiped the sweat from his brow and continued his dry laugh. The masseuse said her parents were old, her younger brother was still in school, and her ex-husband was an abusive gambler. The client felt sorry for her and wanted to help out. It was perfectly reasonable, right? Hannah slammed her hands on the table in a rage. Reasonable my ass. You expect me to believe that crap? Mr. Chung, Mr. Wallace, say something. David and Leo, huddled in a corner, were pretending to be deeply engrossed in studying the ants on the floor. Wow, these ants are really onto. In reality, these weren't major issues. For the past few months, since the website went live, everyone at Happy Nest had been working themselves to the bone. Now that the company was seeing success, it was only right to reward everyone and let them relax a bit. These expenses were a drop in the bucket. The real cash burn was still in maintenance, operations, and fixed costs. After the meeting, Leo and David held a private discussion in the CEO's office. Leo looked over the financial reports. He mentioned to David, "We need to keep an eye on the company culture going forward. We've had a few early wins, but we can't get complacent. We need to stay grounded." David nodded in agreement, then sighed. "But the hard costs are still burning through money every day. It's painful to watch." He remembered something and looked at Leo. Still no word from Nexus. "You don't think you scared them off by asking for too much, do you?" Leo smiled. "Don't worry. They'll agree." They chatted for a few more minutes about future project plans. Then Leo stretched and got up to leave. "All right, you're busy. I'm heading out." David looked at the relaxed-looking Leo, gritting his teeth in frustration. "You really have no conscience, do you? I do all the hard work, and you're becoming the master of delegation." Leo, on his way out the door, chuckled. "To each according to his ability. You hold the front line, and I'll be in the back, cheering you on." David rolled his eyes and tossed a magazine from his desk to Leo. "The new issue of the business magazine with my interview. Take a look." Leo caught it and glanced at the cover. It featured a photo of David Chung, looking distinguished and confident. "Not bad," Leo commented. "You'll probably attract a lot of middle-aged female fans." David nearly choked. "I told you to look closely." Leo examined the cover again and noticed that in the background, behind David, was the silhouette of another figure, a stark contrast of light and shadow. "What's this?" David said irritably. "It's you. The word is out. Everyone knows that besides me, the CEO, Happy Nest has a mysterious, low-profile chief strategy officer. The two pillars of the company. Why did the interview? Half their questions were about you." Leo looked at the headline on the cover. "The dark horse of the internet, Happy Nest and its light and dark twin stars." Leo raised an eyebrow. "These journalists are pretty good at creating hype." David looked at Leo. "I'm just giving you a heads up. As Happy Nest gets bigger, it's going to attract more and more attention. Right now, I'm in the light. You're in the dark. But at this rate, you won't be able to stay hidden for long. You need to be prepared to step into the spotlight. When that happens, you won't have it so easy anymore." There was a hint of schadenfreude in David's last sentence. Leo just smiled dismissively, turned, and walked out the door, leaving one last comment behind. "It's fine. I'm very good at hiding." After leaving the Happy Nest headquarters, Leo hailed a cab to go back to the LNS house. During the ride, he called his girlfriend. She picked up, and he learned that Claire had also come into the city this afternoon. "I had a meeting at Sterling Holdings," she explained. "You go on ahead. I'll be home a little later." Leo didn't ask any more questions, just acknowledged her message. After the call ended, in the conference room on the 36th floor of the Sterling Holdings headquarters, Claire put away her phone. The smile she'd had while talking to her boyfriend vanished, replaced by her usual cool demeanor. She looked up at the employees seated around the long conference table. "Where were we?" Then her gaze fell on the table, and she remembered something. "Right, this." She reached out and picked up a copy of the newly released business magazine. She looked at the headline, Happy Nest Light and Dark Twin Stars. Her eyes focused on the silhouette behind the photo of Happy Nest CEO. Then, she extended a slender, delicate finger and tapped the silhouette lightly. Claire gave a casual order to her staff. "This CSO of Happy Nest. He's interesting. Look into him. Taking a day off today, one chapter. We'll try to get back to noon updates starting tomorrow."